Welcome to NSL6.
stop. No more. No.
I want to see how much that can happen. First storm's going down. Decent hits, nothing too crazy between two sauces. Is just going to attack now. Yeah, sometimes we have to stop him. Oh no. Okay, so we only get.
It's over now.
Not protected right now. There's
Oh my god! Look, players, look away!
This is Pearls on the clock. It said you better move out before this hat trick finishes, because otherwise I'm going to start building scores and suns, and then you're not getting out of it.
Oh no! Oh no! You worse!
Terry needs to siege things up. You can't just walk those in there. Okay, it does pull back. Oh my god, so many mind effects, did so much damage. Well, never mind about it being a playlist disaster. Look.
Welcome to NSL6.
Welcome to NSL.
Hello everyone, welcome back. NSL Season 6. Moving quickly, we're already on week 3. We've got some games from Just Desserts versus Hydralick Deez nuts from you guys. Super excited to get into these games. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope everyone's as hyped for the NSL as I am. It's going to be some good series this week for sure. So, Laka fixing your printer. Well, Escalade, I will have you know that is actually my professional job. I work for Xerox and I repair printers all day. So you're not wrong. All right, now let's get into our first game. All right, here on Neverland, in the top center-ish, our green Terran. It is Nam Fa playing for Hydralick Deez nuts. And in the bottom right, we've got our yellow Protoss. It is Nam Celsius. He is, of course, playing for Just Desserts. I always hated this top spawn on any of these types of 3-player maps. The split always throws me off. You spend years and years practicing your splits, and then suddenly the minerals are on the right-hand side, not above or below. Or excuse me, on the above or below, not on the right-hand side or left-hand side. Let's see what both our players decide to bring out in this game so far. Nothing too crazy. No early probes, no early SCVs. Looks like our first probe is going to go out and make that normal pylon here in the main. And we'll probably get that supply depot here for the Terran player, just as normal. Will be interesting to see where he places that down. Looks like he is still going to place that right in front of where the rally is. Try and push those SCVs a little bit closer to the mineral line when they pop out. Just kind of wondering what he was going to do for that when it's a vertical spawn like this, where the minerals are above the CC. Obviously, there's not really a way to push them out closer, but that is still technically closer, so interesting to note there. single gateway out of a Protoss so far. Nothing too crazy. Let's bring in a gateway scout. Let's see if he does scout our Terran player first. I think it's too late to get the gas still when you go for a gateway scout, so I'm pretty sure FA is going to get his gas down without any problem. Places his gas down and cancels it. So he went for gas before the barracks and then maybe realized that the barracks hadn't gone down and canceled the gas. Protoss is going to get last scout, unfortunately, but not too big of a deal. Nothing crazy going on here that he needs to scout and needs to be prepared for, so. And we'll see when our Terran does want to scout as well. He will eventually need to get an SCV out on the map and see what's going on. Looks like he's going to send that out now. I think that's normal timing. I'm not sure on Terran scout timings, but it seems like after the barracks is pretty normal, at least based on when I usually see scouts come in. It seems like that's about the timing, so. Alright. Looks like our Terran is going to get the first scout this time, fortunately for himself. Let's see if Celsius has practiced this map or if he's going to send the probe to the wrong location. Looks like he sent it to the wrong location. The base layout on this map's a bit wonky. I definitely had a few issues trying to find out how to get into the mains the first couple of times I played this map. Looks like it may be the same for FA. He actually is not going to get first scout off, and his SCV is just going to hang out by the river, do a little bit of fishing, I guess. Looks like Celsius has figured it out, though, is going to get into the main finally and see what's going on, and see that this is pretty much a normal game from here. We do have Cybernetics Core going down before the Nexus, so it isn't a one-gate expand. Terran's factory is now going down. Probe is going to get in, see all the sites. I don't know if he actually went up and saw the gas there. That might have been just out of vision. I didn't quite click it fast enough, so he may not be aware if Terran has pulled out of gas or not. But since he's pulling out, I'm going to assume he did see that, and our Terran has pulled out of gas. He's only on one of CV mining, so. Rain started up here for our Protoss player. Should see the expansion going down here before too much longer since we don't see a second gate. Terran has finally found one of the naturals, is going to go in and see that he has gotten the wrong base, and then hopefully quickly find that Protoss' base. He does need to confirm if there is a Nexus or not. It's getting a little bit scary here for FA not knowing one way or the other yet. Let's see if the probe wants to peek back in, see if he can see what's going on. Should be around the time the Terran's moving out to take an expansion if he's going to. Probe is going to come out, should see the SCV there. Yes, does see the SCV there, so he should know that a CC has potential going down. Pokes forward with the Dragoon just to confirm, does see that CC. It's only Marines here, so we could definitely get some damage. You got to be careful though. So I think 3 Marines beat a Dragoon outright without range. SCV is going to finally scout our Protoss player. Does not see that Nexus going down yet, so he's got to be a little bit worried about what's going on. Vulture does finally come out. He's got to be really careful with this Dragoon. This Dragoon is taking a lot of hull damage, down to 19 hit points. Some of that will, of course, recharge, because some of that is shields, but that hull damage is permanent, and at this point, every little bit matters. Nexus is going down for our Protoss now, just a little bit behind the Terran's command center, and our Protoss player is poking forward here, leads with the healthy Dragoon, and gets some decent damage. All the Marines are dead, so this bunker is now empty. It's just one Vulture defending against this. And that Vulture does fall. He might be able to delay the CC here, maybe even cancel it outright. We do have a Marine on the way, but if Celsius is really smart here, he can actually block that Marine from being able to, yeah, he moves in between the barracks and the bunker. He can snipe that Marine before he can get in. That Marine does pop out, it's going to go around, but oh, one of the Dragoons does not fire. It is going to get into the bunker, and now we can repair, and that will allow FA to get this command center up without any issue. Backs out, gets one more SCV for his treble, and now this barracks is under fire. We'll be able to repair that and float that back. Definitely wants to get another Marine or 2 out just to be extra safe with that bunker. And range just finished up, I believe, so yes. Should see that poke forward, but the tank does come out. He's got to be really careful here. He could actually snipe that tank, but it actually takes quite a bit of damage on that last Dragoon, so no more healthy Dragoons means this tank will just make short work with 3 Dragoons, no problem. With the 4th Dragoon coming up, though, if he leads with that healthy Dragoon, he still might be able to get that tank. Ooh, gotta be careful of that tank. Don't move too far forward. Oh, Celsius could jump on this tank so easily right now. He's going to go for it. That tank gets jumped on. That's 1 volley. That's 2 volleys. One of them didn't shoot in that first volley, so it is going to take a 3rd volley, but he does pick up that first tank. That is huge for Celsius. Back at home, that Nexus has finished up for Celsius. He has not yet transferred to that new location, and he's throwing down a couple of extra gateways, but that first tank pickoff is really, really strong for him. Second tank is now out. Siege mode is on the way. Gotta be really careful not to lose this tank. It's probably best for him to just play passive. That siege mode should finish up for too much longer. Getting some free damage on this barracks. So if he gets that barracks, that's pretty big. One SCV can't out-repair the damage from these Dragoons, and that barracks is going to fall. No more factories until that barracks is remade. Be careful with that siege tank. Bit of a forward placement, but I don't hate it. Gets a good volley off. All of these Dragoons are extremely low health right now. The healthiest one is at half HP, and the rest are in the red. 17 at the next highest. Two siege tanks out means this Dragoon pressure is going to finally let up. But in the meantime, our Protoss is now taking a third base. He is getting his robo down. He's up to 3 gateways, so we're going to start to see a lot more units come out into the map here for our Protoss player, and we'll have to see what our Terran wants to do from here. He's got to remake his barracks before he can do too much in his base as far as building up his production facilities. So, I fake just a little bit on the backhand here. I have to play a bit of catch-up as far as this tech is concerned. Alright, Citadel with a Dune coming up as well as a Forge for our Protoss player. Looks like we're going to start getting to that tech and those upgrades out of our Protoss here. Third base about 3/4 of the way done. And still waiting on that. Okay. So we do have a second factory going down, so we're not going to see any weird Stargate play. It would be really late for like a Vulture drop at this point. And I don't know if he started Vulture Speed, but there's nothing going at the machine shop currently. So hopefully he's got Mines or Siege at least completed by now. Because if not, those are both really late. Terran's definitely on the back foot here. He has no map vision. He doesn't know what's going on the map at all. He's playing entirely blind. We do have some defensive turrets going down. In fact, just to be extra safe, DTs and Reavers are both a threat. Third base has finished up now for Celsius. Has not transferred probes quite yet. First observer is out of the map, so he's probably going to move forward and see what he can see with that. But the turret coverage will help deny some vision from him. Oh, he might get the engineering bay here. Not the biggest pick off, but any building you can pick off is great. If he ever wants to build more turrets, which he's going to want to, he's going to have to now rebuild that as well. So that's just another 125 minerals worth of damage that our Protoss has done to our Terran here. Third factory is now going down. Had to accidentally float one of those factories to build his second machine shop because it was a little bit too close to that missile turret. That's painful. We've all done that before. And Protoss is on 3 base, but he still hasn't transferred any probes over there. So effectively, even though his third base has been up for about a minute now, he's still technically only on a 2 base income, and that's definitely good for a Fae. It's going to help give him the edge he might need to get back into this game a bit more. He's definitely not in a lost position yet, but he is playing a bit from behind at the moment for sure. Observer does get over here at last, and kind of peeks in, doesn't really see much with the turret in the way. Nothing but siege tanks out of our Terran so far. Not even a single Vulture has been made. None of these machine shops are spinning yet either. So I still don't know if he's got Mines or Speed. I haven't noticed him spinning yet. Quite the massive Dragoons being built up as well. Scouts the main with that comm stat there. Does see the gateway count. We are seeing a bit of a gateway man, but we do have the Templar Archives out, so I'm sure we'll get into Storm here before too much longer. +1 is about to finish up for our Protoss player as well as Zealot leg speed. Then will be some speedy zealots at that point, and we're finally starting to get some decent saturation on that third base. That third base is in a very exposed location, though. If they had some Vultures out on the map, that was very harassable, but still don't have any Vultures. First Vultures are now coming out, so excuse me, incorrect. First Vultures are now coming out for a Fae. With the siege can't count, I'm wondering if he's wanting to just push out and try to secure a quick third. Haven't seen that CC come down quite yet, but the fact that he's skipping Vultures and just trying to amass a large siege tank count makes me think that he's going to possibly just go for a third base here and just kind of turtle up. It's going to be kind of hard to push with this army. A couple of Goliaths coming out to help clear out some of the detection, possible dropships as well. He didn't scout a Stargate when he did that scan, so I don't think he's thinking that there's carrier tech on the way. So most likely for anti-dropships. I do like that. Scans out in front of the army to see if he can unsiege his tanks and move forward. Does see that there's no Dragoons there. Sees the first half of that army.
Yo, Ozzy with the massive raid. Welcome, Raiders.
Hey Ozzy,
Hey,
thanks
Naka,
for the
how you
raid,
doing?
man. How's it going, man?
I just sat down on my computer, so we are doing great today. We got a PVT here. Oh, looks like tanks are moving forward to push back the Goon Zealot. Maybe setting up to take a third base here.
My game volume down. I can't quite hear you over it. Hold on 1 second here.
Sorry. I'm also watching the stream, so there's like a moment of delay. These Zealots are getting some really good connection with these tanks. Oh my lord.
Yeah, that was a really good engage for Celsius. In fact, FA is going to just instantly GG out. The lack of vultures allowed those Zealots to really get on top of those tanks, and that was really painful for FA there.
There was only like 3 or 4 vultures there at the beginning of that fight, and the Zealots just walked past them all.
Yeah. No, you definitely need a higher vulture count to deal with those Zealots.
Oh, this is our boys. Sweet. Don't mind me, I literally hopped in with no note. I just got home and I'm like, I'm still kind of dead from travel.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, Hydralick Deez nuts playing.
For doing cameras. I gotta set up my camera. Oh no, I didn't know. I didn't know.
You're so unprepared, Mr. Professional Caster here.
Yeah, I know. Give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back while I get set up for that.
Nope, you're all good. All right. Wait for him to get all prepared here. Looks like for now, though, Justice's going to take a quick early lead, 1-0, and looks like we're going to head straight into our second game. So, here in the top right, we have our Green Terran playing for Team Hydralick Deez Nuts. It is Nam FA. And in the bottom right, our Black Protoss playing for Just Desserts. It's Nam Celsius here on Paradiso. Hitting him with the luck good, have fun.
Luck good.
Protoss.
Have fun.
Alright, nothing crazy this time either. No early probes, no early SCVs. So far, I'm very disappointed in both these players. Where's all my cheese? Where's my crazy games?
Honorable macro players confirmed.
Disappointed. You gotta throw a 4 pool in there every once in a while. I don't care if you're a Terran or Protoss. You throw down that pool on 4.
I mean, there's no better time for a pool than after 4 drones.
I mean, I hope that any pool that goes down is going to be after 4 drones. I mean, hopefully it'll be closer to 9 drones or 12 drones, but as long as it's after 4 drones, you're probably doing okay.
No, the max you can do is going to be 6.
That's the max. What about the
if you build
7
any
pool
more than
6
6
gas?
drones, you're just doing Zerg wrong.
Well, you don't like the 7 pool 6 gas?
I mean, I've done it enough. I mean, can't lie about that, but it just doesn't hit right, you know?
Fair enough. Alright, scouting probe is going out on Gateway once again. Looks like we are going to get first scout. Looks like it's heading towards the north, yes. So our Protoss player will get first scout, but I don't think you can get the gas still on a Gateway, even with first scout. So
No,
they should be able to
you
get his gas up just fine, yeah. In fact, there he goes now. But this first scout is really nice. It will let Celsius know exactly what's going on, especially if you can keep the probe alive, which should be able to do no problem. This isn't a Zerg player with drones that can moving shot super easy.
Yeah. Probe should be able to get plenty of scouting info for quite some time here. I mean, at least until Marine's out.
Looks like we are once again going Cybernetics Core before expansion. I'm very particular to that 1 gate expansion. It's something that I really like to do, but definitely not a common build. I just keep waiting to see someone else do it. Maybe it's just a me thing. Who needs a core when you can have a Nexus? Oh, loses the probe to an SCV. Just A-click fights it. That's not the way to do it. That's rough.
That's not good at all.
Yeah, he's not going to see now whether Terran pulls out of gas or not. He really needs to keep that alive for a little bit longer. But we here see that he is in fact pulling out of gas, so we're not going to see any crazy multiple factory things. He is going to go straight into that factory and then expand behind that.
Yeah, we should set up for a nice little bit of a macro game here, actually.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully we can get some vultures out of the fray this time. I think he was feeling pressured last time with the early Dragoons and the late scout, not knowing the map layout. Maybe that's why he was going pure tank, just to try and survive in case there was any cheese coming. So hopefully we'll see a bit of a deviation here this time from the Fey now that he's got a better understanding of what his opponent is doing. He did get in there and scout the 1 gate. He did see the Cybernetics core spinning, so he knows nothing super crazy is going on. Still got to wait for the Nexus to go down, but that will be another minute or two before that starts to go down.
Yeah, it still feels pretty standard from both players. So, with the right
Definitely.
amount of knowledge here that everyone's got, should be fine.
Solstice is playing extra safe, getting that second Dragoon before he gets his Nexus down, so he's just going to move across the map, try and get a bit of harassment here. This is going to force the bunker before the CC out of FA here, and FA is throwing that bunker down now. Should see the CC go up right after that as well. Only made 2 Marines, so...
Yeah, I mean,
that bunker loaded.
He's going to be real greedy about it. I mean, if you can get away with just 2 Marines, you are in a flying good spot here as a Terran player.
Solstice does peek forward, does not see the CC, but I think he saw the SCV there, so he should know that it's probably on the way. Would like to see him poke forward once more, just to double confirm that here in a second, but Nexus is going to go down here from Solstice as well, so both players are expanding. Very normal game so far. And we do see the first unit build this time is in fact the Vulture, so yeah, I think he was just feeling pressure because the Scout was so late last time.
Yeah. Oh, Vulture gets out too, so he's going to get that map control.
Yeah, that's big. When you skip the Zealot and go straight into the Dragoon, usually you're able to kind of deny what the heck am I trying to say? Deny that Vulture from getting out. Even if you can't completely kill it, you can put enough damage on it, the second Dragoon rallying across can finish it off. So they've actually got that, and he's going to get into the main. The Dragoon just barely finished, so it's going to be a minute or two before the next Dragoon pops. He might get a couple of probes here. One probe does go down, in fact. A second probe might, pulling into the gas, actually. The gas kind of saving some probes, but the second one to go down.
Ooh.
Third one to go down.
Goons are about to break the bunker because there's no SCVs repairing it.
Yeah, he's microing his heart out on this Vulture, and this bunker's just getting ignored. The bunker does in fact fall.
Oh no!
At this point, the Vulture has 6 kills back in the Protoss' main, but the Protoss is gonna overrun the Terrans natural here before too much longer. Up to 7 kills in that
Tank is
Vulture.
on the way.
If you have a tank on the way, the SCVs are fighting. They got actually a bit of full damage on one of those Dragoons. But in the meantime, our Vulture is up to 9 kills, 10 kills. There is not a Dragoon popping out of this gateway still. It's been so long. The probes are going to finally surround and kill that Dragoon, or that Vulture, but now the Dragoons are going to wreak havoc on the mineral line.
I mean, that's just how much lost mine time. Tank, no!
Oh no,
tank,
the tank's
no!
just rallying so I can attack. It's going to go down without killing a single one of those Dragoons.
Oh.
Pulling more of the boys to fight these Dragoons, and that's just not where you want to be.
Oh god, this is a disaster.
He's got to abandon this natural. There's nothing he can do. You need to keep that tank on the high ground and block it with the SCVs. New tank is going to pop your report too much longer. If he pulls a couple more of the boys and does a mass repair, he should be able to hold this, but he's got to be really careful. I'd like to see him start...
Oh no, he hasn't fixed the rally.
Oh no, and that Dragoon's going to also fall. It doesn't even hit one of the weak ones. It hits one of the full health Dragoons. More SCVs are falling here. And FA is going to GG out. That's going to be a really quick 2-0 from Celsius.
GG's. Very good handling of multiple issues at once there for our Protoss player.
Yeah, Celsius definitely handling that really well. That one Vulture got... If FA had just held, that Vulture did so much damage. It was up to 11 probe kills. He just needed to hold. But he didn't refix the rallies, and I don't know what happened there. He wasn't paying attention to the tank, that next one that popped out, which is unfortunate.
Alright. 1 second here. I am just joining the camera party.
Oh boy. Ain't no party like a camera party.
There we are. No, you get that. Perfect. Perfect. There we go. I should be visible for the boys now.
Oh goodness. Let me mute you in the... There we go.
I should mute site. Done. Problem solved.
Problem resolved. Alright. Yeah, so quick 2-0. Gonna be an early lead here for Just Dessert starting off.
Yeah, I mean,
if the
that's a
rest of
solid
the team can
start.
make it back. For some reason, the friends list is not letting me join, so let me join manually. There we go.
Look at that cool QR code at the bottom. No bias at all, I promise.
Yeah, everyone check out that
I'm
QR
on the
code. It's really
screen.
important.
Look at me. I'm bigger. There we go. Oh, man, this is a party. I like this setup a lot, actually. This overlay is super cool.
Yeah, each cast gets more and more professional. Cookie really stepping it up every time.
Look out, Zero. We're coming for you.
Zero's got nothing on the NSL. What is this?
Oh, Cookie hasn't figured out Echo. magenta.
You can mute yourself on it. That's what I did. Just
Yeah, there we go. Fixed cookie. I'm sorry.
I just didn't
I promise
enable
I'm
my
professional.
audio.
I'm a professional, I promise.
Since when?
All right, I didn't need to be called out that hard, all right?
Oh, my bad.
Oh, yeah, this is a good way to round out the Sunday.
All right. On the left-hand side here, we have our Pinkish Zerg. It is Nam Killa Ace playing on
Pinkish.
Team Pinkish, yes. Magenta?
It's
Is that what the
magenta.
magenta? My colors are all messed up
Yeah.
because my monitor got reset.
Beautiful
Excuse
color.
me,
Best
all
color
right.
in the game.
Anyways, it is Killa Ace playing for Team Just Desserts, and in the bottom right, it is our Orange Protoss Nam Suricata playing for a Hydralick Deez Nuts. And now that I'm
Let's go,
noticing that's
Suri.
supposed to be magenta, let me fix
Wrong
my
scene.
colors real quick.
Cookie. Wrong scene.
Oh, yep, Cookie, you need to, yeah, there you go.
There you go. Suri, as always, playing with orange. There's one thing this man is known for. It's orange probes.
Oh, how dare you. I had a friend, his name was Roy back in the day. He was a map maker who always played as orange. He's the only person I ever knew that played as orange willingly. But he liked orange for some reason, so.
It's got to be something with map makers. That's the explanation here.
I mean, I make maps and I like purple, so I don't know about that. But makes sense in this instance. Suricata, does Minerals play as
Ruin the
orange?
trend.
I know, right? I'm just horrible.
That's a great question, actually. I don't know what color Minerals plays as.
Minerals! What color do you play as? If you're in
Minerals?
chat. Okay. Aging Minerals. Minerals?
All right. I actually don't know this map that well, to be honest. I didn't get to play this week, so.
It's a 3-player map. It's pretty normal. Like, you got a kind of a high ground center with some like funky little low grounds that are wide open before the high ground center. The weirdest thing is just the way the bases are laid out. Most 3-player maps lay out their bases in that same 12 o'clock, kind of 4 or 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then like almost all modern 2-player bases are like that, but this one has kind of a more weird layout in the way they do where their main bases are. So I expect we'll see a couple more games like that first game where players aren't quite sure where the mains are and get a bit lost. Fun fact, though, for all you viewers, if you do play on Shield Battery, you don't get that black fog of war, so you can see the entire map on the mini-map right from the start of the game, which is super helpful for maps that you may not be familiar with if you're not going to actually take the time to practice them beforehand, which sometimes you just don't have time. No one's judging.
Yeah, accurate. You just can't have observers, because observing Shield Battery, as we learned for CPL, is absolutely broken.
I mean, you can observe it, you just don't have any UI at all, apparently.
No, so yeah, you get two options. You get you get one option where the players get just Fog of War, more StarCraft 2e, but you get no overlay at all. You get nothing. Or you get the option where it's UMS, and the players still get just black Fog of War everywhere, and you're observing like it's 1999, and all you can see is your own resource counter.
So talking about the game here just a little bit, looks like Suri actually did go for that Nexus before the cannon, which I really like, even though he scouted the pool first. The map is a long enough distance and he knows he can get away with that, and in fact, he actually had a bit of a delay on those first earlings being made, so Suri's going to be in a really good start as far as the economy goes, and it looks like Killa Ace maybe doesn't know the map quite as well as some of our other players might. He's taking a little bit more of a difficult third base to hold that's actually facing towards our Protoss player here as well, so...
Sir, you got to get that probe in position here. There we go.
That's only
I
4
mean, I'm
wins.
back to this. Yeah, true.
Still better not let any run past, but even if he tries to run past, only 1, maybe 2 if he gets lucky will get into the main base, which is pretty indifferent.
Yeah. But on the back of this Killa grabbing 3 bases.
Yeah, Killa going up to his 3 base. We do have Lair on the way, I hope. Nope, Lair is late, but he's getting the mine, so we'll see. He's getting the gas. We'll see if he does that now. Looks like he's a bit busy doing something else at the moment because he hasn't quite spent that first 100 gas yet on speed or Lair. We'll see what he wants to do with that in a
Evo
minute.
chamber. Hydras. Gotta be Hydras.
It's a super fast Evo chamber for Hydras.
Yeah, I know.
Den
Weird.
first. This is going to go for some... Okay, so there's the Lair. I'm not sure what this build
I'm
is.
interested.
Maybe he's going for
interested,
really,
though.
really fast upgrades. I mean, I like to do a 6-hatch variants where I get double Evo and try and just mass upgrades and mass Hydra and don't ever switch into Lurker, but it's a bit different.
Could be going straight into Ultras.
Yeah, he's going for a really fast Carapace here, which I don't think
Oh,
is
it's
for
gonna be
Ultras,
quick
Aaron,
Ultras.
unfortunately. We'll see if I'm wrong, but I have a feeling that's not what it's for.
Give me the Ultras, baby.
Don't get me wrong, I like to pull out Ultras every once in a while. It gets the Protoss player off guard, but once they know Ultras are out, they hard counter them pretty easily with quite a few units.
Yeah, Ultras die super easily to Protoss. It's not even funny, but I mean,
DTs
actually,
make
the
them,
Carapace and Link Speed. Okay.
Yeah, the only thing that confuses me is a lair. Otherwise, I think this is a really weird, like, late Ling Speed all in, trying to counter that +1 move out and just swallow the Zealots and then counterattack.
Yeah.
Zealots are moving out to the map now. These, oh my gosh, all the Zerglings are going to live. It was a bit of a slow reaction with the patrolled Zerglings, but it actually helped keep them alive. That was really cool.
Yeah.
We do have some pig
Hydra
colonies going down. Hydrodent is going down as well. Do have a thing of three more things as Zerglings on the way. But Surikata is wisely going to just pull back. He forced some Zerglings to be made. No point in risking the Zealots dying. There's not even really any good spots to really tuck in behind the minerals on this map. So,
Yeah. He did what he needed to do with those Zealots, which is force out the creep colonies, force out the extra Lings.
yeah, I mean, I would still
Very-
like to see
very
him move
clean.
across the map and at least try to get one into the main to scout exactly what's going on, but his Stargate has finished his first Corsairs out, so we can scout with that as well. It's going to be a bit delayed if there was any kind of like weird 3-base Hydra all-in coming. It would be just maybe a little bit too late to respond to that. In fact, the Corsair kind of stopped in the natural there for a second as well, so a bit delayed on that, but otherwise looking really good for him here. Zealots are going to finally move forward here once again to poke forward. Once I see the sunken here, it's not really well Sim City, but with the Zerglings that are out as well, he's definitely going to turn around and run away.
Yes. Too many Zerglings to deal with just 4 Zealots.
They do have Ling speed, so he's got to make a choice here. Does he turn and fight and do what damage he can, or does he sacrifice a Zealot or two? If Killer Ace is really careful here with his Ling control, he can definitely surround at least one more of these. It's actually kind of hard to get the surround on retreating. Oh, he might get that one on the bottom. Doesn't quite get it.
Oh, come on, Cannon. Oh, Cannon from downtown raining down fire to protect the Zealot.
That Zealot does manage to escape with his life. 10 HP is all that he has left. He is bruised, beaten, and battered, but he does in fact make it home. And our Corsair has gone through the main and natural and scouted pretty much everything there is to see. Now he's just kind of spreading them out on the map, seeing if he can find any overlords anywhere on the map. There is still the one in front of his natural. I'm sure they'll come back and kill that. Actually, 2 more joining that, so yeah. A bit of a rally mistake there. Oh, they might even fly into the cannon. Okay, he notices and he pulls them all back, but not before the Corsair gets here. It's time to get tickled. Overlords, see if you can make it home safely.
Get him, Stairs, get him.
The tickling of the Corsairs commence. Do we have any Hydras out yet? We don't have any Hydras out yet, but we do have some in production. We got a really quick Queen's Nest here, though, so I might eat my words. It might be Ultra. +2 Carapace is now started. Some
Hydras
weird,
into
strange,
Ultras.
some weird, strange, crazy Zerg first Protoss going on here. I've actually
This is
done it
the
before. I have done
craziest Zerg.
legitimate crazy Zerg versus Protoss, turtled up on Muta, Scourge, and a bunch of Sunkins, and then went to quick Ultras at it. It works surprisingly effectively, but
Oh. Well, let's hope it doesn't here. We need... Come on, sir. You need to pull this one out for the boys.
the boys, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Team
You
just
gotta pull it out
deserves.
for these nuts.
Pulling out these nuts? What?
Oh, yeah. No, sorry.
First Hydras are out
we here
now.
on these nuts don't pull out, so...
Oh my lord.
Common misconception.
Alright, I think Surikata needs to pull back. Yeah, I think that's a bit too much Zerg for him to handle. Does manage to pull back. Only loses 2 Zealots, but one of those was that 10 HP Zealot from the last attack, so actually not the biggest loss on that one. It was more like losing only 1 Zealot, so good pullback from him here. We got our first High Templars out, starting to build up that energy for Storm. In fact, we got 4 High Templars out already. Then Madman went for 4 High Templars right off the bat. But I guess he didn't have to really make many Corsairs, so...
He's getting +1 air weapons. He smells
Interesting.
something. I'm not sure what he's smelling, but no more Corsairs, but he is getting +1.
I'm wondering if this is going to be a Guardian Hydra type push.
There is
problem
a
is
spider
that
coming.
the problem is that Storm is really strong against that, even if the Corsair count was diminished. But the Corsair count isn't diminished. He's still got 2 Corsairs. I don't know. This is really strange. Good pick off there on that Zergling. We are at +1 melee weapons on our Protoss player, but we already are on +1 Carapace as well as +2 Carapace on the way, which is going to finish up before +2 weapons because +2 weapons hasn't even started. So these Zerglings are still 3 hits for these Zealots, and it's going to be a long time before they possibly get back to being 2 hits.
Ooh.
After
Nelson
one of
trying
these
to go straight
Hydras.
for the natural. Oh.
Catches a drone. Yeah, this is a good sim to get the natural, though. I don't think you dive that. You're gonna get flanked by the army that's at 3rd, and you're just gonna lose all your Zealots for essentially nothing if the Zerg responds appropriately. Looks like he's looking around for a potential 4th base, but oh my gosh, he's gonna catch the drone again. Does the drone escape with its life?
Run!
The drone does get out. These Zerglings are actually gonna fight okay against these Zealots with that +1 armor. And now with the Hydras coming in adding an extra DPS, he's definitely got to run and get away from there.
Box select all the overlords, get him in the fight.
Box selecting, man. Sometimes you just gotta do it, and whatever comes with it, comes with it. Battle drones, battle overlords, you never know. Turning once again to fight these Zerglings.
Ooh, Zergling run by coming in towards Surrey's base, but there's a lot of goon here. We got 4 High Templars, 2 Storms each.
Yeah, there's no way those Zerglings are doing anything. I'm assuming that's
It's
probably
10 minutes
a
of crack just finished for him, though. These are
fast
cracklings through and through.
We're gonna see a Defiler Mound go down. Is that what this is? A really quick Defiler Mound? I'd like to see him. He's got so many drones at his 3rd base. How many drones is this? Hold on. Okay, it's only 11. It's just a really few mineral patches, but he's so dry in his main. He's not even mining at full saturation in his main or his natural. Both of them are light on drones. So Killer Ace is actually sitting at a really low drone count right now. But if he's going for just
32 drones on 3 bases.
Yeah, if he's going for just really quick cracklings here, though, I guess he doesn't really need a massive economy to back that up. If he can get the Defiler tech out, get some Dark Swarms down, get some Plague down. Yeah, I don't know, this is a really interesting play from him. But here comes the problem. Now the High Templars
take away at High Templar.
Oh my gosh, are they actually going to get it? Oh my gosh, they got it!
Oh my god, they got it.
But here's my
Why
worry.
can't this happen to me in my game?
It's almost entirely Ling army, and we now have, what is this, like 8 storms coming across the map? That's got 2, that's got 2, that's got 2, that's got 9 storms. 9 storms plus all this army, like how do you kill this with just cracklings? If you had Defilers, maybe, if you can pick off the High Templars.
Well, maybe if you move the Templars forward. It's a great way to beat this. But even the goons are trading well against the Lings, and that's how you know. It's not a great time for Zerg.
And we're down to like 8 Hydras, 6 Hydras. More cracklings are popping out. Ooh, rest in peace drones. It was already a really low drone count for our Zerg player here. We just don't have the production to handle this. Like, if you're going to go mass speedling, you definitely need more hatcheries.
You need a lot of hatches, lots of money.
Yeah, this 3rd base is going to fall. We do have a new base up for Killer Ace if he can somehow stabilize here, but he doesn't have lurkers out even, and if you gotta spend your gas on something. If you're gonna go for cracklings, you definitely should have at least lurkers to go with that, especially if you don't have the Defilers out yet. Throwing out a bunch of creep colonies in his natural here to try and sunken up. We do have lurkers out now, so he might be able to turtle up here and just survive. Is there even an observer with the army? There is one observer with the army.
Flanking lurkers from nowhere?
They're just gonna die for no cause, it looks like. Okay, they are gonna get buried in time. The observer is with this army though, so they will get picked off. Although they're getting an okay trade here. Oh.
High Templar!
2 High Templars and 2 Dragoons so far. Our 3rd Dragoon, 1 High Templar on literally 1 HP.
Oh my lord. Sir, your control groups. Why are the High Templar in the middle of all of them?
Moving down with some more lurkers. I don't know if I agree with this push out with these lurkers. He doesn't have anything to back them up, and now Surikata knows that there's lurkers on the map, so he'll be a bit more careful with his unit movements. But for now, he's just kind of holding, sitting still. He's going to move forward right into these lurker spines. The observer is a little bit slower than the army. It took him a second to know they were move command. Lings are going to come forward and kind of help with this. Good storm going down, kills the last 2 of those lurkers. And now it's just cracklings left over. They only have Carapace, right? I'm trying to see if I can find one on the map to click on. I don't think he's got melee upgrades yet, so... there's one.
That I've seen.
Oh yeah, he's 2-1. Okay, so he does have 1 melee upgrade, so it is negating that armor that Surikata does have. But Surikata is quickly moving up to +2 armor. He's actually skipping the +2 weapons, which I kind of like. The armor's probably going to do more against the cracklings than that weapon upgrade.
Especially have 3 armor on the cracklings.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, that I like the armor better, because he's already behind on those Carapace upgrades. He's never going to get back to 2 hitting Zerlings. So I actually like the fact that he's going armor first. But here we go, pushing into that natural. We don't really have anything here to help defend. It's only some Sunkens and like a handful of Zerglings here. I mean, they are Cracklings, but you can put your Cracklings OP hat on all you want. That's just not going to win this fight, unfortunately.
Yeah. We need more reinforcements here.
He just doesn't
He's got
have
one high
the
tempo.
economy.
I mean, for Surrey, I mean, realistically, the game's over, but he really could... If he brought forth the whole might of his army that's kind of just chilling around...
Yeah, he's just mass expanding behind this.
I mean, I'm fine with this. This is looking really good for our boys today.
Killa Ace is working on getting his drone count up, though, again, so... If Surikata sleeps on this for too long and doesn't break him, and maybe something can happen here. I would really like to see the Defiler Mound go down. If you're going to go for the Crackling style, you really need Defilers to complement that. Defilers and Lurkers are both necessary in order to make Crackling. You can't just go pure Crackling.
You need all of the Plague to really ruin the Protoss day.
Yeah, we do have Lurkers coming down. We only have 1 Storm. That first Storm is a decent Storm, though. Does knock one of the Lurkers down pretty low, and gets a little bit of damage on another one. Corsair scouting on the map is going to find this hidden hatchery in the top right location. But Surikata's just playing it extra safe. I don't know if he knows about the 3rd o'clock in the kind of top middle there, but these Corsairs are about to scout it, and once he sees what's there, I'm sure he's going to pop up there and finish that off. And then our Zerg player is going to be only on 2 base economy, and meanwhile our Protoss will be on basically 3, because that Natural's about to mine out, but it's still got a little bit of mining left in it. Yeah, he is going to pop up there and kill this 3rd base, and that's going to be really rough here for Killa Ace.
Bringing your full army to bear on this. Oh, we're gonna go click down the Nidus Canal. That's smart. Lurker doesn't stand a chance. Sunkens doing their best, but it's never enough.
Never enough. Surikata's gonna wipe this base out.
Run by here.
Actually manages to get more drones out than I thought I would. Yeah, the Crackling run by, that is actually pretty big. He can probably A-click on this Nexus and kill it before any reinforcements can get here. And he might even, if he knows about the 3rd base, might be able to do the same. No, there's a high tempo there. Never mind, he's not going to get that one.
Oh no no no
burning the Lurker.
No!
First fight was not A-clicked, so it does not connect well.
Oh, I just watched my life flash before my eyes.
Those probes lined up for it.
Yeah.
GG is called. Killa Ace is going to tap out. Surikata is going to take the first game.
GG's.
That is going to make it 1-0 for Hydralick Deez Nuts. 2-1 total in score, since Just Desert has already 2-0'd their first game.
Yeah, as a Zerg, I was really hoping for that spine to hit. As Zuri's co-captain, I'm really glad it didn't.
Yeah, he is A-clicked on. I mean, one spine isn't going to kill all those pros, but it's going to weaken them quite a bit. Maybe those Cracklings finish them all off at that point.
Yeah, but it'll look really cool.
It will look really cool.
That was a solid game 1. Let's see what they've got for us in game 2.
Well, I would expect no less from your team to pick this. Oh, actually, your team didn't pick, so never mind.
No, I have been telling all of our boys to pick 76, though. For no particular reason.
Alright, let's go ahead and take a quick break. We're going to get some water, get some snacks. Go hit up the restroom if you need to hit the restroom. We'll be back with you guys here in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Yep.
Strap right in, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have fireworks here.
My gosh, how's that live?
He's coming in from the side. There's only one SCV on the ramp. He can get up here. There's not enough surface area to block these links. All these Marines are going to fall to these links.
He might think that he can bust in here, not realise that Lurkers are about to pop out, and now be forced to back out. So it's actually
Madness, because Honey Badger should lose this game. There's just one Marine on the ramp and he floated the barracks.
For Slowling, so let's see how this goes.
Yeah, well, one thing, if Killer Ace was more on top of his production, he would be able to produce out enough things to defend this. But as it stands, the link speed upgrade of the control group coming in behind, so a very big ling advantage for either homie, but not enough service area. This evolution chamber is in a beautiful position, splitting their shots a little bit too much to mop this up cleanly. But the forces in the main base have started to become unloaded. We'll be going to insult. There's nothing here to defend. These Sunkens can't move. So right now he's going to be losing this lair, this pool, this gas in the main base, and there's nothing really to either homie.
Delay the cannons getting jumped on, and no, the first cannon's gonna get jumped on instantly and go down. This is probably the writing on the wall. Probes still aren't even being pulled. The other cannons aren't things you can have against a push like this, but the engage is coming down now. Zealots are getting help with these hydras. It looks like there might just barely be enough here for Zoom.
Cannons here, and Jump is actually going to pull right up before Storm is done. There's no Storm, it's just barely starting. He's going to kill this easily.
Yeah, these drones in the natural either, so he's not really got any income because these drones are all on the gas right now. He's using all of his overlords. He can't even replace these overlords. Laka in absolute disarray as the muters come back. Barely killed that hatchery, like barely killed that hatchery.
There's a lot of vultures actually. This is gonna do surprisingly well against the large number of hydras that have been brought up here just from sure massive numbers. Power getting shoved back. 2 wraiths a little bit too much for that. And without any Scourge to punish, he's not gonna be able to save the rest of these Guardians. That's another huge blow here for Naka. Is kind of running out of time.
At the moment, Shuttle is coming in. EMP is not ready. There is no energy on that vessel, man. But Protoss doesn't know that, but doesn't matter. He goes into the stasis. Oh, they drop in the back was pretty good work. But I think
Dragon's starting to skirmish with him and leading up a little bit of his army. If he goes in a bit too haphazardly here, it could be bad.
Well, look, if Dragon can shut down this top right, he still has a chance here. As long as he holds his main and the bottom right, he's still running a bit. I think he can still do this. From the left, it's 9 o'clock.
So many SCVs
going down for Wolfix.
Engage. Oh, it's a nice
Dragoons. Quite a lot of Dragoons. 18 Dragoons and then 6 tanks. The map is not good here for Wolfix. He's going to lose all of these siege tanks. Oh no. Dragon in absolute command of this game right now, raining down like fight for his family. Do you think he goes home and like hurts animals?
Look at this
across the map.
What's going on right now?
I don't understand. He's just going to try and attack into this. There's a huge swell. There's plenty of stasis now. He's got at least 1 stasis available, and he's going to go down this back row of tanks. 4 siege tanks currently stasis. There is a nice little choke point that he has to attack into, which is kind of helping Wolfix trade somewhat effectively right now. But with those 4 siege tanks in lockdown, and it doesn't matter if Wolfix is target firing, it's still going to be hard for him to trade too cost efficiently. But he is coming out ahead in supplies. There's 4 arbiters, and the huge stasis goes up on the Goliaths, even getting his own observer. But it does.
His man.
He has a lot of arbiters, Nebline, and it's getting to a point where he could start stasising all of the tanks of Wolfix with one round of stasis.
His main, wouldn't worry about it.
Don't notice the freezing time, right? Just suddenly you're in the next game state.
Oh, look at this huge force. Wolfix is unsieged.
All this army's going to get on top of a huge stasis from Dragon, getting the backline tanks. The EMP does come down, but it might be too late. There's just still slightly too much Protoss. He's going to at least trade off mostly now, though. Zakram going to be pushing in.
I don't know about this.
Position can be busted. I don't know about this at all. One of the shuttles goes down before unloading. Another couple of Zealots are going to be able to get out. And the Reavers coming out on the eastern flank to try and support. But I don't think his attack is going to work at all. Completely denied his to attack upgrade. So, Zekrom hasn't started.
I certainly haven't started mine, man. I'm sitting here.
This is not a vulture. This is not a tight wall. This is not a tight wall, Nebline. Look at these vultures.
No.
Desecrating the sacred ground of this Nexus expansion, completely dominating these probes and forcing them into retreat. Only 3 of the probes managing to get out.
Oh my god, that one survivor, man. He's like, I've seen some shit. Oh,
I've seen some shit, man. I've seen some shit. I've done some stuff.
They're like, man, you lying.
Yeah, they have not given him, like, you know, his discharge is going back to 3 o'clock.
Yeah, get back up there. We don't believe you.
Oh, and that's the probe. The same probe is the one who drops the pile on there, by the way.
He's the one that knows. Yeah, get back up there. We don't believe you.
Oh, and that's the probe. The same probe is the one who drops the pile on there, by the way.
He's the one that knows.
Cat just came over and begged for attention, and I reached out to pet her, and she ran away.
Oh, classic cat things.
Welcome back to the stream, everyone. Currently up 1-0 for Hydralick These Nuts. Suricata leading the series so far. Let's get into our next game, and we're going to be on 76.
Surrey's hard carrying our team this week.
In the top left, we have Nam Killa Ace, the Purple Zerg, playing for Team Just Desserts. And in the bottom left, currently up 1-0, it is Nam Surikata, our orange Protoss, playing for Team Hydralick Deez Nuts. Here on 76, one of our weirder maps, one of the weirder maps we've had in a long while, but one that I actually don't mind. Usually I'm not a big fan of the wonky ASL or KSL maps, but 76 actually looks interesting to play on and not just torture.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. I kind of wish we had August Grad or Fallout, but you know, I'll take 76.
I have nightmares about August Grad, okay? I got Zergling rushed and I couldn't get my drones past all the critters and past the gas out of my base.
Come on, Kelly, can you jump it? Can you jump it? Oh, look at this man.
Kill Ace,
he's trying.
Needs to click. There we go. Yeah, right click.
Got it.
Okay, Kill Ace is going to go for the fast expand. So is Surikata, both of them jumping over the mineral patch into their back natural. It's going to be a interesting decision if Surikata, or excuse me, Kill Ace goes for Mutas. We can go into those kind of Muta versus Corsair games. This does seem like it'd be a decent map for Corsair Reaver, which isn't as popular these days, but still always a viable option.
I can definitely see us getting some heavy Corsair play, minimal.
Surikata actually going to the Forge in the low ground for that mineral only, so he might go for like 3 really quick bases here and just cannon the heck out of his front, maybe. But that doesn't bode well if we go for a really fast Mutas from Killa Ace. It might even be worth it to throw in his gas now and go lair before that second hatchery, or start the gas before the second hatchery and go for really fast Mutas. Or get that second hatchery down and then immediately start the gas. Either or would work. Surrey is going to get the very last possible scout on our Zerg player here.
That's always unfortunate when, just at any point, it's always unfortunate to get the last scout.
Yeah. Let's see what that second Overlord is going. He doesn't need to worry about getting his natural cannon, so I wonder if he's going to scout with that second Overlord, if he's just going to send it out to his natural. Looks like he's going towards the middle of the map for now. I don't think that's a rally, so I think that's intentional. We'll see where he decides to sit
Cannon on the high ground.
Interesting.
Cheeky little Surrey thing to do.
Probably going to see Gateway here then, and then maybe another cannon behind it? I'm not sure.
This is the kind of thing that he does because, like, oh, well, there's 0.1 millimeter of pixel where a link can fit through below the pylon, so therefore you put the cannon here.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a tad well for that pylon this time, but I think you can fit between the pylon and the forge with this setup. I think it's if the forge is above. Yeah, he's gonna go for that second cannon behind the pylon as well.
He's worried about a link flood. That's what he's worried about.
I mean, it makes sense. This is kind of one of those maps that a lot of people don't want to play on, so it's definitely a map you need to be prepared for the potential of link floods, 4 pools, 2 gates, all sorts of funny stuff. Even in the ASL, where those kind of players, you know, the pro players, they practice the heck out of these maps, and a lot of them were just cheesing because they didn't want to deal with this map, so
yeah,
definitely something to worry about.
The way to handle it.
Yeah. He does get in far enough with those Zerglings to see if there isn't a Nexus on the low ground, but he's got to suspect if it's a Forge first, there is a Nexus in that back base location. We do have the gas and the quick lair coming up, so we're probably going to see Muta play here from Killa. Although you could do some cute stuff with like lurker drops early on, especially if Surrey's going to rely on these cannons to try and keep him alive through the early game. And it's going to be a long time before he gets any detection out or any way to deal with lurkers or Hydra drops properly.
Yeah, we're going to just start the gateway now.
Oh, good catch on this probe is going to fall. Does shut down scouting, so we're not going to see what that, or Surikata's not going to see what that lair tech is anymore. He just knows that it's on the way.
Yeah, I think because there's no way of moving around this map unless you do some crazy double layer type things, preferred by me. You're just gonna have to assume mutas. I think it's a fair assumption, especially at this level.
Yeah, no, mutas are definitely going to be the more common option here. Secondly, if you're blind, what I would suspect first and foremost, but Macro Hatch actually is going to go down to that natural. I like this for the sense that you can't transfer drones down to this back natural location, so he's going to get his drone count up higher quicker. But one of his Macro Hatches is now no longer going to be able to rally units out onto the map. So he'll either need to get dropper lords to use those appropriately and micro those, or he's going to go for Spire, and he's going to just make mutas, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Does have one drone that's not been mining for basically the last 3 minutes, unfortunately. Not the biggest deal at this point, but I mean, hey,
Union drone.
Union drone.
you got plenty of them in your mineral line. I got plenty of them in my mineral line. We all know that feel.
Real quick gas here to the natural. So yeah, we're definitely going to see a muta game here. See if he takes the third gas. I don't know that he needs it. Not this early, at least. So
Yeah, he should be fine for a
Drone's
bit.
popping out.
Cybercore in the pocket base just is a neat little spot to put it.
No, he doesn't have any. Oh no, he does have a cannon in his, or a pylon in his name. So Stargate's going to go down instantly. We are going to have mutas out on the map before the first Corsair finishes. They won't make it to the base before the first Corsair finishes, but that is very important to note. You should have your first 4 mutas and your first 2 pairs of Scourge on the map and heading towards the Protoss' base before that first Corsair even finishes. So if we don't see a cannon really quickly, yeah, there's a cannon in the mineral line, good. He's got to make sure that those Corsairs don't fall to those Scourge immediately.
Yeah,
We'd like to see the +1 air weapon started. Yeah, I would get more cannons in that third base. Okay, there's the +1 air weapon. So yeah, he's definitely going into an air game. He knows that it's a high potential. He hasn't exactly scouted the tech because his probe got killed pretty early on, but we actually got the third gas going up here.
Game rebuild scouts, right? 100% scouts.
I mean, you want to get super technical. That first, if scouts build faster, that first scout would be more important than that first Corsair in a situation like this because your Corsair is not going to be out in time, and the scout is more microable and does more damage to air units. So.
True.
Alright, Zerg player is taking that third gas, yeah. So we are seeing the 3 gas. We have 4 drones on that right gas. I don't think
he's going for the sunken at the ramp too, which is nice.
Yeah, you don't. It's a mistake. Okay. Yeah, I do like maps that have this kind of thing. It's an old issue that a lot of older maps that had weird base layouts had, is that Zergs couldn't put sunkens at their natural choke. So it's a more modern thing in the last few years that we've seen these like Chrysalis, or that one map that had the back pocket expansion that was on the ladder recently. They had the overmines.
Oh yeah, I know which one you're thinking of.
First Corsair is now out, but when we have one Muta, he actually didn't pop. I don't know if he got supply blocked on that when the Spire finished, or what happened. That we actually didn't get a large Muta pop with the Scourge, so our Mutas are a bit delayed. The Scourge are out now, but we do know it's Muta tech now for sure. So now they can pull back to the safety of the cannons. Yeah, I like that decision. He's seeing it's a committal to potential Muta game. Second Stargate's going to be super important. Especially because if we're going for Mutas here, it's going to be a while before we get Hydras, and he's definitely not going to get a critical Hydra mask to really break up this ramp. He can break this front, though. So the fact that Suricata actually put this on the low ground here is a bit of an interesting decision, because it does mean he's a lot more vulnerable to Hydras than he needed to be.
Yeah, he definitely just did a standard setup. And I mean, I guess he's going to take the mineral only.
Yeah, I mean, I figured he was going to take that quickly. I'm wondering if he's going to go into Corsair Reaver eventually, but yeah, for now I think he's just going for Mass Corsair. And I really think he needs to get more cannons in this third base.
The only 2 cannons here. What's our Corsair cannon? 3?
3, but it's going to be a while before we get +1. These cannons will die almost instantly. We have 9, 10 mutas, 11 mutas now.
Oh, we got a full group already. Yeah, this is a problem.
Yeah, these cannons are going to just evaporate. It's like 5 volleys from a muta to kill a cannon. Maybe even 4. I'm not sure the exact number, but it's not a high amount. Those cannons are gone now, and these are not enough Corsairs to fight these mutas. This might be a really quick just 2 bring back. Yeah, 1 each.
Yeah,
well, that can make those mutas back. Yeah.
Dead.
Losing all these probes is massive. Needs to keep these mutas here, kill this entire base, and just use the Scourge to kind of
grab the Corsairs that pop.
Yeah, there's another Corsair that's out. We are, I think, at 5 Corsairs now. No, we're at 4 still. That +1 might even get cancelled. Did it finish or did it get cancelled? It did finish, okay. The Zealots are moving across the map trying to do a counterattack here, but you have a ramp here. It actually doesn't have very many Zerglings. I was going to say you can hold this ramp infinitely with just Zerglings and this one sunken, but the Zealots might actually get in and do some good damage.
Alright. Oh, there's a lot of mutas at home.
Fighting the rings. More and more mutas are starting to pop out. Actually, yeah, these aren't going to get very much damage done. He's lost his natural base now entirely. Corsairs are finally coming out to fight. But yeah, they're going to lose. These are +1 carapace mutas. They were out. It's insanely fast. We have quite a large count out. This base is just gone. It's dead. We're going to lose all the tech that was down here. We've lost the Nexus. We're not going to be able to re-expand here. We lost all the probes that we had. This is looking really dire for Suricata. He's got more Corsairs on the way. If he can get up to a decent count, maybe he can start to fight back against the mutas, but we're still only at 4. Actually, these mutas don't need to run away. Well, they're actually pretty weakened. Okay. Pull back to the reinforcing mutas that are coming in, and now we turn and fight, and yeah.
Honestly, I think it's fair to GG here and just step into game 3.
Yeah, this is looking really, really dire for him. These Scourge are going to connect really well as well. There's 1 that goes down, 2, 3 go down. You have 1 Corsair left that's on 1 hit. Another Corsair does pop out, but With some good moving shots, you can kill that. Actually, just going to focus on the Stargate. So we're going to go back down to 1 Stargate, but we're only on 3 Corsairs, one of which is almost dead.
There's only 1 cannon.
There's
in the
still
main,
only one cannon in the main, yeah.
Yeah.
And the cannon in the natural isn't even done yet. We do have a High Templar. I don't know if Storm finished. I'm assuming it did because it's not researching right now. So we may have Storm. I'd like to see a second High Templar pop out before it's too late getting an Archon. It might be your only chance if you're planning on staying in this. It's going to move forward. Aculus is a Corsair on that Scourge.
And I was talking about this, I think, during a mech game, a ZVT, where it's one, if you have the control for multiple groups of mutas, it is one of the strongest things in the game. It just...
Oh, for sure. Jaedong spent years just surviving on his muta micro because he would control multiple groups at once and just overwhelm positions. That's really, 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 really hard to do, though. I mean, let me assure you, it is not an easy task.
Look,
if you get a Zerg player that
one
can do
group
it.
of mutas right is near impossible. Controlling 2 is not what I'm about.
Yeah, it's insanely difficult. Chilla Ace is expanding to another gas base in that top right. I really like that. It's a really far away location. He's not under any threat. I would actually even like to see him take the natural. Might as well get both of them going, start drawing them up, because there's nothing the Protoss can do about it.
Whoop.
He's got enough mutas now. Oh, they're kind of clumped, though. With a bad engage. Oh, I didn't even see those on the side. Yeah, there's just too many mutas here. He's going to get overwhelmed. So we're going to GG out. We're going to tie the series up 1-2-1.
Yeah, that was just so many. I think that was like 3 or 4 control groups of mutas just flying in there. Just go, my mutas. Win,
that's enough.
Win me the game.
That's enough to just A-click mutas. Who needs micro when you've got that many?
Dude, I mean, why would you micro? You're playing Zerg. Come on. Get with the program, man.
How dare you? Zerg is the most micro
move. Box like Hydra A move. That's how you win.
Well, not all of us like Hydras in every matchup.
Well, not everyone can be right. That's not my fault. That's your fault.
Oh wow, I'm the incorrect one. I see. Want to begin with ZVZ? Let me see your Hydra build.
I'm working on it. All right. One of these days, I'm gonna show up with like a really solid Hydra build in ZVZ, and I'm gonna be like, "No, it's still bad. What are you doing?"
All right, in the top right, we have our purple Zerg playing for Team Justice Zergs, making the series tied up to 1-1 with a very impressive muta game last game. It is our purple Zerg Nom Killa Ace, and in the bottom left, representing Team Hydralick These Nuts, it is our orange Protoss Nom Suricata.
Let's go, Hydralick These Nuts.
You're on the map Paradiso this time.
A much more standard-ish map.
Yeah, no, this is a. It's almost like a kind of an offshoot of like a Vermeer's kind of mentality of how maps should be laid out.
Yeah, and I like it to an extent. I like the big macro games that Vermeer-style maps give us.
Oh, definitely. I like maps like this because it's not like you
fun.
Can't cheese or be super aggressive, but it also gives you the option to macro. Where some maps you don't have an option, you have to play like an extremely awkward build. Like 76 is one where you can't play standard game on that map. Yeah, but I do like 76 because it actually gives you some options, whereas like other island-esque maps that we've had in the past don't really give you options. You have one way to play, or else you just lose.
True, especially if you're Zerg.
Especially
Zerg
if you're
and
Zerg.
island maps. Name a more bad duo.
Well, I mean, it depends. We've had island maps where Zerg's completely and utterly dominated because you do get a quick, 2 or 3 gases like you do on 76. Mutas can get out of control really, really quickly, as we saw last game. But we've also had plenty of island maps where Zerg only gets 1 gas. So at that point, what do? You get dropper lords and hope that you can sneak them in without them getting picked off, because you're not going to get enough mutas to ever fight anything. So
yeah, it's just island maps are such a coin toss sometimes. It feels.
They really are. It's historically speaking, it goes one of 2 ways. Either there's enough gas that Zerg just dominates on island map, or there's not enough gas and Zerg just literally can't do anything. And that seems to be the flavor of the month for how island maps have always worked out. But 76, like I said, that small wrap doesn't give you it's not a lot you can do with it, but you can do something with it. It does give you some small extra play in there. And we've seen some pretty decent maps in the ASL last season on it. I will not spoil it for anyone who may still not be caught up, but there were some decent games on that map. So
there were some fun games on that for sure. All right, Forge Fast Expand cross map against a, what was that, an overpool?
I was not paying attention, but based on that hatchery timing, it was 100% an overpool. And yeah, Forge Expands seem to be getting a lot more popular lately. I've seen a lot more Forge Expands on the ladder. It seems like people are moving away from that Gateway Expand. I'm wondering if the Zergs got more aggressive, because you do that Gateway in the low ground, you know, an early pool, you could just outright lose to that. So I'm wondering if we're seeing one of those meta shifts where Zerg got sick and tired of the Zealot trickles, so they just started being overly aggressive early on. Almost loses the probe, but does manage to keep it alive. That's really important. Oh, he does lose it. Never mind.
Caster Curse.
Spoke too
Got him,
soon.
boys.
Drone is going to come back home and does scout the front. I like the Forge Expand as a Zerg because it allows me to play extra greedy. Like, at this point, Killer Ace has another 2 minutes.
Immediately.
Yeah, he has another 2 minutes where he doesn't have to make anything but drones. He can just spam drones. And there's nothing that Suricata can do about it. But, despite what you might think, going for a First First does not actually make your tech or anything any slower. In fact, you actually can get a stronger economy quicker. So that Gateway Explosion can actually come up a lot faster. So it is something that the Zerg needs to be aware of as well.
And he skipped a Zealot for quite some time there, so that way he can get his Cyber Core down quicker.
Yeah, no, I like that. These kind of shortcuts
nice
that we're seeing from Protosses that didn't used to be common. I like this SimCity from Killer Ace here. This is a really good SimCity. You can even get a Evo chamber down at the very bottom and like almost entirely wall this off. The hatcheries larva should pop out between the two hatcheries and the hatchery and the Evo chamber, and you just create eggs there, and that's a solid one. Not even Lynx can get through that. So you just do all the way around and through the mineral line to get to any Sunkens that are behind there. It's a really strong SimCity there.
No, this third is super easy to SimCity, and I love it.
Probe is going out to rescout. Doesn't scout the third quite yet, but he should see that right now. He did check that high ground base first. I actually do like this third a little bit better in the situation because of this wall and potential. Usually I would prefer the kind of pocket high ground bases, but Zerglings out on the map. Now we are popping some Zerglings a little bit earlier than he needed to, but he doesn't actually have scouting information on how many Zealots are out yet, and he hasn't seen them move out, but better safe than sorry. He's definitely at the point where Zealots could start looking out, so, and they'll be able to chase this probe out, so I don't hate it. We're actually going to see a quick Hydralick den. We're going to have a Hydra den before the 5th hatchery goes down, before Lair Tech as well, so this is almost looking like it was a 5 hatch before gas build at first, but he skipped the 5th hatch to get the Hydra den down a little bit quicker, and got just a slightly quicker gas as well. Probe is going to be able to make it back home.
We should be seeing the... Ooh, it's an Evo chamber. Alright. I was expecting him to drop the 5th hatch there, but nope. Guess not. Screw the caster.
That's an interesting Evo base, or Evo chamber location. I guess you can place a hatchery to the right there, and that will create a kind of SimCity. That's not the strongest of SimCities. Usually you would see the hatchery on the right, and the Evo chamber between the two hatcheries. That's the most common way to do a SimCity in your natural. But this works still. You can place a hatchery to the right there, and that gives them a kind of small little area they have to trickle in there, or through there on the Evo chamber. And will probably give you better unit flow later as well. There's a lot of SimCities that can really mess up the Zerg's unit flow as they're starting to mass out Hydras in the mid and late game.
Yeah, it's sometimes your own worst enemy is yourself.
Yeah.
Hydra speed coming on up here.
Suricata skipping that early Zealot's kind of hurting a little bit here. We're at 31 drones to 34 probes. He hasn't been able to put any pressure on the drone or the Zerg, so the Zerg's just been droning like crazy.
Alright, second Sarah's out. Templar Archives coming on up here.
And we are seeing Hydra starting to get made, so we're going to stop at that 32 drone count. We are going to go for a 5 hatch Hydra without the 5th hatch. Should see that go down for too much longer, I would assume. Or is there a second Evo chamber somewhere, maybe? No, so he's not doing double upgrades. It's just a delayed hatchery.
Lair coming on up here.
Yeah, you do need to eventually get that Lair, and hopefully it's something that a lot of players that skip. Wow, that drone saturation in his main. Oh man, he's only got 6 drones mining minerals in his main.
Yeah, he transferred drones to his natural when it finished.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going for an overboard, you can do that. But actually, one thing I just noticed about the third base, the mineral patches are... This looks like Blizzard made this map with how far away some of these mineral patches are from this hatchery.
Oh
Holy
god,
crap.
yeah, the top is disastrously
That's like
bad.
4 drones to saturate that properly at the top. Yeah, that's like Blizzard mineral patches. Holy crap. So maybe
Blizzard,
I don't like this third base location as much. Okay, we are starting to resaturate that main. Actually, could use a couple more drones up there. If we're going to start going up to 40 to 50 drones, you definitely want to saturate that main a bit better. You don't want just one for mineral patch in that main at that point. Still no 5th hatch, surprisingly.
Yeah, and it's starting to show in his bank, especially with his gas, because he's got nothing to spend gas on. He's only building Hydras. Hydras are literally free when it comes to gas. I'm sure you get paid to build Hydras some days.
Well, I mean, he's mining 3 gas, so he's probably going to go for lurkers. Yeah, there's the lurker aspect starting now. But yeah, no, 6 hatchery production, you can support that off of only 2 gases. Zealots are on the map, but not doing anything quite yet. We do have actually 4 Corsairs on the map as well. 5 Corsairs. I was actually on the bottom right there, so might be looking to start picking off some Overlords here. If he can get a Zealot attack in, I don't know if he has the Zealot numbers though. You need enough to like tank the Hydra shots for long enough to pick off a bunch of Overlords. But it's a really common tactic that kind of has fallen a little bit out of favor. But you do kind of that Zealot run in because most Zergs have all their Overlords stacked near wherever their rally point is, and then you just blast down the Overlords and let the Zealots die.
I hate that because I lose all my Overlords to that, and then I cry.
Yeah, it's definitely painful. A little bit of poking in here with the Zealots, but the Corsairs aren't even here, so I guess just seeing what's going on, not going to actually overcommit. Still no 5th hatch. We do have double Evo, but with this much gas and with the drone count getting to where it's at, he could definitely at least support a 5th hatchery with a double Evo. Like I said, I do enjoy a style where you go double Evo off 6 hatcheries, but for that you want to be around like 55 drones. He's not quite there yet, but he definitely has the drone count to support that 5th hatchery, so I'd like to see that go down for much longer, but he's running out on minerals because the saturation just isn't the greatest. That 3rd base with that weird mineral layout plus the sunken in the way, and then his main being undersaturated, he's actually got a decent drone count and can definitely support 5 hatcheries, but he's just not mining as optimally as he could, so it actually feels to him like he's running low on minerals. We do have the lurkers coming down. We might see him push across that and go for a lurker contain. But once that gateway explosion happens, and we just finished that up, Protoss is going to actually start outproducing the Zerg now, so I don't know if you can actually keep that contain going. Corsair's kind of poking in here Corsair's poking in here, seeing what damage they can get done. The Overlords have actually been moved mostly over to that. Oh no, that's so many Overlords and they're clumping! Oh, this could be painful! But the Hydras are going to come and defend them. It's a little bit of tickling. Do these have +1 on these Corsairs? No, it's just 5 normal Corsairs, but they still will evaporate a clump of Hydras, or Overlords pretty quickly, so.
Alright, ooh, big Zealot moving coming in here. Now this is where he died with the stairs.
I would like to see him just right-click that hatchery and get it and get out. Yeah, he's going to do that. Now run away. Gets the cancel. Doesn't get the drone though, so it's going to be able to go down back instantly, but that hatchery was like seconds away from finishing, so that's still pretty big. These Corsairs can move down and kill these Overlords so easily. There's only like 4 Hydras here defending them. The counterattack is going to be down in the meantime for our Zerg player.
Overlords here.
But we do have Storm, and we do have High Templars out, so I don't know if this counterattack's going to be able to do much. Actually, it goes back and catches those Zealots from trying to run home, so we lose all of the Zealots. Corsair's still sitting there doing nothing. There's nothing defending these Overlords. These Overlords are entirely... Okay, one Hydra's coming up. This one Hydra's going to be a hero and save these Overlords.
Don't worry, boys. You're safe with him.
Oh my gosh, please. Sir, move these Corsairs down.
This is actually giving me, like, Zerg anxiety. Watching these Corsairs just chill here with all these Overlords.
Okay, more micro hatches coming down. I do like this. Since they're so late, there's no point in using them as part of the SimCity, especially with that double Evo chamber. So I like that they're all in one location. It'll make his macro a lot easier when he gets to the mid and late game, when he starts having more than just the 5-0 hatcheries. Yeah. Oh my gosh, these Corsairs are still sitting there.
This semi-contain that's being set up. Like, huh, whoops.
Yeah, it's too late for the contain now. Suricot is just going to outproduce the Zerg players. There's no observers out yet, though.
No.
Is there any?
The observatory is built. He just doesn't have
it. Yeah, it's been built for a minute. He didn't make it immediately. So we do have a ton of storms here, though. That's 4, 8. No, 6. That's not a high tempo. This is We've got 6 storms here. That's a pretty good amount of storms. Storms are going to be really important because we only have our first observer popping on, but there's almost no Hydras here.
No. Come on, hit the storms up. There we go.
One storm, mostly storm Zealots, though, unfortunately, with that one. Does pick off the observer, but I mean, we still have 2 storms on this High Templar, and these lurkers are pretty clumped. He could definitely push out of this. Okay, lurkers are spreading out a bit better now, but another observer's out, and there's no Hydras here to defend this. So he's got to be really careful here. If he loses this to like the 5 Hydras that are here, it's going to be really sad. Good storm. Blast all those Hydras. There's no Hydras left. He's definitely going to break this contain. Oh, and he's going to... All the Overlords over here are getting picked off, so Killer Ace is now supply blocked. Both of them sitting on 2k banks, so both of them are definitely saving up to send their kids to college here.
You see, Surrey, being a very kind and generous soul that he is, goes ahead and kills the entire Zerg army after killing the Overlord, so he's no longer supply blocked.
I mean, that's always the best feeling as a Zerg player. You lose all your Overlords, so you just suicide your army in so you can make a new army, you know?
Yeah.
I'd like to see,
just lose your army.
I'd like to see some lurkers with this supply that you just freed up. You really need lurkers quickly before he pushes across the map.
No,
the Corsairs! They finally
no.
move out just to go right over a bunch of Hydras. That's unfortunate.
Oh, come on, go left or right. There's so many Overlords that he's just driving past.
Oh, this is scaring me. Fortunately, Surikata is just double expanding and not pushing, but the fact that he's not making lurkers... Okay, lurkers finally on the way. Yeah, Surikata had just pushed across the map to the end of the game, but I prefer this, this idea of double expanding here. He doesn't exactly know what's back home for the Zerg at the moment, so went ahead and get more ahead, as someone says. Yeah, get ahead. And he can definitely get out of the double expand. And double expanding here is scary. Once the Zerg scouts this, he's going to feel really under pressure because he should be on at least 5 bases to Protoss' 4 base. Realistically, probably on 6 because Protoss is still mining from his main and natural for another 2 or 3 minutes or so. So he's going to have a full 4 base economy for a good minute or two. That's a lot of income coming in.
Yeah, being equal bases with someone who's trading infinitely more valuable than you, or infinitely more efficiently than you. Storm is literally infinite value, assuming that the storms land.
Zerg trades more effectively, otherwise it would be an issue that Zerg never has more supply than Protoss.
Fair.
Alright, here comes the massive move out. We do have 4 hotkeys and then just a little bit too many more Hydras, so he had to box move those last bits, but oh no, he's got to be really careful with these lurkers. He's going to lose a couple almost instantly. And they're going to burrow, but there's nothing here to support them, and they're going to be dumped on by these... does get one of the High Templars, though. Big Storm. Basically. Storm's his own observer, so now he can't see these lurkers anymore. And Killer Ace is actually going to push Surikata back here because of that Storm killing his own observer. He's not able to kill those lurkers.
Alright,
and where is the army?
It seems like Surge is learning from Fridge here in terms of storming your own units.
Yeah, we are out of storms here for Surikata now. Is there enough here to finish things up? No, there's just not enough Dragoons here. The upgrades are looking really good as well as 2-1 versus 2-1. Getting that double Evo chamber definitely paid off for him. We do
reinforcements from the 4th base. She's going to come in here. That's exactly what we needed at this moment.
Yeah, but it's all Zealots, and these Lurkers are spread out pretty darn well. He's going to finish up all the Hydras, though, so the next round of Dragoons that comes out can definitely pick the rest of this off. And we do have some High Templars coming down as well, so we have some Storms left over. Back at home, we do have Hive Tech for our Zerg players. So we are getting Cracklings, and we are showing the +1 melee attack as well. I think we just had +2 armor finish. Yeah, +2 carapace finish for our Zerg.
Speed right now.
Oof. Yeah, if you're going to go for Hive and you don't have Ling Speed, start your Ling Speed when you start your Hive. I'd like to see the Filer Mound go down as well. Definitely need a 4th
Robo and Bay at the 4th base.
Yeah, I like that. We're going to start seeing the what's that unit called? The Reaver! The Reavers come out to help defend these bases, and that's always brutal. You can't push a base that's got Storm and Reavers. You're just never going to break it. At that point, you just let that base exist, and you stop the Scarab Carrier. The Scarab Carrier and a Scarab Carrier. Exactly.
See, it's catching. I told you guys. It's the Scarab Carrier, the shuttle.
Alright, Corsairs are going to scout this 4th base, and it is undefended. There's no way for Zerg to get down here and defend it, so probably going to move his army down there and kill that. But there's another 4th base in that top left location. I'd really like to see him move at least a few Lurkers and Hydras over there, just to buy enough time for his army to react to the Protoss going to attack it if it does. Also, wouldn't mind seeing just some little scouting Zerglings on the map just to try and watch for the army movement. They can die, that's the purpose. 25 minerals to know which direction the Protoss army is moving is pretty good, but it is definitely something that I
scouting links are just covering the base that he's already built.
Yeah, gotta make sure the Protoss isn't expanding here. Yeah, I'm surprised. Okay, he's sending 4 Zealots to that. I like this better. He's pressuring the Zerg so the Zerg can't move out on the map, and then killing this with a couple of Zerglings or Zealots. But he's got to be really careful. This is actually a really small army. There's only 2 Storms. He still doesn't have Kadarian Amulet, so
big move going across the map here.
That's a lot of Lurkers. The problem is it's almost entirely Lurkers. There's like 2 groups of Hydras. I don't know if this is going to be enough to... Oh, and he's going to just move right into these cannons. 2 Lurkers fall almost instantly. No reaction here from Killer Ace or from Surikata, though. He can storm the heck out of these Lurkers. Okay, 1 Storm does go down.
He's microing his heart out on the other side of the map. Oh, no.
Oh, he's going to lose this 3rd base. In the meantime, this attack into the 4th base, the Zerg is going to get cleaned up by the Zerg player.
Stomped by the Zerg.
This is really good for Killer Ace. Killer Ace has just knocked our Protoss player down to 1 mining base, because that Natural's going to mine out any minute now. And in the meantime, he managed to defend his third without losing anything. There's no army left over from Surikata.
No, this is an absolute disaster for Protoss here.
Does he have Reavers in his third yet? He doesn't even have Reavers up yet. He's getting the shuttle speed upgrade. Oh my gosh, this is really bad. No Reavers in that third base because his third base could fall. He might be able to even break this Natural, but we do have some Stormy Boys here. So we got 2 Storms. That might be enough to hold, but the rally of Hydras that should be coming across the map any second now is going to be really scary for Surikata to handle.
Alright, oh!
Decent storm going down there on the Hydras. These Lurkers, these Zealots are getting top of these Hydras, but there's just not quite enough there yet. Another Observer coming over, but that's going to get picked up, almost instantly. It just flies right over the Overlord, so Killer Aces, thanks for the free snipe there. Does get one of the High Templars, the second High Templar, but I think they both
right
get their
down. And losing all your High Templars is just absolutely crushing in a moment like this.
Yeah, this is really bad for Suri. He's on 1 base economy. He's going to hold here for now, but how long can he hold? He's not getting another 4th base up, not anytime soon at least. Do we have Reavers yet? Okay, we have Reavers on the way, so at least this 3rd base should hopefully survive. But how do you get another base?
Zerg's going on to 5 base right now, and Suri's on 1.
Yeah, no, we're getting up to 5 base. We're starting to get those Ling upgrades coming online. Still no Defiler Mound, though. He really... you're getting that 4th gas coming up now, getting onto a 5th gas. That hatchery in the top is very interestingly placed. That top left hatchery. Coming here to try and snipe some of the High Templars. I'm assuming he got 1, but one of them doesn't attack the leader. Got to be really careful. There's 1 storm and then he got is really important. He's just not using it. Okay, catch him with a don't lose no storm! Oh no! This is getting more and more dire for Surya. In a second, he still doesn't have the Kadarian Amulet. It's just about to finish upgrading, so these High Templars pop out with quite a long delay before they get their first storm at the moment.
DT in the top left, gonna go ahead and
yeah, that DT in the top left getting a lot of drones, coming at 5, but now it's gonna attack the hatchery and give itself away, unfortunately.
Force the hatch off position in the main.
Yeah, no, that's what I was talking about. That top left hatch is he's setting up the macro hatch before he has the mining hatch, it's okay. Still no response here from Killer Ace on this DT in the top left. Okay, he's sending Overlords across the map, but no units yet. I think he's just focused on ending the game right now. I think that's what his plan is.
Yeah.
Hardarian Amulet has finished now, so these High Templar don't spawn. They don't spawn with enough energy for Storm, but they're a lot closer when they do spawn. Gonna instantly move in Archon. I don't think it's quite enough. If there was 1 Reaver here.
No. If there was 1 Storm here, even.
He's got a Storm in like 2 seconds, but that's still not enough. There's no cannons left, no units left over. I think this is over. It looks like Killer Ace is going to take it 2-1. Waiting for the GG, but the writing's on the wall at this point. And it's going to be just Desserts once again getting the win.
They're a good unit confirmed.
Ooh, good Storms going down there. I don't know if it's enough though.
No,
here comes the rally of Cracklings. And these are 2-3 or 2-2. Yeah, 2-3 Cracklings. Who needs the Filers when your Zerglings are that tanky? The Dragoons are on 3-1, but they do half damage to Zerglings, so that's still 3... Yeah, that's still 4 hits to kill a Zergling. Because 26 would be 13... 26, 30... No, it is 3 hits, okay. Math is hard.
Yep, Shuttle's gonna get immediately targeted down.
Yeah, that Reaver gets shuttled over, but it's just a little bit too late. The shuttle wasn't out in time. So we're kind of trying desperately to hold on here, but GG is going to be called. Just Dessert's going to go up to a quick 2-0, but Surikata did get at least 1 point for his team with that 1 win in this matchup.
Come on, the boys with 1 point. Let's go. That's fine. Don't worry, we're gonna bring it back. We got this.
That's 2 games out of 9. We've got plenty of chance for Hydralick Deez Nuts to get back on the board.
I'm convinced that our team we're gonna win it. We got this. Look at our boys.
Who played in the first series? Our first series was Celsius versus FA, and Celsius took that 2-0.
Yeah. A solid win to start us off.
Yeah, our second matchup was Surdakata versus Killer Ace, and Killer Ace took that 2-1. So currently, the overall points sit at 4 for Just Desserts and 1 for Hydralick Deez Nuts, because the scoring is based off of map wins, not series wins.
Correct. And I mean, that's how we're gonna win, guys. Map score.
Man looking rough. Don't make fun of me, Arthur. I'm doing the best that I can.
Yeah, wrecked.
I know he's talking about his team because he's on Hydralick Deez Nuts, but...
No, I think he's clearly talking about you.
No, I mean, I'm sure I look really haggard. I'm ready for bed. It's only 4 p.m., but I'm ready for bed. Oh, it's 5 p.m. now.
Mr. Mountain Time over here.
Handsome swag, gentlemen. I got my Ed and Eddie shirt on. Just, that's nice.
What a great shirt.
Mm-hmm.
What a great show.
Mm-hmm. All right. Going into our third series of the night here on Neverland once again. In the top center, we have our Black Protoss. It is Sabbath representing team... who is Sabbath on? I think he's on Just Desserts, right? Yeah, there he is. Just Desserts.
Yeah.
Representing team Just Desserts. And in the bottom right, it is our Pink Terran. It's McClavson representing Hydralick Deez Nuts.
By total accident, I have put him on my YouTube channel. Like 4 or 5 videos out of the last 2 or so weeks. He just plays very interesting games.
Where's my video? I gave you a Hydra replay. Where's my video?
Yes, I literally just got home. Already.
How dare you? Going on vacation?
Oh yeah, honestly, it was a terrible idea. But no, this week's videos are all gonna be whatever I cast tomorrow, basically. Just cut up for the week.
Heart of Turtle, you're like an elite version of Ed Sheeran. Who are you talking about?
Well, I'm sure he's not talking about me. There's one of us here that looks like Ed Sheeran, and it's not me.
Is he saying I look like Ed Sheeran? I don't know if that's a compliment or not. Do women find him attractive? I don't know what women are into these days. I'm an old single man.
I know they were into Ed Sheeran at some point. I went to high school.
Alright, neither one of our players doing anything overly crazy. Just gonna see that gateway. Come on, give me the gateway expand. Nope, there goes the gas. Am I the only one on the front of this gateway expand? Am I just dumb?
Well, look, you're the only one who does gateway expand. I'm the only one who does hydras. Together, we have a bag of builds that can't win anything.
No. What's his name? I'm trying to blink. Oh no. Oh no.
I think I know who you're referring to, but I'm not going to save you on this one.
Oh no, save me. Save me, please. Oh, what's his name? Oh no. I feel so bad we put so many games together.
Oh god. Oh damn it, now I lost his name. It's not Elevation you're not thinking of. It's
No, not Elevation. Oh shoot, someone in chat save me. He goes Hydras in every matchup. You gotta know who he is.
Yeah, I know because I've seen some of his replays. I'm like, oh, this man goes Hydras in every matchup. I like it.
It's gonna come to me eventually, and I'm gonna feel horrible.
I know we've been encouraging more and more people to the gospel.
Light Swarm, thank you, Escalade. Oh my gosh, it's Light Swarm. Yeah, Light Swarm goes Hydras in every matchup.
Light Swarm's gonna come in here and yell at us both. He's like, how
I
do you
know.
guys not know?
I feel so bad. I used to play so many games together. Like, it's been a while, admittedly, but.
Yeah, no, I love watching Light Swarm.
Whiskey Dingo. Does Whiskey Dingo go Hydras in every matchup too? I actually haven't seen a lot of Whiskey Dingo play. I do know who he is though. Alright, gas expand. We didn't skip the Zealot? Yeah, no, we did not skip the Zealot this time, so Sabbath is wanting to put that Zealot pressure on. It looks like we are going to go for that expand here for our Terran player as well. He has pulled out of the gas. Although, is he putting back in gas or is that... No, that SCV is just sitting there and chilling. It's on a union-mandated smoke break. Yeah, he's vibing.
He's just vibing.
We only have one Marine. Second Marine has now just popped, but that's arguments from the probe. A third hit, a fourth hit. Good moving micro here from
Oh my god. That's incredible, Micro.
He kills it with just the probe.
Also, is it just me or is that micro not right on the top side?
Micro? What do you mean?
Like the little micro hole. I guess it's right.
No, it's right.
Between the barracks and the It
You're talking about the one underneath the CC?
Yeah,
no, it's
too
a
much of a spot.
when I play Terran, I mess that up all the time because it's really hard to, yeah. If you put the barracks one more up, it doesn't fit. You put the barracks one more down or one more to the side, everything fits. It's weird. It's really Terran walls are fucking magic. So are Protoss walls, but at least I understand Protoss walls. Speaking of actually Protoss walls, talking about this map a little bit. The spawn for Sabbath is actually, if you play the Zerg on here, this is actually a really rough wall, and I'm not 100% sure how to wall this. I think if you pile on Gateway Forge, but then I think you have to hold with 3 Zealots. Maybe it's still a 2, but it's a pretty wide open looking natural, so.
Yeah, it's a really wide. I'm not really sure how it ended up being so wide as opposed to the other ones, but I guess someone thought it was fair and balanced, so good for them.
CC was delayed quite a bit here for Viklavson, so that's pretty good. Oh, the bunker is not finished yet. We do have 2 Dragoons here. That is enough to handle this army with decent micro. Looks like he hit the SCV in the bunker on accident once or twice. Gotta be really careful. Pull back the injured Dragoon. Yeah, he does pull it back. He hasn't actually focus fired any of the Marines, so they're all like 10 HP. And both of these are going to get pushed back now with pretty low HP. They're both from the red, these Dragoons. So Dragoon range is finished, I believe, at this point. I actually wasn't paying attention. I just assumed he got it. So let's see if he starts hammering away on this bunker.
Yes, he's ready for it.
Yeah. He's sending it to the left-hand side, though. I guess he probably got mines first.
Out yet. Oh.
Got to pull some SCVs to repair this bunker. He's got to pull another one. Okay, he's waiting for the CC SCV to finish. Is it going to be in time, though?
No!
It's not going to be in time. No, this bunker's going to fall. One more volley and it falls. And it's down. Both these Marines, all these Marines are at almost no HP. And the shields are regen on these Dragoons. Oh no, this is looking really bad. We do have a siege tank that's about to pop out. Siege mode is complete. That was the first upgrade that Viklavson got. And both of these Dragoons are basically one shot. But this is a lot of damage to be taking. He doesn't even get siege, he can just A-click. These are Dragoons, yeah. The second one's going to take 2 shots because his shield's regen enough, but like, 1 siege tank versus 1 Dragoon. My money's on the siege tank, even if it wasn't damaged.
Yeah.
Alright, gonna siege up in the mineral line.
Got trying to get into the Protoss base.
Yeah, I tried to get in there and get some scouting information. I actually didn't see if it went all the way because I went down to look at the fight at the bunker, but I definitely ran in there, so I'm sure he got some scouting information. Our probe count's actually not as high as I thought it would be for picking off 3 or 4 drones there. We are going to jump forward here on this tank, though.
Hello.
Good splitting from these Dragoons to get a decent spread on the damage, and does pick off that siege tank for 1 Dragoon. Needs to pull back not to take another shot here. Does pull back, gets some more SCVs here, and delays this evac for even longer, which has got to make Viklavson feel really pressured, because I don't think he knows whether Reavers are coming or not at this point. Or DTs are potentially possible. He's only seen like 3 or 4 Dragoons, so DTs are definitely a possibility. Gonna inch forward with the siege tank, is gonna finally push these back, but they're still in the range that they can hit this evac without being in range of the siege tank.
They just keep killing the SCVs. It's just not building.
Yeah, if he was going DTs behind this,
cancel it. It's gonna finish burning.
Yeah, and it doesn't have a lot of health, so he's gonna need a lot of SCVs repairing this. Okay, we got 4 Dragoons. Is he gonna jump on the tank? 2 of these are 1 splatter from a tank shot. He is gonna go for the jump on them. 1 volley goes off, but one of the Dragoons didn't attack. He's got 1 tank. He's gonna get the second one as well. Oh no! Oh no! Sabbath just ripping Viklavson apart here, and he's gonna GG out. Sabbath is gonna take it up 1-0 to start with.
All right, I would like to say for the record, for the record, Vok knows he's playing like 2 ranks above. If you look actually on the sheet, he is D rank playing in the BC slot. The man volunteered for this. I'm like, dude, do you want to switch with Surrey? Like, everyone's open to you switching with Surrey. He's like, nah, I got this.
That's impressive. Good for him.
So, all things considered, let's go.
He did pretty well for that much of a difference. If he's a D player playing against a B player, that's actually, he did really well holding on there.
So, I mean, I'm genuinely impressed, if anything. I think Vok is a fun, great player, but, when you're punching this far above, doing anything, like just holding for any amount of time is always impressive,
Yeah, no, for sure. Definitely. No, and now that I know he's a D player, that was actually really impressively done. He held really well, especially early on. That first Zealot didn't do nearly as much damage as it could have done. His wall-in with those depots, like I said, that's really hard to do. He actually knows the building layout and placement for that. That's really impressive. He's He's looking really good for a D player. I'm sure he'll advance really quickly as he plays more.
Yeah, he's got a lot of potential. Come on, game, let me in. Oh, did Cookie just start?
I think Cookie started on accident.
That's fine. I'll just...
Hang on here, chat. We got
give color comment.
mild technical difficulties here. Bear with us.
It wasn't letting me join the lobby anyway. It was being sillies, so wasn't much that I could have done anyway.
Cookie's
But
still
no,
online.
Vok is fun. If you watch some of the videos I posted of him, he likes to play bio. He'll do like a heavy marine medic against Protoss. He'll do nukes. There's one game on Butter. I think it was a BSL game. He floated a barracks into, I think it was against BR House. He floated a barracks into his base and just built ghosts and dropped nukes on his main and natural.
I mean, it sounds like
a hilarious game.
that sounds like he plays the way he wants to play. And I bet if he played a more standard game, he'd be a higher rank than D. I bet part of his rank is because he just plays the way he wants to play.
Probably. I mean, that's exactly why I'm at where I'm at, you know? I play my game.
Looks like we got the wrong replay, I'm assuming, then, because the last one was on Paradiso. yeah, Cookie had to check the replay. Okay, moving into our next game, then we're going to be on Retro 1.1.
Let's go.
Alright, in the top left, we have our green Terran representing Team Hydralick Deez Nuts. It is
buddy.
Clavson. And in the bottom left, we have our brown Protoss representing Team Just Desserts. Currently up 1-0. It is Sabbath.
What a terrible team name. You know it's not a terrible team name?
Snow's Forgotten Bros.
That's actually a really good name. I can't even be upset with that one. No, but Hydralick Deez Nuts.
I don't know. I know the apes per minute was rated fairly lowly by oh my god, I can't remember any names today. But I actually like apes per minute. APM apes per minute. I think that's pretty clever.
Yeah, apes per minute is kind of fun. I think the logo is what sells apes per minute more, though.
Yeah, the logo's amazing. That's one of my favorite logos for sure.
It's like, I love that Manadog's being held, and then he made it his profile photo, and someone's like, oh, is that one of the pro players' dogs or something?
No, that's Manadog himself, gosh darn it. Yeah, what's the teams? It's Just Desert, Hydralick Deez Nuts, Apes per Minute, Rockets Raiders, Snow's Forgotten Bros, Love Boat. That's Love Snows. Yeah, the Love Boat. What an unoriginal name, Love Snow.
Yeah, no. What he should have gone for is the Love Shack, and then we could have at least had some fun, you know.
Love
talk
Shack,
about like, yeah,
baby Love Shack.
Exactly. Missed opportunity.
Interesting. So we're going to have the barracks right against the command center this time. We're not going to do that funky wall, and we're not going to use the supply depot for our wall this time.
Yeah.
And once again, we're going to see the gas expand. I guess I am just crazy. I'm the one that does gateway and then expand before gas. I just like to live risky, I guess.
You're playing your own game here.
Well, and I do wonder if it's inefficient. Like, if I'm doing that, is it better just to go Nexus first into double gateway, or I don't know. My logic's always been,
you know.
Well, yeah, no, my logic's always been, get that first Zealot out to pressure the Terran, and then expand behind that. But if I'm going to go for the fast expanding, use that Zealot, then I can, get away with more. Maybe, I don't know. I don't play Protoss enough to know what I'm doing. I just dabble.
Don't worry.
I haven't played Protoss seriously since like 2003.
I don't think any Protoss knows what they're doing.
I mean, it sounds about right.
There's an argument to be made that Snow knows what he's doing, but he just chooses not to do it. And I think that's as close as you're getting.
Look, when you're beating players with mass scouts that are like at the top of the ladder, I think you know what you're doing at that point. But
yeah, he's like, I know how to Reaver micro my shuttles and everything, or I could just build mass scouts and just throw Reavers at them until I win. It's just like, you know what you're doing. You're just having fun with it. I love it. I think
sometimes that's the best way to play. Bit of a proxy pylon here for Sabbath. That's probably just a scouting pylon since he doesn't know where his opponent is yet, but worth keeping a note on. There is that pylon at 3 o'clock. He might throw something cheeky down there. If he had scouted his opponent in this base, maybe we would have seen a proxy robo there, but since it's not there, it's probably going to just be used for scouting at this point.
Yeah.
First Dragoon is out on the map looking for that SCV scout. Isn't going to find it, actually, so it's going to move towards the Terran's base now that he knows where it is, and the SCV is going to sneak past it, and is going to see whether or not that Nexus is going down, and as viewers, we can already see it is about to go down. Bunker is starting up here for Vaclavson, but it's a little bit late. He's got to be really careful here not to let the Dragoon go past, but he's got 3 Marines with good micro. 3 Marines do beat 1 Dragoon. Ooh, but all these Marines aren't firing off the bat, so that's not good. Still going to be enough DPS, though. It does pull back the injured Marine, but not quite quick enough. It is going to fall, but 2 Marines are going to get into that bunker, and Vaclavson is going to be a bit safer this game than he was last game for sure. CC is also started for him slightly faster than the Nexus. It's like seconds faster.
This game, last game, he went to siege mode and pushed back a tank. Now he's got a tank coming. He's pushing back an upgrade.
This is true.
So
no upgrade in this machine shop this time.
This is a much better way of doing it. If you're really worried about that push, you want that tank out early and try and, because he had no tank in a bunker, then he had no bunker in a tank, and neither went well for him.
I mean, he would have been fine last game if he just pulled more SCVs to repair that bunker. That was his main issue. I think the trades early on got him raffled because Sabbath is being really aggressive with his Dragoons.
Ooh.
Moves forward there, a little bit too far with one of those Dragoons, but it's okay. A little bit of hold damage never hurt no one.
Uh-oh, yep, he's
Oh, no, he's not repairing this at all.
Too late.
Yeah, you gotta have those SCVs down there and ready.
Oh, that was cheeky. He popped the Marine out to take a shot trying to save the bunker for a second there.
Yeah, unfortunately, that bunker was clicked on, but he doesn't push back this Dragoon, or these Dragoons for now. But here comes the Dragoons. 3 Dragoons leading with the healthy Dragoons first. 3 Dragoons, 3-shot a tank. It's going to jump right onto the tank. The tank gets blocked by the SCV, so it's not going to get the ramp instantly. It is at the ramp now, so the high ground advantage isn't going to be enough. Oh, a lot of missed shots here. Actually, it's finding a decent amount of DPS. Both of the Marines are really weak. And once again, Sabbath has control of the natural of our Terran player, and that's never a good feeling. There are not more Dragoons running across the map yet. Here.
That's cool.
That's nice. Okay, almost gets it. Is going to get out with the Dragoon, though. Both of these Dragoons now, though, are really weak, and it's going to be a minute for those shields to recover. So, Vaclavson may have held here, and he may be okay. We need to get another bunker started, like, now. We do have Marines on the way, so that's good. But that bunker needs to start immediately. He's got the money for it. He just needs to throw it down. Going to go for a second barracks, actually. So it looks like we're going to see just a fucking
Marine
push.
medic tank. This man's playing StarCraft 2, baby.
Alright, we have siege mode, siege tank on the high ground, so he is safe. I like this, yeah, no. Our Terran isn't going to scout it, or our Protoss isn't going to scout it. We do have the observatory out, so the observer will be out before too much longer. Do we already have the academy? We do already have the academy. He might be able to push before Terran can, or before our Protoss can react to this. And it's actually legitimately a scary push if you're not ready for it. Marines do a lot of DPS with Stim and Medic support. They're actually pretty decent against Protoss units. They just really suck against Storm and Reavers, so that's why you never see Bio in this matchup at all.
Yeah, this build, I've seen him do it a few times, and it is one of those builds that if it hits like an absolute truck. But there's a point where if Protoss just takes a good fight, it instantly dies.
Fonger build Escalade as? Is it something that Fonger does? I only know Fonger's ZBT. I don't know ZBB at all, so. Alright, that observer is out now, so he is going to get across and see what's going on. No medics out yet. We still have Marines queued up. Did Stim's finish? Stim's just about to finish, so hopefully he pops medics with the next 2. He's going to throw in a 3rd barracks. Alright, that's a bit too insane, because now our Protoss is getting time to react to what he's seeing. We should see the robotics facility go down instantly, because he's not going to get Storm on time, so he's definitely going to need Reavers here. He doesn't have enough gateways yet either to just fight those pure gateway units. Alright, Probe's moving out. Looks like he is going to go for just more gateways. You can fight this as gateway man, but you're going to need enough production to actually handle the amount of Marines that are coming out.
You need a lot of gateway.
Yeah, we're going up to 5 gates. Probably going to see a 6th go down. I think you're going to need at least 6 gates to handle 3 barracks production with siege tanks.
Alright, Stim is done. Range is being worked on. Love to see +1 here soon for the Marines. You know what?
I mean, if you're going for this, you got to win with this first push, I think. I don't think +1 for the Marines is worth it. You can't really wait for it. Okay, looks like he's going to push now. Probably going to rally across the map, and we'll see if this push is going to work for him. The response from Sabbath isn't necessarily the greatest response, but he does have enough gateways here with good micro with these Dragoons. He's got enough Dragoons that these Marines should mostly fall before he comes across the map, and he's 8 Dragoons there. If he catches one siege tank too far forward, that'll one-shot the siege tank, so it's going to be really dangerous to push across the map here. In fact,
the medic's in the mineral line, so it's not actually going to be helping with his push yet. Wasting all of its energy on the SCVs.
Good siege up, gets a little bit of damage there, loses some Marines, but the Marines are fairly expendable here. Like, the medics and the stim, obviously, they're there to do some extra DPS, but they're also mainly there to tank for these tanks, so. A couple of the boys also pulled. We're only down to 4 siege tanks. The 5th and 6th are out in the natural, so we need to start pushing across the map again before these gateways start to really come online.
Oh. And these goons are just having a rough time against the bio.
He doesn't have enough dragoons anymore. With Marine range now, you can't do the kind of stutter step micro. Does pop forward there, picks off 1 Marine. That's pretty good, but we're at a point now where these Marines with stim and range are now able to fight the dragoons on fairly even footing, even without the siege tanks. The siege tanks are going 6 damage. I like this. Going up to this high ground and pushing down through the high ground instead of going through the center, I really like it.
We're going to try and catch reinforcements, but that's a lot of reinforcements.
There's no medics here, though. Siege tank is sieging up. Going to get 1 decent blast. Once Dragoon is going to fall instantly. Another Dragoon is going to fall, but he is going to cut off the reinforcements. But in the meantime, the tanks are in the natural of our Protoss player now. We are getting sieged up outside the natural. Does get one of the siege tanks. That's pretty good for him.
Ooh.
But how do you handle this from here? These Zealots do not have leg speed quite yet. It is on the way, but actually doing a pretty decent job of taking the Marine fire. I thought the Marines would kill these a lot easier, but still not quite enough. Our Terran is getting pushed back to his natural, though, but our Protoss is not going to break the natural.
There.
Yeah, we're getting a missile turret to come up. Honestly, the next tank that comes out, the next Marines that come out, you can probably just push this out and then reinforce this. We're sending all the Marines to the 3rd. I don't know about all the Marines. I think I might have waited or sent 1 or 2. Because now these siege tanks are entirely exposed, and these Zealots could just run out there. They have Zealot leg speed now. He sees the Marines on the 3rd base. Does he engage on these tanks? Yeah, he moves in on these tanks now, and there's nothing defending these tanks at all. So you lose all these tanks, and this push might be...
shoot up here.
Yeah, these tanks are all going to fall, and that might be the end of this push.
But no, his reinforcements are about to break out of his natural, so he can reinforce this here.
Yeah, but now you're only at 2 siege tanks. If he kills the 3rd here and can get some damage on the probe line, I mean, we are at 30 probes. This is definitely a playable position from here, but he's pretty all in at this point. I would like to see more factories going down just in case he needs to transfer out of this, now that he's done some decent damage. Protoss moving back out to the middle of the map. These Dragoons getting chased down by these Marines, but they're going to run into this Zealot reinforcement, and yeah, he needs to run now. Oh no, he's going to get caught out.
Rip apart Marines.
Yeah, Zealots are pretty darn good against Marines. And now he's got to run back to his natural and help defend his natural. He's only got 1 siege tank there and 4 Marines. There's no bunker to help out with. Oh no, he's going to jump on his first tank. The second siege tank is going to fall as well.
These tanks are getting caught right in the middle.
A couple of Marines did make it all the way across the map. They're kind of tickling at some probes that are trying to come out, but... Alright, our Terran's going to hold, but he's not going to lose his natural. He does have 2 siege tanks out. Sieged a little too far forward, though, actually. I thought he was going to siege one of them on the high ground. These Zealots are going to jump right into this tank line here, but decent Sim City here, actually getting some pretty good damage on these Zealots before they can get any kind of surface area. And he might finish off all these Zealots.
Perfect time.
Oh my gosh.
About the perfect time to really deal with those Zealots, too. Super helpful.
Yeah, there's 1 Marine over there tickling that new 3rd base that's trying to come up. 1 Marine sneaks past the Zealots here, is going to try and get at least a probe, doesn't quite get the probe, and is going to get picked off. But now, once again, the Terran can start pushing across the map, and we're still only on gateway production. We're still a ways off before we have Storm. Storm has started at this point, but still not seeing a transition out of this from Vaclavson either, so... Looks like we got 1 more push in us before this gets really dire. Once Storm's out on the map, these bio units are essentially useless at that point, so...
Yeah, this is going to hurt very soon. Very, very soon for our Terran player, unless he can do something.
Yeah, I do like that Cyberth is switching to mostly pure Zealot at this point. I would like to see at least 1 more factory just pumping mass vultures, if not switching into mass vulture production from here. Because the Zealots are a pretty good answer to what he's seeing right now. He hasn't seen any vultures, and Zealots rip both tanks and Marines apart pretty decently, so...
Yeah. We got 1 medic for all of them.
Oh my gosh. That vulture laid down 1 mine and just blasted 2 Zealots because they were just standing still in hold position trying to block the Zealots' way up, or the Vulture's way up. It's going to finally clear that Vulture, but...
We're shuttling across the probes for safety reasons.
He's worried about what else is on the map. He doesn't actually know. He's got 1 Observer in the natural of the Terran player and 1 Zealot in that kind of high ground. Here comes the push. We are going to stim across the map for some reason with the Marines. Actually, I don't
We got
know.
two
Are
Marines
tanks
just scouting.
are tanks faster than Marines when they're not stimmed? I actually don't know. Let's see.
I think
the
so
stem
because
wears out?
the Marines are.
No, those Marines are getting stuck on the tank because it's trying to move forward. I don't think they are. Okay. I do like this from Black Cloudson, though. This moving up to the high ground instead of going through the center is a really good idea, I think, on his part. Who attacks his own tank on accident for a second there. Spam A clicking. Alright, first siege tank is going to siege up, but at this point, Storm is done. We've got Arbiters on the way. I don't know. I think this push is doomed. I don't think that there's anything more that he can do with this.
Yeah.
Are those
Storm
High
is done,
Templars?
but
Where
there's no
are the
High
High
Templars. There aren't
Wow.
any. That's the
He
secret.
didn't make any. Oh no. Okay, so maybe there's a little bit of breath left in here. I would like to see, now that he's got these siege tanks up here, just vultures. I don't think he needs any more siege tanks.
Oop, Shuttle tries to cover for bombing, but gets put
Oh my
back
god,
in range
I
initially.
can't believe that those bombs actually got off with that many Marines here.
Yeah, no, they just kind of did their thing.
It's not going to be enough
Oh,
though.
but
Bio,
the tanks are
without
riding at
Stormer
the heat.
Reavers, yeah, without Stormer Reaver, Bio is actually really good against a lot of, oh no, if he gets on these High Templars before they can get the Storms. He's moving forward, he's going to pick off one, he's going to pick off two, is he going to get the third one?
Go, man, with gun. All right, we need to bring the tanks forward.
Yeah, the tanks need to
Yeah,
come forward.
Vulture
Okay,
reinforcements.
nice. We got Vulture reinforcements. I do like that. Gonna get some mines down. Scanning ahead here. If these tanks move forward,
Oh, he's
send
just
these
going
two
to run up for
Vultures to
the
the
snipe.
third. Oh my gosh, he's gonna get it too. Forces the storm out, gets that High Templar. We're out of storms. This might actually work. The Collapson might take this game.
Let's go.
This is
Come
looking
on, the
really good
boys.
for him. He needs to move these tanks forward though and start shilling at this natural. Maybe get a Vulture or two, or maybe a couple Marines down to the third base. Start shutting down the mining for our Protoss player. Yeah, he can't move forward too far. He's moving forward a little bit too far, I think, with these siege tanks. But Marine DPS is pretty darn good. Pulling back with those tanks is really good. This is really good control.
Marine
Sapper is going to
good
GG out.
GG.
Our D player is going to take it, tying up the series 1-1.
Yes. Like I said, this man knows how to play a game. It's not. I don't know.
No, like I said, I don't think McLeod's a D player. I think that's a lie.
No, he's like 1200, I think, MMR.
No way. Either he doesn't ladder enough, or he just does crazy stuff on ladder. Because this guy, he could easily at least get mid-C, if not low B. His play is unconventional, but his mechanics and his basic game understanding is actually pretty decent.
I'm checking his MMR right now on Seawall.
Alright.
Actually, I don't
Garda Turtles is upset. Yeah, it's going to be a heck of an upset. He looked really good in that game. That
Yeah,
build definitely
do it
caught his
again.
opponent off guard. The one thing I will say is that Sabbath had all the time in the world to prepare for that kind of a push. The Marines coming in, and he just didn't quite prepare properly. So
He is 1397 D rank, 47 wins, 51 losses.
I don't know. I think if he took the ladder more serious, I think he could easily get at least a 1650.
Most of his I think all of his losses are against Protoss. It looks like.
Yeah, that's a tough matchup. No, and honestly, Sabbath really. That was Sabbath's game to lose. He scouted that with plenty of time to respond to it and just didn't respond appropriately. I don't know if it was just him underestimating his opponent or if it was not knowing the response because it's not a common thing that you see. But either way, in the top left, we have our blue Protoss. It is it is Sabbath playing for Just Desserts. And in the bottom left, our underdog currently tying it up after a dominating second game. It is CWT Viclavson for Team Hydralick These Nuts.
Let's go. Come on, my boy. Bring it. We got this. Alright, I wonder what he's going to do. I wonder, it's possible that he does the same thing again. It's possible he does something a bit more standard.
Hey, you're the one that's apparently casted 5 of his games in the last 2 weeks. You tell me, what's he going to do?
Yeah, like
you're
I said, he does.
Viclavson master.
He does whatever he feels. I'm pretty sure he's got like a dartboard next to his computer. He's like, what Terran build should I do? I don't know. Bio. Got it.
I mean, sometimes this is the funnest games. I have at least one account where I just do random builds that I never play around with just for the fun of it. So, the supply depot behind the mini-map, no idea what's actually back there. Alright, come on Sabbath, do the gateway expand, make me feel like I'm not crazy.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we'll be able to do that, but you'll feel a little less crazy at
I
least.
feel a little less crazy at least. I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's going to play safe and get the gas. He's a Protoss player. He actually knows his race. He doesn't need to try and take shortcuts to feel better.
Damn, these players actually playing the game the right way.
How dare they? Alright, Barrick's going down, gas is going down. Yeah, normal game. Normal start. I'm not going to say normal game after that last game. We'll see what the game is going to go from here, but normal start. And McLaughlin looked a lot stronger in the early game last game. He got his bunker down in time. He really needs to prepare for the Dragoon push and get SCVs down there in time. If he had the SCVs to repair that bunker to start with, that would have looked even more dominating. But he looked really good. And it really looked a little bit like Sabbath maybe just doesn't know how to deal with biomech. It's probably not something he experiences very often because this...
Yeah, how many times do you see biomech? Like a month, you know?
Yeah, it wasn't even like... There's some old builds like Corsair Reaver where older players are going to just be really good at dealing with it because they used to be popular, but biomech was... It's never really had a moment of popularity. There's been maybe a few instances here and there where they were flavor of the month because the meta shifted in a way that made them really strong or things like that.
Yeah, in like what, 2006?
But yeah, the long time ago, it would have been really rare even back then. It's never been a strong build, so it is possible he's just not used to it.
It's a really good best of build, in my opinion, because it's definitely one of those I can pull a map off someone with this and try and use that to get some momentum in the series, you know?
No, and that's a thing that players may not always be like the most experienced with. This is in a best of 3 series. You don't have to play standard every game. You can throw out strange and mysterious things, kind of try and set the tempo of the series. Like, for instance, there was a long period of time there where I 12 hatched in ZVZ every single time the first game because it really sets a tempo for the series. And now your opponent's got to be like, is he going to 12 hatch again? Is he not going to 12 hatch again? You never know. You got to prepare for everything. So
that's great. I'm actually might stealing that.
I mean, I stopped doing it because after a while it gets too predictable. But no, it's a really good option. Throwing out a 4-pull here or there, throwing out a 2-gate here or there. You got to keep your opponent guessing and make sure that they can't get overly greedy. All right, Dragoon is going to find the scouting SCV this time, so he is going to shut down any scouting from the SCV. Actually, SCV is going to get past. Is the second Dragoon going to pop out in time? There is not a second Dragoon being made. Oh, is it going to get to the high ground in time? It is!
Oh, he
the shot misses!
No!
All right, so they get a full scout here for our Terran. That's great. Command Center is going to go down before the bunker, it looks like. Yeah, I said that Command
one
Center.
of those probes got the kill. Dragoon didn't.
Battle probe? Let's see here, hold on.
Oh, there he is. Oh, there he's third mineral patch down.
Ah, there he is. Look at that probe with 1 kill.
Ah, the killer himself.
Setting another SCV out. He's going to watch for the third, I guess. Still no bunker. I'm really worried for McLaughlin here. He definitely showed some weakness with even having a bunker to that early
Bunkers
pressure.
are for people who aren't overly aggressive. Fox is like, nah, I'm going to be overly aggressive.
Bunker's going down. He's actually not going to be punished. These Dragoons took a long time to move out. I think he was expecting something cheesy. In fact, he's still scouting around looking to see if there's anything maybe on the map. So yeah, McLaughlins going to get away with it.
That little like caved in third. There's an SCV there.
He could make a factory and float it up there, but Sabbath actually has pretty decent vision. You'd have to float like all the way to the top right in order to get it in unseen. Dragoons are going to finally come out, but at this point we've got the bunker down. We've already got a siege tank out. The eBay also out already. I'm assuming siege mode is done because that's usually what he goes for first. Oh. Pulling a little too far forward with that Dragoon there. And the siege tank is going to pop forward and start getting some shots off.
And we're just... He wasn't really going to respect the tank there for a minute, but he does back up in the end.
Yeah, eventually you better respect the tank. Looks like siege mode was not done because it's just starting now. We got 2 gates and our Robo, so 2-gate Robo from a Protoss. Very standard play from Sabbath here. He's just playing extra safe, not taking any risks at all.
Oop. Third Goon leads. SCV is going to come on in here.
Yeah, that SCV is going to get in and get a scout. Oh, Pro could have logged it, but wasn't quite paying attention. And now McLaughlin's going to see everything's going on. Does see the 2-gate Reaver, or not 2-gate Reaver, 2-gate Robo, which is
big dive.
The dive in for the tank. The tank is going to crawl, but does lose 1 Dragoon for it. Almost this is a second. Definitely worth it. 1 Dragoon for 1 tank. Take that trade every single day.
Yeah.
And the scouting SCV is going to finally get picked off. But yeah, no, the most standard play from our Protoss player here, but it sounds like maybe McLaughlin isn't the most comfortable in this matchup, but he always does weird stuff in this matchup, so I don't know how much that actually matters, but it does mean that he knows there's no DTs or any other crazy stuff on the way, which is still important, so.
Yeah, a good scout will make or break a build, you know? He's getting his, turret.
Still getting a missile turret out, even though he didn't scout any tech, so we're just being extra safe here. I don't like the positioning on these siege tanks. Both of them are really far forward, really easy to be picked off. I would like at least one of them on the high ground. Yeah, and then the other one more down next to the next to this command center. He's gonna even place the third one really far forward here. So, I mean, he's got enough siege tanks now.
Like... Oh, sorry, you first.
No, go ahead.
I think this is a lot of like that D rank coming out, where it's like, you know, small things like the positioning of the tanks, right? You know, it's like, all right,
yeah, I mean,
to improve.
He did get into the main, so he knows it's not a gateway flood, so it's gonna be okay. But he seems to do this in every single game because all of his games, the tanks have been really far forward, and that's one area where he can improve in his early game defense. Is just have these tanks once you have siege mode further back, make them even harder to dive for and kill. Because these 6 dragoons could dive forward and kill a tank and only lose 1 or 2 dragoons. And that's an okay trade.
No turret in the main to deny the observer, so the observer's going to go on here and see what's going up.
He does see it's a.
That's not one you see very often.
Well, it's gotten more and more popular, especially in this matchup when you want to, or in PvZ where you want to keep the observer alive.
True.
But yeah, he's getting a full scout off. He sees it's a more normal game this time. We're only on 2 factories, but no sneaky barracks.
Hello. That's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, with as much of a dragoon contained outside of the natural, I'm surprised that vulture got out at all. Gonna lay down some scouting mines. Not sure what that first mine was, but the second mine on the high ground I really like. And then gonna be able to scout around the map.
I think he thought the goons were gonna chase him, so he dropped it.
Makes sense. He's getting that bottom right base. I do like it, just to make sure there's something hidden there, but not gonna find anything down there. Third base is finishing up here for Sabbath, and yeah, third CC starting up for Sabbath as well. So it looks like Sabbath's going to want to try and take third base here pretty early on. I do like this tank on the high ground. This is a really good map for trying to take this third, but he's got to be really careful about how he takes it, because Sabbath's already shown that he's really good about diving on things with that.
Yeah, Sabbath is just built different when it comes to diving on tanks.
Yeah, my mini map is glitched. It looks like there's a Sabbath unit in the mineral line of a collapsing unit in the mineral line of Sabbath's third, but there's nothing actually there. It's just for some reason it looks like there's a unit there.
Thanks, Blizzard.
Thanks, Blizzard. Alright, moving forward, we're starting to slowly creep out with these siege tanks, but more dragoons moving across the map. He's got to be really careful here, especially because the observer is able to see all this freely. I'd really like to see an SCV come up here and make 1 turret here, just on the way to the third base, to kind of push that vision back, so Sabbath doesn't have full vision to make any decisions with. He has to kind of guess at where he wants to, when he wants to go in with these dragoons.
We got tanks over at the third now, so we should be able to siege up and secure this position. We'll have to see at least 1 more tank brought forward, just kind of rounding out the line a bit more.
I mean, it's still not enough
tanks.
He's
gonna be fine.
He's got enough dragoons here that he can dive on these tanks if he wants to, but I think he's waiting to see if the CC's coming or not. Now that he sees these SCVs coming across the map, I wonder if he's going to dive on it, because there's not enough tanks here. That's enough dragoons, he can clear all these tanks. And once he clears all these tanks on the low ground, he can push the command center back, even if he can't kill it.
Yeah. Scouting Vulture got, but I think it saw the third base, so we should have an idea of what's going on at least.
Yeah, I mean, even if he didn't see it, I would hope that he's aware that it's out. Ooh, getting some free pot shots on one of these dragoons, and any free pickoff's a good pickoff.
Got him.
Another siege tank coming down, but once again, these siege tanks are just so far forward, there's no vultures. So there's nothing here to soak damage and delay these dragoons from just diving forward. I think there's now enough tanks, especially with these 3 reinforcement ones coming up, that Viklavson's going to get this third up without an issue, but...
Yeah.
Viklavson's actually looking pretty decent. They both have quite the mineral bank, and they're both kind of at the supply you'd expect.
He gets the scout on the double Stargate, so...
That's good. Let's go to see if he reacts.
I think he saw the fleet beacon too, but I'm not sure.
The fleet beacon's kind of hidden up there on the top. We're going on a bunch of pylons. If we didn't actually click on it or only clicked on 1 building, maybe he wouldn't have seen it, but... Oh, gonna lose the observer. That's pretty big.
Ooh,
and here comes that move forward, but...
Big push.
I think it's a little too late. These zealots are not with the rest of the dragoons. It might still just barely be enough, but he's going to trade his entire dragoon army for this. This is actually okay, though, since he's switching into carriers. If he can kill off tanks, even if he doesn't push back to the third, which he is going to push back to the third, I think that's still really favorable for him. And these dragoons are actually kind of still in range, so he loses a couple there for free. He didn't need to lose. But trading out units for the tanks right now is decent, because he's trying to get those carriers out, and there's not enough tanks to push across the map with, and it's going to be really rough for him. We are seeing the factory explosion come out now, but we're still not seeing any Goliaths being made.
No, he must not have seen... He must think it's arbiters then.
Yeah, he may not have seen the fleet beacon.
That could be a devastating loss, but... Well, Starport coming up, control tower. Science facility, so he's getting ready. Yeah, he must think it's Arbiters.
Yeah, that's really bad. He needs to start pushing across the map and rallying Goliaths now. Especially if Sabbath gets his 4th for free behind these carriers, that's really, really bad. One Dragoon here on mine cleaning duty. It's not going to survive very long if it pushes too far forward, and nope. There goes the blue goo.
Don't drink the blue goo, guys. The state of California stated that this may cause cancer, so you shouldn't drink it.
What doesn't cause cancer in California, though?
I don't know, but I know goon juice does. I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
All right, and we're getting the top right-hand side of the base or map for Protoss here, so...
Yeah, I don't know. Even with the carrier tech, Sabbath is just getting enough units to break this 3rd over and over again. There's finally Vultures out. I think he's gonna secure it this time, but I don't know. It's surprising that the 3rd went up so uncontested. It was really easy for Sabbath to break this 3rd.
Yeah.
He's picking up a lot of Vultures here for free, though. How many Zealots?
I think he's just playing it safe on the back of trying to get to carriers.
Yeah.
But there's definitely just a point where he can just come in here and go ahead and stop this 3rd from existing.
More blue goo, slowly pushing forward with these tanks more and more, and Sabbath's just not responding, loses a couple of Dragoons there for free. But there's still no reaction to these carriers. We're up to 2 carriers out already, I think, somewhere. They should have been finished by now. Yeah, there they are.
Yeah.
So we're at 2 carriers already, with 2 more on the way.
Thankfully, carriers take about 8 years to build, so, I mean, Vodka has all the time in the world to scout this.
Karen boosters just started. I think he maybe finally realized. Scouts going down. Let's see here. Does he see the carriers? No, he scouts for 3rd and 4th bases. So he still hasn't officially seen it. The big move in here, though, from the Zealots, I think this is just too little too late. I think there's enough here to actually hold this back. Yeah, he's got to pull back. He's not going to be able to break this 3rd now.
Despite being sieged up on a bunch of mines, he doesn't really lose anything to friendly fire, so that's always nice.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter, though. He's trading out a ground army, and this push from Terran's never going to come across the map. The fact that he only went 2 Stargate means that he's actually got more gateways, so his gateway army is actually trading decently with Buklavson's army as well. We do have 1 Goliath on the way. Do we have a 3rd factory going, or a 3rd armory going up? No, his 2nd army is just really late. What's his upgrades at? We're at 1-0. So yeah, his upgrades are a bit behind.
He's about to have
another
that
scan.
one.
Okay, he scans. He sees the carriers just now. He sees them with his naked eye. As long as he's looking, he sees them.
Cancel literally everything that's not a Goliath, and just rapid fire the Goliath button.
He's got so much queued up in his factories. I don't know if he realizes it's going to be a long time before Goliaths are coming out at all. He's starting to make them.
That's why I say queuing up isn't macro, guys. I will stand by it. It's going to screw you over.
It is 100% okay to queue up if you've got a bank, but yeah, if you scout something that you need to respond to, you need to cancel that queue and get what you need out. Oh no, we unsieged all the tanks, and now the attack's coming in from the... Oh no, this is just a random Zealots to move forward. Never mind. But the carriers are here.
The carriers to show up.
The carriers are here, and there are no Goliaths on the way. We have 1 Goliath out, and that's all we've got, because the queue in the factories is just so deep.
This missile turret's doing its job.
I mean, it's not getting focused down. Big attack going up the uphill, though. Uphill right into these Vultures, or into these Zealots as well. Still fading, trading okay. Yeah, he needs to siege before it's too late. That's going to push the Dragoons back. It's going to get a couple of free volleys, but it's still high ground. It's a lot of Dragoons. Yeah, he needs to slowly push up and retake this, resecure this high ground. But there's still no response to these carriers, because there's no Goliaths on the way. Okay, one of the rallies is...
go too far forward?
If he can secure this high ground and start pushing across the map, it'll at least get the carriers away from his base. Although, he might just all in with these carriers here and try and defend with whatever he has at home. I don't know.
Alright, turret's doing its job.
Oh, the turret's starting to hit the... It popped the shields. We got some hull damage from 1 turret on there. Another Goliath is coming out. Terran booster's on, or is done. Another attack coming in here from Terran. Terran does siege up, but the Vultures are the Zealots are already on top of these tanks. A huge con came from these Dragoons. I think Terran's Grand Army is going to clear it up, and this is probably the end.
Yeah,
GG is called. Sabbath's going to take it 2-1, but it was a hell of a series, and Buklavson put on a hell of a fight.
I am very proud of that result for our team. You know what? That was expected 0-2, and he got a map, and he made the other games look really fun and competitive.
Yeah, no, he did a
What
really
more
good
can you ask
job.
for?
For a supposed D player playing against a B player, he did a really really good
Cool.
job.
I just double checked. Just under 1400 MMR for our boy Bach. Our
Fuzzy
boy
Brent
Savage,
says we all die to
highest
carriers
account,
sometimes.
is
And
just
no, we
under
don't.
1800 B rank.
We don't all die to carriers. Some of us are Zerg players. Get out of here, you silly.
You've never died to carriers as a Zerg player?
How do you die to carriers as a Zerg player?
I don't know. I'm sure there's a way though.
Besides the fact the Hydras just hard counter them, so does Plague. Did you know that when an interceptor gets to low health, it immediately tries to return to the carrier to save itself? So one Plague just causes all the interceptors to just stop working and just run away?
I've never thought of it like that, but that makes a lot of sense.
I mean, realistically, in most situations, a Dark Swarm with Hydras is probably better, but, you know, if somehow the carriers catch you off guard and you're like, oh crap, I got nothing here, one Plague will just get rid of all of the interceptors.
That's real smart. And then you build 2 Scourge and you win.
2 Scourge, I don't know that 2 Scourge is enough, but
Sorry, 3. Is that better?
oh my gosh, yeah, 3. Yeah, that'll. I mean, if you get the Plague on the carriers as well, okay, I see what you're saying, but most of the time the interceptors aren't going to be close enough.
Yeah, feels like it. No, what we need to do is we need to build Devourers.
I mean, they have base armor. Actually, Devourers are probably good against carriers. I don't know. It's not something you ever have to really deal with, but either way, we'll have to think about this when we come back. We'll do a quick 5-minute break here, guys, so go get some water, go get some snacks, and we'll see you in a minute.
So 8 Goliaths with this standing army, and that's it. So right now, if this infantry engages well enough, we could also kill these. Oh, nice little EMP going to be going off on all of those carriers, though. So only hull HP for these carriers.
Now, while you guys are sorting that out, we have the push coming in top left. We still don't have range even started for the Goliath, so this is very easy micro for the carriers picking.
This big, beautiful carrier fleet showing us the absolute might of the Protoss player, and he has got a lot of gateways online already, pumping out 6 gateway production. There's so much of his army kind of for free. There is still a lot of Terran in the back line though, so maybe there's enough here, I don't know. The Goons are just shuffling forward. Now he's playing with more APM than BI House. It's almost like he did some kind of spell on him to like steal his APM. Like it's like, you know, wait 5 minutes and steal my opponent's APM kind of way of playing. And with these 2 sunken colonies online, he will have a decent buffer against these zealots, but there's still quite a few of these zealots. There's no +1 upgraded, so they will be pick off the Hydras, taking so much damage, and he still hasn't built an observer. The observer just finished. He needs to queue up an observer right now. The zealot is now taken down to 40 HP, does target down one of the probes, and the zealot's going to fall in short order. Could now target down this other pylon before anything else comes out of these gateways. Currently, be a house in absolute. Now those Hydras, all of them are dying in short order. Drawn out position, Shimmer trying to gun down a few of these units and taking out most of them. The beautiful storms coming out, but he kind of did overstorm just a little bit here now. Right now, he's got so many High Templars. There's like 8 High Templars completely unprotected. Shimmer starting to move forward and pick off High Templars one at a time. Beautiful storms going to be trying to mop down these Hydras before they get position and kill them. Shimmer can go.
Yeah, that can make a huge difference. Yeah, I never knew this. That's crazy.
Alright, so pretty big skirmish here from Shimmer. Going to be trying to run past the Zealots and forcing Lamb to storm his own Zealots while he starts to pick off the Templars. Pretty interesting plays from Shimmer here, but this is just slightly too many Zealots though, and Shimmer needs to get these reinforcements up here quick. Can still beat this force. He's doing some contain. He's looking to borrow soon. Ooh, the Zealots getting on top of the Lurker, focusing the top one down. Does get the pick off. Lamb focusing both these Lurkers down beautifully. Going to be clearing both of those up to try to make the contain a little bit harder to be set up, but there is still quite a few Hydras rallying across the middle. Lamb trying to get on top of these Hydras that are currently unsupported by Lurkers. This great observer placement here kind of spotted these Hydras in advance and kind of needs to be careful with the storm dodge, and ends up storming some of his own Dragoons thanks to that coordinated effort with the Dragoons retreating from the north. So now looks like Hawk in a great position, going to be starting to mop up some of these Protobus forces. There's a beautiful storm going down on the Hydra's front, but good storm dodging from Hawk thus far. There's enough Zealots to try and buffer a little bit to protect the wouldn't be. So now Hawk can actually go in here now that the cannons are offline. Does do some pretty good storm dodging and starts to whittle down the forces from outside the wall, but there is quite a few.
Played one storm, that Templar is going to get picked off without getting a single storm off. And I don't see that we can hold this. We don't have any splash really for this.
This is looking so terrible for Jay, and there's just so many Hydras. We have one Archon to help deal with the Mutas. There's a few High Templars just popping out of the gateways, but they don't have their little amulet upgrades. So they only won 50 energy when they came out. So it's going to be another 20 to 30 seconds before Storm's even online.
This is our first Zealot since then.
This is kind of crazy that Zen was way too greedy. He could be a little bit greedy, but this is way miscalculated. It's way miscalculated level of greed.
Like we can't also cut Zealots, right? For exactly this reason.
And he now flying and send in his Mutas to tank these cannons, Arzi, taking out some of these cannons one at a time, but not quite training efficiently enough. He has enough Hydras to still bust this position though. There's only 2 Zealots remaining. One of the cannons are going to fall in short order. Corsair's coming in behind to kill these. If he kills these Overlords, this DT can start to clean up this position, but there's not enough DPS from just this one DT, so he will lose all of these cannons still, regardless of the DT. He should know this stuff. It's just a matter of whether or not he can execute it. He's doing a good job of holding his ramp as well. There is enough soaking up the links that he shouldn't lose too much here. And Lurkers can hit under Dark Storm. They're going to say, I'm going to borrow your Dark Swarm, buddy, because guess what? Now you can't even kill my Lurkers anymore. So thanks. So thank you very much for making my infinitely strong composition infinitely stronger. Oh, this is absolutely devastating for Genesis. SC's absolutely outclassed him.
One Templar is not going to be enough to be able to take this fight.
Okay, well the Reaver's going to be unloaded from the shuttle, and like Arcane Winds was already set up in a nice little pincer maneuver. Bagel kind of just like walked into him. We do have Storm on the way for Bagel Pirate as well. I really do like Storm in this matchup. He gets the swipe on the Reaver. Bagel Pirate looking huge right now. He tries to push in a little bit deeper, getting some side chopper shots on those Dragoons, but does natural choke. Going to be putting on a little more pressure, taking one more Dragoon kill for his trouble, losing one to the cannon, and now going to be setting up a little bit of a contain. I think he wants to go for it though. He has some Zealots to tank these photon cannons while the Reaver moves in position to start shelling the front line. Zealots are coming out, but Reaver Scarabs are really good against Zealots. If he starts target firing these Zealots, the Reaver might go down to the Zealot. One more hit.
Long distance mining, but
Bagel's army is completely out of position. He's getting on top of the third base, but he's going to get absolutely sandwiched and pushed up against the cliff. Beautiful storms from Arcane Winds, forcing his army out of position even more and into the range of more Dragoons and more Zealots and more Archon support. Absolute madness as Arcane Winds chews through this army, mopping it all up. Clean up on us.
Long been sniped here. And I actually don't like Bagel Pirate coming out the fight right now. We're in a bad position. We have a lot of defensive cannons set up, so it feels like your best bet is to try and make Arcane fight into your cannons instead of coming out to meet them.
Third base, natural location. Huge storm going down on those Dragoons with the Reavers being landed to the eastern threshold, trying to take some pot shots at these Dragoons before being shuffled back to the front lines. Nice storm coming down onto that Reaver, but he gets picked up by the shuttle. Wow, he manages to keep the Reaver alive temporarily.
And this is kind of what I meant, like, if the fight starts before you're really able to cheerfully at this, it can be really, really sketchy if those Dragoons get on top of the Reavers.
It's a beautiful Scarab, hits so much maximum damage, and a nice little pickup from Arcane Winds as well, mitigating a lot of the damage coming in from those side shots from those Dragoons. One Reaver does fall, both Reavers to have to deal with, but he's still stimming to try and deal. Range is only just now about to finish. He's not even able to get much damage done with these Reavers. He's attempt at swinging round into the main base. No turret yet started on top of these barracks, so Tentet going to be able to find a lot of damage here if he so chooses. Does snipe 2 of the Marines off. Like I said, there's no medic energy right now, so he's going to be keeping the pressure on Javier. He kind of smells blood in the water. There's not that many Marines here right now. I think 9 Marines, 2 medics. So we've got more Mutalisks than medics. He could just run in and kill him right now. There's 2 medics get sniped off in short order. Only naked Marines are remaining, and he will be able to hold position these down very quickly. All these bounce glaives just absolutely destroying HP, and extremely easy for them to pick up 2 links in the natural, going to be picking off some of the SCVs, trying to set up turrets. Look at how fast these Marines will die. Because there's no medic energy, they're extremely easy to kill. Most Marines falling in short order as the SCVs are getting picked off in the natural for a Tensa SCV.
Hello, hello. We even got a cat cam. Cookie's just gonna keep hitting the button. All right. How are we all doing? We got more StarCraft to go. Hello, hello. We even got a cat.
Into a cat during the break. Don't mind me.
I'm just gonna keep staring at the cat cam.
No, it's more beautiful than before.
Absolutely wrecked. All right. Unfortunately, we can't watch the cat cam all day. We got to watch some StarCraft, I guess. Whatever.
How unfortunate. All right. In the top left, we have our orange Terran representing. I believe he's just desserts, right?
Yeah, orange Terran is just desserts.
Oh yeah, there he is. Just desserts. It is our orange Terran Nablime, and in the bottom right, we have our red Zerg, the legend himself, Art of Turtle.
Let's go. He's gonna turtle him up. Come on, turtles. For turtles everywhere.
Or turtles everywhere indeed. Blanca's mic is a bit echoing. Hold on 1 second. Let me see some of my settings. Solo cast for a moment. I'll be back with you.
Alright. So far, no one going for anything too cheeky, you know? It's a 3-player map, which means you can play it pretty standard.
Yeah, all my settings look okay. Let me know if it keeps happening this week.
I think it's just your mic quality is the issue.
I hope not. I mean, it is old as hell. It's a $300 freaking mic.
It sounds like it's on your laptop mic right now and not an actual microphone.
Did it switch my... Hold on, let me look.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like a webcam mic or something.
Alright, is that any better? I just manually...
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay, yeah. It's somehow the default has switched to my webcam mic or something, I don't know, but I switched it manually to my actual boom mic, so...
So much better.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was doing that before.
Cookie has a voice, it's in my ears.
The Cookie speaks. Only we can hear it. Are we crazy, or are the rest of you crazy?
Well, I don't think I like the answer to that. I know which way that swings. I don't like it. I don't want to have to deal with the actual answers.
Alright, looks like we're going to get a 12, 11, 10 here from Art of Turtle. Let's see if he can hit that 251 layer timing, because I've hit that now. I have now officially hit pro timing. I have hit a 251 layer. Come on, Art of Turtle. I know, right?
Why would you do that, though, when you could just build speedlings and just all in your opponent?
I play this game for the mutas. Alright, Drone is going to get in and scout, and he is going to see the gas. That's really important that you see the gas. Now, he can watch the... If you don't get into the Terran base, you can watch the barracks, and watch for the flashing lights. If they skip a lot of Marines, then you can know that they're going for vultures, but getting the confirmation of the gas is huge. Now he knows that he will need to get a sunken down before that 5-minute mark. What about the cat timing, though? Well, the cat that's on the webcam really, really, really likes to scream at about 3 a.m., and then about 5 a.m., and then on occasion at about 7 a.m., and then occasionally throughout the day, just randomly. Sometimes you'll hear her. I'm sure if you go back and watch the VODs and some of the other casts, you can hear her screaming in the background on occasion, because she really likes to talk.
Are you sure you don't have a husky?
She certainly seems like she's one. She is a feral cat. We found her literally on one of my friend's properties, half-starved and dehydrated, so she is a rescue and was 100% feral when we found her. She's come a long way.
Aw, adorable, though.
I missed the lair timing. You made me miss the lair timing. Art of Turtle, I'm going to assume you got that 251 lair timing and you're a boss.
Of course, because he plays for my team, and my team's full of winners.
I mean, the 6-2, I don't know. Alright, CC is going down in the main. I actually like this, because it's going to make, one, the CC be a lot safer, and two, it's going to make Art of Turtle not really sure what's going on, because he's not going to see the CC, although he's not looking for it anyway, so he's just going to naturally assume.
He got plenty enough to scout on the factory timing, so he knows about what's coming.
Yeah, and the
so you
Sunken's
don't really know a lot of details.
Yeah, Sunken's a little bit early here. I think 4:15 is the timing that you have to start the Sunken. I don't remember exactly, but it is just a little bit early, but that's okay. Better safe than sorry. No, 4:15 is when the Sunken needs to finish based on this Vulture move out timing, unless this Vulture was late. I don't know. I'm trying to get better at memorizing timings. I'm not judging you. I'm just trying to improve my own understanding of timing, so...
Just build a sunken at like 130 and you'll be safe.
257-ish lair, says Arthur Turtle. You should have just said it was 251, man. Take the humble brag. No one saw. No one knows. Alright, Vulture's gonna poke up there, see that there isn't back to sunken and pull back. Doesn't even take a shot on it. That's really good from Niblime. I thought not Lennon played Protoss. Am I crazy? I'm just crazy. I think everyone plays Protoss.
I think he did. I think he off-raced for like either an NSL or a CPL.
That probably explains it, because I thought he was a C player. So he's probably C on his Protoss. That's probably where I'm getting confused.
Yeah, another thing that Arctic Turtle is pointing out is that Niblime is he's an Australian. He plays upside down. And Arctic Turtle is American. Fuck yeah.
Is Arctic Turtle American? I wasn't sure if he was European or American. Either way, that lag from Australia, I'm sure the turn rate in this game was not feeling great, which is really rough for... I don't know if it was that bad, but... I bet I could see it being 12 on occasion. I could see it dropping down to 12, which is rough. You don't want to mute a micro at 12.
Yeah, I could see this being played at like 12 high, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is almost a good thing that Niblime went mech. I'd much rather deal with mech at a lower turn rate than bio. So, we'll see what our turtle brings forward. Oh yeah, 100%.
Dropship.
Oh, hey, look at that. I don't understand why Terrans do this to Zergs, because it feels like if I scout the mech, I'm throwing down an early Hydra Den, so I'm going to shut down your Vulture drop really easy, and then you have nothing at home, so I'm going to just...
Scout it.
Yeah, I'm just going to walk across the map and end the game with my Hydras at that point. Mutas are out. They're not responding. I don't think he saw it. He didn't see it. Oh, no, he saw it. He's looking for it.
The classic, you saw it, but did you see it? Oh,
he didn't see it.
Just going to run in.
Yeah, Ling's just going straight into the main. Gets 3 in. The rest of them die. Vulture's now hitting on this middle line. They've killed 2 drones. Gonna get a 3rd. Ooh, a little bit of lag here. Gonna get a 3rd. Should at least get 4 or 5. The Mutas aren't coming back to help defend this middle line. They're just sitting in the natural. He's busy focused on microing those Zerglings. In the meantime, he killed...
mineral line is gone.
Yeah, he lost his entire mineral line. He fell off 3 or 4 SCVs. That's really rough. He's gonna lose at least 1 more drone here. Probably the last one drone he'll lose. These other 2 are healthy. Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh.
Still, he's dropped down to 11 drones. Oh, that's so painful. Yes, this is a replay. Yeah, when you're going for that 12, 11, 10, losing any drones is almost game-ending. You're really foregoing economy to get early Mutalisks and get some harassment in. Now, the one thing that he has going for him is it's only a single Valkyrie. A second one actually is going to pop before these Mutas get here. Never mind, 2 Valkyries and these turrets, these Mutas aren't going to get anything done.
Yeah, and the thing is that the Lings that got in, he tried to focus down the turret that was built, and he didn't get it.
Oh, that's really rough.
We got a couple of STVs as consolation prize, but it really just didn't work out well.
Turtle, for shame, my friend. For shame. How dare you? No, this is rough. I don't like Valkyrie builds. I really struggle against them.
Dude, Valkyrie builds are the worst. That's why you just build Hydras.
Well, that's exactly what I started doing. When I start scouting, it's going to be a Valkyrie build. I don't even bother with Mutas. I might switch to Mutas later, but I've kind of started to skip Mutas altogether. I've gotten better at sniping the Valkyries with Scourge, but once the Valkyrie count hits a certain number, it's like they're better than Corsairs at killing Scourge, it seems like.
Yeah, it feels like also Terrans just A-move their Valkyries and they just are good. I know they're not, but it feels like it sometimes. You're just like, alright, well, my Mutaclump just died instantly.
I mean, they do have 2 base freaking armor, so...
God. Fucking broken-ass unit.
That means your first Muta hit does 7, your second Muta hit does 1, and your last Muta hit does 0.
Yeah. Oh.
It is worth noting, however, that the way that the Valkyrie hits, the rockets always hit in the exact same spot. So if your Mutas are perfectly stacked, only 1 rocket hits directly and only 1 rocket splashes. So each volley of the Valkyrie, if your Mutas are perfectly stacked, will only do 9 damage, I think is the number. Yeah, 6 plus the splash. I don't know what the splash is, because splash actually has, I think it's 3 phases. You have no, it's 2 phases. You have directly on top of splash and then like distance splash, which does 2 different types of damage.
Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like math. I didn't sign up for math.
Either way, clumped Mutas, ironically, are actually in some ways a better way to fight the Valkyries, I believe. Don't quote me on that. This is a guess. I have not tested this in any way, shape, or form, but...
And before everyone listening tries to do it and immediately loses all their Mutas.
Please, by all means, if someone wants to actually test the numbers on if it's better to spread the Mutas or have them clumped, please do and let me know the results. But as far as I can tell, that was interesting. I don't know if you saw that on the cam, but the spider mine ran over, popped, and then just reburrowed, but the drone died. Like, what the?
Yeah,
what just happened?
What just happened there?
The egg popped and hatched the drone, and then like it glitched and killed the drone instantly. But since it didn't explode, it just reburrowed. It was really weird.
Well, it's like when you're hitting an egg with your lings, and then the lings will pop but disappear because they just are considered dead.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what happened. But since the spider mine doesn't attack per se, I think that's what Oh, he canceled the drone like a Giga Chad.
Ah, he canceled it. That explains it. It looked like it was popping out and popped, so that explains it. Okay. Now we are up to 4 Valkyries, and that's when it starts to get scary, especially if you start getting upgrades. And he's about to have +1 on those Valkyries. 5 to 6 Valkyries is just, I don't know how you deal with that many Valkyries with +1 or +2. Scourge will never connect. You can't fight them with mutas anymore. That gets scary.
Hydras, the greatest unit.
The problem is they've got 2 base armor. Even Hydras don't kill them quickly.
It's true. Hydras are...
Although I think Hydras do full damage to them, because Hydras are explosive damage, and I'm assuming that that these count as a heavy units or whatever the classification is. I don't remember what the classifications are anymore.
I don't know. Hydra range about halfway done. We're getting Overlord speed +1.
I do like this. It's not like these mutas are useless, just because they aren't getting big damage like you would usually expect in a... Yeah, see, look at how much damage that did. And I think part of that's because of how spread out they were. Although... I don't know, I'm gonna have to go back and watch that replay, because those were spread out. So I wonder if all of the damaged ones in red were clumped and the rest weren't, and maybe it is better to unclump. I don't know, it's a good test. Alright, we're up to 5 Valkyries now. We are seeing that... I had to deal with this with Unko. The Valkyrie Vulture. It's
Valkyrie's
so obnoxious.
In the middle of the map.
Yeah, you can't fight these anymore. There's too many Valkyries. There's no way.
Yeah, just all of the mutas instant die basically.
Yeah, you can't make mutas anymore until you start sniping these. You literally can't make another muta the entire game.
Mutas are literally useless at this point.
Which means you're hard stuck on Hydralisks. Now, the one thing that Art Turtle has going for him is the harassment hasn't been as good with the Valkyries, so there haven't been a lot of Overlords killed. So he actually does have a decent Hydra count. And he's made it across to move and kill that first tank, and that's really important. Those siege tanks are what he needs to hold against these Hydras. These Vultures aren't going to do a good enough job. They do have +1 already.
Hydra getting slaughtered.
Yeah, actually, Hydras aren't usually the best against mines, but they're popping before they can even come out. Okay, we do have a siege tank coming out now. It is going to siege up. Oh, almost gets a mine there. Ooh. Those ones are going to connect. There might be just enough here now with the bunker to push this back. Yeah, these Hydras aren't going to get in because there's the mines here. He's going to push forward and try to. He's going to lose all of the Hydralisks. Nablime is going to hold. He might get the... Oh my gosh, if he gets the tank, he can... Don't focus on that bunker. Either run past or back off. He's going to go for SCVs, maybe? You don't outrange a bunker with Hydras. These aren't Dragoons. Okay, yeah, he's focusing on the SCVs. Hydralisks actually aren't the greatest against SCVs, but I do think that's the right decision. He needs to get some economic damage after the early game.
Yeah.
New siege tank pops out.
A little bit more.
Yeah. Those mine hits were huge. If that mine didn't hit...
the Valks are just going to town on Overlords, though, at home.
Yeah, and this is exactly what happened. Is every time I deal with this, is like, okay, I'm going to almost win. Oh, he just barely held. Where's all my Overlords? Oh, no.
Yeah. Me versus Corsairs every day.
Yeah, the problem is the Corsairs are so squishy, they're easy to kill. Valkyries aren't squishy.
True.
Yeah, no, I think if that mine hadn't hit, those 3 mines at the bunker that killed half that Hydra Force, I think he might have actually just ended the game, if not destroyed the natural. But those mine hits definitely saved the day there. And in the meantime, Overlord after Overlord is falling. We got 4 kills, 7 kills, 2 kills, 5 kills. Now, some of those are mutas, but I think it was 10 mutas, so that seems like something around, something like 8 or 9 Overlords have fallen this game at least.
Yeah. Lots of Scourge out now.
Yeah, Arturel says he's so far behind that Vulture drop, and I agree.
Look at the main. Look at the CC in the main. I don't know if my replay is glitched or not, but do you see a bunch of STVs just kind of chilling around the missile turret?
I only see 1.
Oh, my replay's broken. Sweet.
Yeah, I think your replay's broken. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I'm gonna watch the stream then.
Yeah, and now we're going...
too. Maybe
yours
is broken.
Maybe mine's broken. I mean, units are moving across the map still. He's got drones in the middle of the map that are going back to mine, so I think mine's okay.
Same. I think ours are all the same, minus the amount of workers chilling there.
Yeah, I don't see the workers on cookies either. Yeah, Archer's going for this in the main.
That's what I was referring to. A bunch of they're all going to work now, but
oh, the ones that are being I didn't see them. I just must have missed them. Yeah, no, Art Turtle's going for that Mass Scourge type of play to try and deal with these Valkyries. The problem is that...
Ooh, hit the CC. Great use.
I mean, he's actually got enough Scourge that would one-shot that CC.
No, you gotta hit it, bring it down to
so
about half health, and then you infest it, clearly.
So here we go. These Scourge are gonna move forward. Wait, is he actually gonna do it? He's gonna do it!
Yeah!
Oh, it's not quite enough. It lived with 191 HP. Oh, no! I thought for sure that was enough. He's moving forward with the Hydra to try and snipe it, but the mines and the tanks are gonna push it back. That Samantha is gonna live.
I'm so upset.
Oh, Turtle. I'm so sorry, Turtle. I thought that would kill it too. You're not alone.
Absolute Zerg moment.
Oh no.
I mean, I guess the thing he's got going for him is that all of us just agree that he should go for it. So all of us would have done that.
Oh, that's so painful. I mean, even if it had killed the CC, it is 100% technically not worth. That's so much gas for just 400 minerals, but it delays his economy, so I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
What's our Valkyrie count at? So we're still at 5 Valkyries, so yeah, you're never going to kill those with Scourge. Like, even if you have 12 Scourge and they're not even clumps, they'll evaporate before any hit. Maybe you'll get 1 or 2 connections at best.
No, what the secret is here is that you're trading gas for potential gas, because if you can't mine that third gas, you know?
Trading gas for potential gas. But those gases, that's not going anywhere. It is worth noting that the base that Nablime is expanding to, I'm not sure if he was aware when he played this game, that geyser only has 2,000 gas in it, so his natural actually has more gas than his third at the moment, for instance, which is mildly important when you're going mech. He's got enough that he's actually going to be fine for a while, but eventually he's going to want to get an actual third gas. Essentially, that gas...
expand northward or deal with the Zerg.
Yeah, that gas would run out before his main gas, even if he took it immediately. But yeah, we see some Scourge diving in there. I mean, besides the fact that there was Turrets there, so the Valkyries didn't even have to fight. The Valkyries could probably just turn an ace like that and kill him. It feels like Valkyries are unkillable, man. Ugh,
Dude,
I hate Valkyries.
Are unkillable.
But yeah, no, now it's looking really scary. Art Turtle was already behind, but it's now 143 supply of almost pure tank against pure Hydra at only 90 supply, and that's just not enough Hydra to deal with this. Plus, these tanks are pushing into a really clumped... Oh man, there goes all of the Overlords. Alright, we did get 1 Valkyrie at the cost of 12 Overlords and 5 Scourge.
And all of our Hydras running into the tanks.
And all of our Hydra running to the tanks. Yeah, now Art Turtle is supply blocked for the next 20 years. He does not have enough Hydras to fight this army. The one thing he's got going for him is that Terran's upgrades aren't the greatest, so he can actually just abandon this third base and use this to buy him maybe some time. Although he's just losing so many Hydras on this high ground, he's got to be really careful with them.
Turtle's literally going to be supply blocked next game.
He does get another Corsair, so we're down to 2 Corsairs now. That's good. That gives him the option of potentially thinking about going back into Muta if Nablime doesn't make more Valkyrie, which it looks like he's not going to. It looks like he's going to go into Science Vessel from here, so there's a small window of opportunity here where Mutas might be able to do something.
Sending out all of our Overlords again.
Oh no, and the rally point's rallying all of these over to the Valkyries if they see it. Run away! Run away, Overlords! Be safe!
Hydra's counterattacking at the top at least.
I mean, the counterattack's decent, but too many tanks there, not enough Hydras. Yeah. He just doesn't have... He never was able to truly recover his economy. Like, he's got an okay drone count now, but... You know, it's just now been long enough that the economy's evened out, and now our Terran's on 3 mining bases, all about to be a 4th mining base. Although that 4th is actually going to be a 3rd because the main's mining out. So, like, even though his economy is...
trying to expand.
Yeah, even though it's officially recovered, like, it's just too far behind.
Look at the right side in the pool. There's a bunch of queens here.
I do like that, yeah. And that's the more typical response to mech play is to get Brutling and deal with the tanks that way. But it is kind of APM intensive. A lot of people struggle with it. So we'll see how Art Turtle does.
Queens
it's something that I've been working on.
People are like, oh, well, people are like, oh, Goliaths are dumb or Goons are dumb. No, Queens are dumb.
I don't know if I'd call Queens as dumb as Reavers or Dragoons, but yeah, they're not the brightest.
Whenever I shift up their commands to like Broodling, they just go to the end point.
Like, yeah, I don't...
Move, Broodling, move, and it's just like, oh, I'm just gonna go to the last point you told me. And I'm like, no, I gave you shifted commands. Do the shifted thing.
Yeah, I don't shift click my queens. I don't know. I manually do them. I don't ever clone them for some reason.
Don't.
Moving forward here, there is enough missile turrets here. He's got to be careful. One thing to note: if the queen is casting Broodling and dies before the Broodling hits, even if the Broodling's already in the middle of the air, it actually won't go off.
Interesting fact.
Yeah. Until the Broodling actually hits, the queen has to live the entire time or the spell gets canceled. These aren't arbiters. Yeah, and he's got to be careful. That's one problem, is like, usually you would go mass queen against a mech like this, but the Valkyries are actually really good at cleaning out the queens too, so something to keep in mind.
Well, the Valkyries are dead. We've got one with one more on the way, and Turtle
Yeah,
just
our Turtle's gonna just GG. I don't blame him.
Fourth base was getting cleaned up by Volt, so there's nothing he had left.
Yeah, he was on the losing foot for pretty much that entire game, and put up a good fight, but that would have been a hell of a comeback after losing half of his drones early on. Especially when he's doing a very aggressive build that's relying on a low economy to lose half of that economy. It's really rough. Lesser known Corsair switch.
Continuously denying a fourth base is just so painful.
It is. You really need that fourth base as a Zerg player if you're going to go into the late game.
100%. Otherwise, you just can't afford anything. The Queens gave a good try. Unfortunately, they didn't quite get to do anything.
Can I get both keys into the frame?
Second cat?
Both keys are in bed. Hold on. I think that's got it, but I don't know how that's going to look on stream because I know it's...
Come on, cat cam.
You can see the butt of the other one on stream. That's the best I can do.
That's fine. It's still adorable.
We demand more cat cam.
Honestly, though, same.
Yeah, I'll switch back to the other one. There we go.
Cookie's double checking the replay real quick because there was that little bit of question, maybe desync. So he's just making sure that there wasn't actually anything that we missed.
No, it looked like that wasn't actually broken. I think I just didn't see what you were looking at when I looked in the main.
That's what I think too, but, you know, might as well double check these.
That's alright, there's plenty of time. We've got a cat cam up, everyone's happy.
Yes, I'm content.
Get even one.
So what's the cat's name? We need to know.
Her name is Suna, and the other one's name is Chicken. Hey, Tingy.
Suna and Chicken.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like one of those was more thought out than the other.
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, cats. Aww.
Oh, looks like he's checking the replay again. Okay, a little bit longer delay. Not a problem.
That's fine. We can be interesting, right?
I mean, I might be the most uninteresting person in the world, but...
True. Well, I mean, we can do what I do on my stream when I have nothing else to do. We can talk Star Wars. Just cause problems on the internet.
While we're all here and waiting, why don't you all pull out your phone and scan that little code there in the bottom left of the screen? Some pretty interesting stuff going on there.
True. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if my figure will be in the cam. It's hard to tell. But yeah, down there. Scan that QR code. Be there. It's going to be great.
Who's black? Clapping this weekend. What is that? What?
The only thing I'm doing this Memorial Day weekend is StarCraft. I'm going to be casting a lot tomorrow. I don't know, but I assume it's sexual.
Sounds sexual to me. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it is. Are you in Chicago?
Or nearby Chicago?
So many people are just like, oh yeah, I'm actually in Chicago. And I'm like, what? Didn't actually plan for everyone to live in Chicago, but that's just oddly convenient.
Hey, that just means more people that are almost for sure going to show up.
That's true. Then you better be there. August, baby. Let's go.
August? Does that mean the map is going to be August Grad?
Ooh, finally a good map. Let's go. No, be there. We got 1v1. We're gonna have UMS games. We're gonna have, it's good. Lots of prizes, lots of fun. Maybe some fancy people, some good gamers, some notable names. We'll see who shows up. Gonna be a good time though, no matter what.
All right. Let's get into our second game in the top right. It is our blue Terran representing Team Just Desserts, currently up 1-0. It is Niblime. And in the bottom right, we have our red Zerg representing Team Hydralick, Deez Nuts. It is Art of Turtle. Here on the map, Paradiso.
Also, just for everyone's record, the QR code has everything you'll need. Information about the venue, tickets, donations if you want to help support the event, FAQ, like general information you might need. So yeah, everything should be there. It's in your neighborhood even. Okay, not... Are we sure this isn't Niantic just messing with us?
I don't know. Some people on Twitch have names that I have no idea who they are, and they're like, "Hey man, how are you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, hey buddy. I don't know who you are in game, but hi."
No, Niantic helped me plan it, so obviously he knows. But he also lives like we're right next to the venue, so that's why I was like,
"Oh, does he?" I wonder why the venue was chosen. Then
players that live within like reasonable distance of each other.
It's all right.
I think
AK
that's
lives
also
with
4 or 5
like
people in Chicago.
Yeah, AK lives within probably about 20 minutes from me. So
no one lives in Oklahoma.
No one lives in Oklahoma.
Is your friend Niantic? Or are we adding more people to the list of people who live right next to it in Chicago that I didn't know about until right now?
Yeah, Chicago's a pretty big place. It's got a lot of people living there. It's bound to be at least a couple.
Yeah, that all live within like walking distance of the venue.
Yeah, it is worth noting we had an extractor cancel. I'm not sure if that was a 9-pull or a 10-pull, but we are seeing a bit of aggression here out of Art of Turtle. This is definitely the kind of play where he's going to want to try and get in and do damage, or at least delay the command center from going down for as long as possible. He's got to do something with this early aggression. He's not even setting up to take the natural, it looks like, so. But there's no gas, so I'm assuming he's going to expand behind that the first 6 Zerglings. Yeah, 6 Zerglings will probably
get a little bit of fun on the map and then just go into some aggression.
Yeah, he'll probably go for these 6 Zerglings, see if he can get some damage done with them, and then go expand behind that. And then he can decide if he wants to keep going Lings or not, but most likely, since he's not getting the gas, he won't go more Lings, even if he does get those 6 Lings in. Drone moving around, just being a little annoying. He's going to go up and scout. There is no gas this time, so we are going to see some bio play. Might even an extractor. Nope, not going to. If you actually
steal the gas.
Fun fact: if you have a drone make any building, and then cancel it, it still has the same health except an extractor. It will come back with full health with an extractor. Maybe a hatchery too. I've never tested a hatchery, but like a creep colony, it'll still be damaged, etc. Yeah, if you make an extractor and cancel it, it has full health.
Interesting.
All right, he's got to pull back and hold this ramp. He's got to be really careful. These SCVs are going to make it just in time. Oh, one SCV. Oh no, the Zerglings do get in.
Didn't work.
That's enough Zerglings. You can kill those Marines very easily with those Zerglings. And now the Marines are, or the Zerglings are in the main base. He's got to fight this really carefully. SCVs are actually pretty decent at fighting, but they're glitching out. He's hitting a lot of SCVs. So that's 5 SCVs that have fallen. Oh, 4 still, actually. That 5th one does get away. But this is a lot of lost mining time. He's going to get this Marine right as it pops. He's got 1 Zergling still on the ramp. He hasn't noticed yet. Okay, he catches that one. A little bit of lag here in the replay. I'm sure these players are feeling pretty laggy in the game as well, that Australia to US difference. And it looks like Niblime is going to finally hold, but going to lose at least a couple more SCVs behind us. And in the back end, Art of Turtle is expanding, and the SCV to drone count is actually better for Art of Turtle now. He got the damage he needed with those 6 Zerglings and then some.
Yeah, he got so much damage done there. It's just going to be beautiful. He's going 3 hatch there. Gas coming up here.
Yeah, getting like 1 or 2 SCVs and delaying the command center by like a minute is probably good enough. He got like 8 SCVs and is going to delay this command center by more than a minute most likely. In fact, we're going to see a 2nd barracks go down.
Resetting the Marine count is huge. A 3rd barracks.
All right. Niblime's falling under pressure. He's doing a Zerg thing. I lost my Overlord. Okay, Ling all in.
All right, well that was fun. Time to all in.
Yeah, that was a really good attack. I like these instantly throwing on that creep colony. He doesn't know exactly what's going on in the background here. He knows there's no gas, but he doesn't know if it's going to be a barracks follow, if he's going to try and get the command center. So he's just being extra safe, getting that creep colony down just until he knows what's going on. I honestly...
going to go ahead.
I honestly wouldn't mind him sacking an Overlord here just to double check exactly what's going on, or at least get it over this natural to see if that command center is in fact going down.
Yeah, I'm wondering where it's going right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Shift clicked it up a little bit weird to get into the natural, just to avoid Marines, but...
Alright, back at our Zerg space, we are getting our lair on the way. We do have a third hash in base. The one thing about the sunken colony that it is going to hurt him a little bit is it is really far back. It actually might help him in the long run, because the Marines can't just run past it with a massive number of Marines. It is possibly just ignore the sunkens and just run into the main or the behind the natural mineral line, and they won't be able to do that as easily with how far back they are, but... Blime has finished all three of those barracks.
Kind of seeing the Marine count. So he's got to know at this point, alright, you're building way too many Marines. Something's going on here.
Well, the thing is that he's making non-stop Marines, but he knows how many SCVs he killed. So yeah, he's got to know there's not a CC on the way. So he should be expecting some kind of pressure, but we're not seeing another creep colony go down. There's getting enough Marines now that he's going to need at least one more creep colony. Stim is on the way. We should see medics here before too much longer. We are getting gas. The problem is the SCV count is still so low. He actually can't produce off of 3 barracks.
Yeah, this is actually unfortunate.
I think he's producing off 2.5 barracks, so that 3rd barracks is still like useful, but he can't quite produce off of 3 barracks.
Oh, the Overlord can't see anything.
I would really like that Overlord to peek forward and see that, just to reconfirm. But I mean, at this point, how many Marines he's seeing, he's got to know there's no way there's a CC on the way. This has got to be an aggressive all-in. But he's still not making more creep colonies, and that's really got me worried. Okay, the Marines are coming out. It was not seen by the Overlord. It has not been seen by the Zerglings yet. There is not enough Zerglings to hold this push.
Nope.
Okay, he just now sees it. More and more Zerglings are popping. Spire is almost complete, but there's no way the Mutas will be out on time. There's still no more creep colonies coming down.
Yeah, we need like 3 more Sunkens right now. Like, realistically, we only need like 2 more.
Looks like he's going to try and go for the counterattack, but Nablime is ready for that. He's already got SCVs on the top of the ramp. And here comes the attack. The Marines do stim in. There's only 2 medics here with this army. Okay, there's a third.
Big sandwich.
Oh no, he's going to bleed one of the medics. He is going to hold with just the one. That is so risky, but it's going to pay off for him. He's going to save a drone. Now here comes the fire bats on the next counter push. There are Zerglings in between the reinforcements. It looks like he's going to go for the sandwich, and he is going to get it. This is good surface area if he can get on it right. And oh my gosh, that was a huge surface area. Good connects there. These Zerglings are going to rip these Marines apart. The fire bats aren't going to be in the best position here because there's not a big Marine clump, although they are getting decent hits.
There's still fire bats, don't forget.
Medics and fire bats still good. But we only have 2 Marines and 2 fire bats. That's not enough to break this natural.
Right to the main.
And the main isn't protected. Oh no. Pulling more SCVs off the line. We're going to lose even more SCVs to Marines here, or to Zerglings here.
Even the lost mining time from this is just unfathomably bad for how few SCVs he's got.
No worries, Programmer Matt. It'll be up in the intermission every single time. We are going to lose an Overlord here, so that's something going right for Nablime, but Nablime is just taking so much damage. I really want to see at least one more. Just be extra safe. Why take the risk? Just throw out an extra Sunken. Nablime's going to GG out. We're going to tie the series up 1-1.
Yeah, you see the mutas, and you're like, nope, never mind. That was fun.
Yeah, he's got nothing against muted defense. There's no way.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do at a point like that, you know? You're like, yeah, that's just going to be it, isn't it? Alright. Tied up 1 each, baby. And you know what map we pick here? There's only 1 map worth playing on.
If it wasn't 76, I'd be disappointed. Hydralick these nuts. And they're 76.
Actually, we won that, so Nablime picked 76.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, this was Nablime's choice.
Ooh.
It's interesting. I haven't done a lot of testing on it, but I really feel like this would be a really strong map for Zerg in this matchup.
It is.
So.
It's 100% a Zerg map. That's why I pick it every time.
Yeah, no, interesting choice. Nablime probably hasn't been prepared if he's choosing this intentionally, or he's just hoping that our turtle has no experience with the map and it's just not going to know what to do. It's always a potential.
I mean, you could do a solid 2 racks or something on this.
Yeah, for sure. Spawning here in the top right, winning the last game with a pretty decisive 9 pull. It is our red Zerg Art of Turtle for Team Hydralick Deez Nuts. And in the bottom left, we have our black Terran. It is Nablime for Team Just Desserts here on the map 76. Interesting, Nablime sent one of his SCVs to mine the normal minerals.
Whoops.
And it looks like, yeah, I think we're going to see a BBS sending out that first, yeah, that's about what I figured when we picked this map. No.
What are your thoughts on the hallucinated minerals?
I think it's an interesting concept. I think this map might be better served without them. I think it'd be an interesting enough map without them. I think it's a problem that a lot of the, like, fancy, quote-unquote, fancy maps have, for, like, the island maps and the things that the KSL and the ASL have always done, is they try to put too many new fancy cool ideas into one map instead of just, like, making a normal-ish map with one unique feature. They gotta throw, like, everything they can in.
I actually think that, like, those quick minerals to jumpstart the game is a really cool feature.
I do as well.
I feel like it hurts Zerg the most. Just, I mean, you're not really hurting for Larva, but I feel like if there's any argument for, like, oh, which race doesn't benefit from it, it's Zerg Larva. But, you know, you should be able to keep up anyway.
Oh, for sure. It's an issue in Fastus as well, is like, you have to get a ton of hatcheries down really quickly in order to get the larva production you need to even support the economy. Meanwhile, you know, Terran or Protoss is just making non-stop units the entire time.
Yeah. And it just costs so many drones to keep building so many hatcheries. Yeah. It's a compounding issue. But I think still that it is a really cool mechanic, and I am interested if they'll include it more.
Yeah,
Because,
interestingly,
I love the early game. It
Our
can
turtle-
be a bit slow sometimes.
he's going for his mineral-only base. No, you're fine. But he's looking like he wants to go into to play here, so... Oh, I'm not sure what happened, but he stopped command his drones. 2 of them aren't mining, and then he, like, reclumped up a bunch on accident, so he just lost a lot of mining time. That really hurts.
Probably misclicked due to lag or something.
Probably, like...
But that'll ruin your game.
Yeah, I'm not even entirely sure what could have happened there. Unless he was trying to build... Because I could see, like, if he was trying to do the larva moving stuff, where you use a overlord and stop command. I don't know how he would have accidentally stopped his drones there. It happened, but it's unfortunate.
Yeah,
Alright, mineral only is up. I wonder if we're going to see a Ling Flood. It might be Hydralick as well. He might be going for some sort of Hydra play. I'm interested to see what Artural's plan is here. I would imagine he at least knows the map, even if he hasn't prepared anything specifically for it. But taking the mineral only, it seems like he's missing out on the one thing that makes this map really strong for Zerg. At least in this particular matchup, but I think in general. So it's a problem like we were talking about earlier, that all island maps have had. If you give Zerg enough gas, they just win. If you don't give enough Zerg enough gas, they just instantly lose. There's nothing they can do.
Yeah. Maybe we got a factory in the main for Sublime. He knows it doesn't work, right? I don't even think Vultures can fit down this ramp, if I remember correctly.
No, Vultures cannot. The biggest unit that can fit down that ramp is a Hydralisk. So those Vultures are trapped, but he's probably going to get a... Yeah, there's a starport. I assumed. He's going to go for, like, Vulture drops or something. Might be part of the reason why Artural's going for this build, but, like, even if he was worried about Vultures somehow being dropped in that base before Muta's gone out, you could just make one sunken if you're really worried. I don't know. Sublime just learned the hard way that the Vultures aren't going to fit down that ramp, unless he already knew, since he's going for the starport. I'm not sure, but he's not making a second Vulture to go with this, so yeah, I'm not really sure. Alright, Artural pokes up that ramp.
Marines?
He does finally know where his opponent is. He's not going to scout to see if they took the back expansion or not, but again, he did see the Vultures, so he's got to know that the expansion isn't up yet, even if he did take that back expansion. Nabaim is making a CC like he wants to expand down there. I guess with the dropship, he can actually drop an SCV down there to mine those minerals, so that still will work.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're going to be one gas Spire here. It's going to be not great, unless he takes another main, which it looks like he's actually going to do here. He's going to try and take the top left.
Yeah, he's got to at least take another main. He's got to at least be on 2 gas for this to work. But I mean, it is possible. You go for the Mutas to control the air, and then spam mass circling to deal with any potential anything else that's moving out into the middle of the map, because the options of what can be on the middle of the map are pretty limited. So
true,
but
until you get basically everything.
I don't know about basically everything, but pretty close, especially once they have Kraken, and doubly so if they have Defilers.
I actually think a really fun play is grabbing a middle base at the beginning. Sacrifice a little bit of early game economy, grab a middle base.
I think you sacrifice, don't you, Cam? Why would you go for the middle base when you have a double gas in your back, and you don't have to sacrifice as much economy? I don't know. Alright, looks like we got a little bit of a Ling run up here, but that Vulture with that SCV on the wall is going to be enough. Vultures are going to, or the Lings are going to get in, but they're not going to make it far enough to see anything. I don't know. I didn't click it fast enough.
It stopped right at the machine shop location.
Yeah, I don't think I saw the starport. It looks like it was just barely short of seeing that starport.
You got an SC2 player. Yeah, the game is definitely old, that's for sure. But man, is it fun.
I mean, it is an old game, but I wouldn't say it necessarily looks old. The updated sprites look pretty modern to me compared to a lot of other sprite-type games. So, well, these mutas might catch this dropship. They definitely saw it. Okay, he noticed. Yep. He noticed he's going to turn around. That's huge. And the Blime's early game is entirely reliant on getting some damage with these vultures. They're not even going to get out of the dropship. They're just going to die in the dropship. Oh, no. That's massive.
That's incredible catch here for our Zerg player.
Now, the one thing that the Blime has going for him is that our turtle is on one gas, so the muta count isn't high enough to fight multiple missile depots. So, he's gonna missile turrets. He's gonna be okay to survive with just missile turrets for now. And he's even got a fast science. Says, oh my gosh! If he jumps on this vessel, vessels do have one base armor, so they actually tank quite a bit. Oh, the repair, the mass repair, it's gonna be just enough. Does it get over? Come on! Oh! No! It does. It lives.
He lost 2 mutas for that.
Well, he's gonna lose 2 more mutas for 1 marine, it looks like. Oh! He only loses 1, but 2 more are almost dead.
Oh, what's his rally? His rally's all sorts of messed up. Look, there's a drone here and everything. Oof.
Yeah, that'll happen. No, if graphics matter to you, cutie, and you don't like the graphics, it's a hard enough game that, like, if you don't even like looking at it, you're probably not going to enjoy the game. But personally, I think Brood War is infinitely better than StarCraft 2 in pretty much every way. I know not everyone shares that opinion, but that's my opinion on the two. I think Brood War is the superior game.
I think both games have good merit.
Hydra didn't follow up here for our Zerg player, and then I'll let you go ahead and finish your thoughts. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, both games have good merit. Both games are great for different reasons. 100%.
I think
it's drone to micro.
It might be. It definitely looks like it's in that command group.
It is. It's 100% in that command group.
I think he finally noticed. Okay. No, I think StarCraft 2, I probably wouldn't dislike it as much if it didn't have the StarCraft name. If it was just some other random game, then I could probably accept it a little bit more as, like, it's not that kind of RTS. But the fact that it's a StarCraft game and it doesn't feel like a StarCraft game to me. Okay, there is an Overlord with this group as well, so I think he just accidentally, like, box selected that drone and didn't notice until just now.
Micro drone.
It's okay, it happens to all of us.
He's got multiple Overlords in this group, or are they all just rallied?
I think the other one's rallied because it's not moving with the move commands with the mutas.
Oh, there's 3 Overlords moving down. This is beautiful.
It does look old. I mean,
they'll get you.
Any sprite-based game is going to look old compared to modern games. Even modern sprite games with some of the like extremely detailed and beautiful sprites are still going to struggle looking like modern compared to how much CGI and like 3D modeling and things like that have improved. So it's just sprite-based. I mean, for a sprite-based game, the sprites are actually really well done. The remaster did a really good job of modernizing the sprites, but it's still sprites. It's still a 2D.
Considering how bad Warcraft happened.
Yeah, it's still a 2D image flying over a fake 3D terrain, because even the terrain is technically 2D. Each of these things are just little blocks of palette. So everything in the entire game is sprites, even the terrain itself.
But you know what? For doing that in 1998, absolutely incredible at the time. Like, if you consider at the time technology, this is an absolutely wild game.
Mm-hmm. No, 100%. I mean, Blizzard's always been really good at their graphics. Oh my gosh. No, Nablime killed one of his own missile turrets. I don't think it's going to matter because there's so many here, but that's painful.
Oh.
Alright, we are going to get a third gas going for our Zerg, but I don't know, it worries me that it's a little too late. I mean, these Hydras aren't going to really do much. We are getting the Queen's Nest, so we'll get a Hive here before too much longer, but it feels like his opportunity to do something with potential mass muta is over, and I think he really could have, because we're relying entirely on science vessels to stop the mutas, so if you just don't clump them and, you know, I don't know.
The Blime scanned and saw he didn't get the pocket base, or the turtle, that is, so he's got to be like, alright, you have to have at least one more main.
Is that Queen Energy? That's Queen Energy.
Yes, it is.
So I guess he's going to go for Ensnare, because there's nothing, he has to research Broodling. So, can you even cast 2 ensnares with Queen Energy upgrade? Is that what that's for? I'm not even sure.
I think so.
He's getting high Overlord speed, and that's finished. I don't know if he picked up drops yet or not, but I'm assuming with how this is being positioned with these Hydras here that he's going for a drop, so he probably already has drop finished. Still not seeing the high yet.
Drops.
It's true. Fun fact about Ensnare is that it actually lowers attack speed as well, so it basically negates stim. Not that we have any bio in this game, but...
Yeah. That's why one of my favorite ASL games of all time is Flash versus Light, Soma versus Light, playing under Chosen Missouri at the time. ASL 9. I want to say it's the top 4. I want to say it was the semis on Sylphid, where he ensnares Light's whole army and then surrounds it with ultras. It is I watch that game more often than I should. Oh,
can you pick up the dropship? That's big. That's what he was using to ferry units down here. Good irradiate goes down. I like that. The D-Matrix, but quick response from Arda Turtle doesn't waste the Scourge on that. He's going to lose all of his mutas, but those mutas had pretty much run their course.
Yeah.
Now, Arda Turtle's looking like he's wanting to sit for the drop, but I think there's still just enough here. I don't think he can actually break this base, especially if mines start going down. I don't know if he'd researched mines or not.
I'm surprised we haven't researched. Okay, there it is. I was gonna say, where's our ventral sacks, our Overlord transport?
Zerg's on 3 gas, Ozzy. That's a mineral only base, so it's technically on 3 gas.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this is looking really dire for Terran. Terran trying to move down the ramp and get that
wrecked.
Yeah, he doesn't have a response to these Hydras. Like these Hydras can literally just walk up this tiny ramp, although it is still a tiny ramp. So like, good luck.
One Hydra can walk up this ramp.
Yeah, one Hydralisk at a time.
Conga line, boys.
The mines are done, but they're going to get sniped before they can actually burrow. Oh, one does get up, and it does hit.
That one.
Irradiate on one of the Hydras does kill his own Hydra to make sure that the Irradiate doesn't do the damage. Nice.
God, that's such a flex.
Another Hydra gets irradiated. It is doing some decent damage to its teammate Hydra. Oh, big mine hits there, but massive Hydra move across the map. So like he's going to barely hold this. Now what does he have to hold the next Hydras?
Yeah, he's going to... Alright, we got 2 Scourge here.
Oh, he's trying to force the expansion. That bunker's not going to even finish before these Hydras get here, and then he has no response. Does he have siege mode done yet?
We just slammed a Scourge into an NG bay. Let's go.
Nice. We have a siege tank. No siege mode. He's repositioning like he wants to drop again. I think dropping is a mistake, though. There's enough here in this third base now that these Hydras aren't.
There's lots of mines. Just go right through and break the natural again. Right into the main.
Do we have... I still don't know if we even have drop Overlords. I never saw research, but I'm sure he got it for speed. He must have, because he was positioning like he wanted to do it. Do we have our Hive yet? No, we're still on Lair Tech. We do have the Queen Energy upgrade. And okay, we do have Queens on the way now. I was going to say, I wonder if that was a mistake, because he hasn't made any Queens, but now they're coming.
Nah. The Queens are coming, don't worry.
I still am curious at what it's going to be used for, because maybe he did get Bridling, so he must be thinking about using it for tanks. Do you actually get a second... That's 125 energy to cast Broodling, if I remember right. Yeah, so I guess at max energy, you would get 2 Broodlings, yeah.
Alright, well, he's starting to try and take his pocket base from his main, but...
Yeah, 250 energy with the energy upgrade. Okay, we do have drop. There are drop overlords loaded up at that third base, but again, I don't think going into this third base is the right idea. Maybe you had like 4 or 5 extra overlords here to just tank the first turret shots and then drop past these mines. He's definitely not got enough units down here to fight that many Hydras, but it looks like he's going to drop... Yeah, I think he's going to drop the main as he pushes from the low ground, maybe. But the vessels do see it, so he pulls back. No response from the vessels, though. They're just kind of continuing. Okay, I think he's realized now. But he just loaded up a bunch of dropships, so maybe he doesn't know. The attack is coming in. Almost all of the Blind's units are in dropships.
I don't think Scotty knows.
Pushing forward here, trying to snipe this bunker. The repair isn't going off in the bunker. Drops going down into the main.
Drops are in.
Gets some damage down on those Hydras as it was irradiated, but yeah, I think this is just too much Zerg. I just don't think the Terran has a response.
No, the tank doesn't know what to do. There's one more tank back here, but it's going to get popped real quick.
Oh, cutie, you poor summer child. 44 drones is a pretty decent drone count in the mid-game for Zerg.
Let's go, Art of Turtle. That's my boy.
Yeah, Art of Turtle. Yeah, Art of Turtle's gonna take it. So that's gonna be 2-1 for Team Hydralick Deez Nuts.
Yeah, so in StarCraft 2, you want to sit at like 80 drones plus, depending on if you're playing like a Roach Ravager versus a Ling Bane, up to 100. Yeah, in StarCraft, in Brood War, you only really want 1 drone per patch, basically, plus or minus.
A large economy for a Zerg is sitting at around 60 drones. StarCraft 2, especially modern StarCraft 2, is a lot more fast-paced in the early game because you start off with more workers. So there isn't really an early game, so to speak. So it's about getting
how you trade.
It's about it ends up being about how quick or getting economy up really quickly. Whereas Brood War, there's a lot of more early game engages, and you have to be able to fight and defend at the same time.
Well, so think of this, like in StarCraft 2, if you're playing Ling Bane, right, you're at 100, 102 drones, and you are going to be just throwing your army at your opponent and rebuilding it as quickly as you can. Versus in Brood War, where you're building lurkers and hydras, which are 1 and 2 and 1 supply respectively, and they just generate value all day, every day. Build your defilers.
I mean, honestly, a Master 1 rank in SC2 has no equivalent in StarCraft 1. They're different enough games that I don't think skill in one necessarily translates very easily into the other, outside of just the basics of I play an RTS and I can play an RTS.
No, but in terms of equivalent spot on the ladder, you're talking mid-A. If we were talking just like a direct 1-to-1.
I doubt it. I was GM in StarCraft 2 during the Heart of the Swarm, or whatever the first game was.
Yeah,
and when I came back to Brood War, I was
about like skill translation. We're talking about like the equivalency of being this high on the ladder in one game.
In the equivalency would be like A, I guess. Yeah, but yeah, gotcha. Yeah, more as in percentage.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into our next game here. In the top middle, we have our pink Zerg. It is Izu playing for Hydralick These Nuts, I believe.
Hydralick These Nuts. Let's go.
And in the left-hand side, we have our black Protoss. It is Nam Furtoss playing for Just Desserts.
Well, yeah, man, that's because you play Protoss.
Ooh, the Protoss shade, even going into StarCraft 2. No, Brood War is a much slower game than StarCraft 2 in a lot of ways, while also being a lot faster, because units are more clunky, they move more slowly, and micro matters more because of the clunkiness of units.
Yeah.
The two games just aren't comparable in the way they're played. The things that make you good in StarCraft 2 don't make you good in Brood War, and vice versa.
I will say, though, having watched a lot of StarCraft 2 players translate over to Brood War, a lot of base mechanics of just macro cycles, you know, watch your army, macro cycle, watch your army, does translate. And I have seen a lot of mid-high rank StarCraft 2 players land at mid-range ranks in Brood War simply on those base mechanics.
I think there's some merit to that, like for instance with Queen Larva Injects, that's going to get you used to going back to your bases quite regularly, which is going to translate well into macro cycles for StarCraft 2, but I don't think all races have something like that translates really well into the mechanics
Mules, Chrono, and Chrono is honestly the weakest out of those because you can do it from the minimap a lot easier than you can the other two.
But even modern Injects, I don't think anyone looks at their base anymore. I think they do it all through hotkeys and just spam click instead of actually going back to
pros look at their bases.
I mean, obviously they look at their bases. I'm just saying they don't think they. I think the modern thing in StarCraft 2 is to make the move to next hatchery or spacebar, and then just hold down the inject and spam spacebar as you click.
Yeah, it still takes you around all your bases. You just gotta.
Yeah, but you see them for like half a second.
Yeah, it's true.
It's not going to translate well into how macro cycles work, but no, it's still like those base mechanics, spreading creep, things like that. Those are like little things that you have to do in StarCraft 2 that do have importance, that do translate into all the little things you have to do in a Brood War. So like, as far as like being a fast enough player to play Brood War, it will help in that way. But the mechanics of how units work and how macro works and all that doesn't translate directly very well.
Yeah.
Fair. Izu versus Furtoss. Let's talk about our game here. We do have a Forge expand out of Furtoss here, and we did have a overpull for Izu as well. So pretty normal game. Overpull is pretty standard on any 2-player map or 3-player map. You'll see 11 hatch on 4-player maps kind of regularly, but usually not worth the risk on a 3-player or a 2-player map.
Can you believe Manadog knows I'm casting and expects me to talk about the game? Come on. Have you ever seen me cast and talk about the game? Come on, man.
No, I got a little bit carried away, but I got a player here that's interested in Brood War potentially that comes from StarCraft 2, so doing a little bit of explanation on my thoughts about how it would translate, would not translate. Maybe we'll get a new player out of it. But so far, Izu's okay. It's worth noting Izu's going for his 3rd hatchery, and this is actually important. We're only on 8 drones, so he went for this hatchery super early. He cut a lot to get this hatchery out. But it is Forge Expand, so no Zealot pressure is going to be coming across the map. He might be able to get away with it, but I actually don't know if it's worth the sacrifice in economy if he's just going for an economy game, especially because he's mining gas right now. So those 8 drones,
have the money to use those larvae that he's getting.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm not sure what the decision making was behind that decision. I'm assuming he has some sort of plan for it, but I'm not entirely sure what it is. At least not yet. And we're not talking like these aren't bad players. So this isn't just like, it's a D player who just doesn't know his builds. I mean, these are A players, so they know what's going on. So I'm really interested in what the decision. Yeah, okay. It's a Hydra bust. I figured it had to be Hydras or some sort of Zerling all in with the economy. It is going to be Hydras.
Like
okay.
973 some flavor, or do you think we're just going to do some more nuanced 3 hatch?
The fact that he has 3 hatches, it has to be a 973. You can't afford that without. That's the minimum number of drones to be able to afford off of 3 hatcheries. It's looking like this is going to line up to where he's going to get Hydra speed instantly. He's going to drone up the rest of the drones he needs, get the Overlords to pop out Hydras, and it's a really nice timing that works out for him. I've never seen this timing before, but it might even be faster.
Yeah, this might... Write this down!
I mean, you technically have the replay now saved.
Good. It's true. Definitely not going to go watch this a lot. Writing it down like,
I really don't know 973s. I just don't ever do them. I really should watch a replay of someone doing it once and write down the timings.
Here you go.
But it's actually going to be a 963, I think. Okay, no, there's the 7th drone coming up now. So we are hitting that 973. Hydralisks are on the way. Actually going to go with an 8th drone, or is there only...
There's not enough in the main.
There's not enough in the main. Here comes the first Zealot move out, though. These are going to see the Hydras as the first ones are popping, which is pretty big for Furtos. It's going to give him a chance to start getting those cannons up that he's going to need to defend this.
Yeah, that's exactly what Protoss wants. Is you get over here, you see them as they pop, and you go, oh, cannon. Yeah, in the words of Hawk, if you see less than 6 cannons, you send it.
Yeah, it's worth noting 973 does not have to be an all-in. You 100% can macro behind this. However, the variant that Izu's going for, I'm not entirely sure that you were going to recover as easily, because he cut a lot of corners to get his Hydras up even quicker.
Hydra micro. Little AFK.
That happens. Speed just now finishing for the Hydras. These Hydras can technically infinitely micro against these Zealots, but it's not really reasonable to back up for 10 seconds and then turn around and shoot once and then back up for 8. It's just, you're going to run out of map too fast. But I don't know about moving directly into the Zealots to attack, but more Hydras are popping. This attack from these Zealots is massive. The fact that they're not only getting damage on these Hydras and possibly killing some,
killing Hydra.
They're delaying for the cannons, which aren't coming, actually.
Furtos, are you awake?
Furtos maybe calling the bluff, thinking that more Hydras weren't coming. But, okay, here comes the cannons now. We do have 3 Zealots sneaking past these Hydras, but there's enough Hydras now to just bust down this cannon and end the game. I honestly...
Yeah.
I'm really worried for Furtos. That might have been a massive mistake. He's going to at least have to pull probes. He's coming from behind with these Zealots, but these Hydras aren't going to come back. He's just going to deal with these Zealots with his rallies, and now he's going to break down the wall. I don't know why he's not... He's got Hydra range. He can bust down this cannon.
Right now.
He could end this game right now.
Shooting the cannons. This is a big mistake here, because this is the one point you have where you can break this before all these cannons finish.
Yeah, once these cannons finish, this bust is over, and he's losing drones in the back end. Those Zealots are still alive. We've got 4 kills on one, 5 kills on the other. I don't know how many of those are drones, but based on the fact that he's nothing but droning right now, I think that quite a few of those were drones. Some were Zerglings and some were Hydras, but I think 3 or 4 of those were drones. That's pretty big, because he's trying to transition out of this, so every drone is really important right now. Yeah, it looks like Furtos was calling Izu's bluff, but Izu overcommitted, or committed a little bit further than Furtos was going, so Furtos was trying to cut the corners there and realized he couldn't cut those corners, and now he's mildly punished by having to throw down 6 cannons where he might have only needed like 5.
Yeah. But on the other hand, Izu probably could have busted there as well because the cannons were so late.
100%. If he moved forward and killed that first cannon, if he doesn't bust, he at least forces more cannons out and more economic damage. But I'd be surprised if he couldn't bust that, because those cannons had only just started. If he clicked on one, he would have seen that it was only just brand new, fresh. But he was getting attacked by the Zealots back at home. I think that there's just too much going on. He decided not to risk it and try and macro in multiple locations. Macro
At the
hatches
end of the
are
day,
going
pro
now.
players are people too, believe it or not.
Micro hatches are going down. We're getting our 4th and 5th hatchery. We are getting a double Evo. I like this. It's a style that I've really come to enjoy recently, is that double Evo into Mass Hydra. Yeah, +1/+1 is now underway. We are getting the lair on the way. I'm assuming we're probably going to go up to 6 hatch Hydra. I don't think he's going to try and switch into Muta from here, but it is potential. He does have the possibility. He's got to know that his opponent probably skipped his Corsairs because of the 973, so you've always got to be ready for that potential Muta switch. I just don't know. We have the 3rd gas isn't being taken, but we do have the 2nd gas, but that's what you're going to need for this production of Hydras. So, yeah, I think we're going to stay on Hydras here and just give the double Evo upgrades. So,
yeah, from here, Hydras, you start tacking towards Hive, get your Defilers, you know, get some Lurkers along the way, upgrades.
Yeah, for sure.
Here.
Izu has the potential to also go for a Contain here. He hasn't thrown on a 6 hatchery yet, so if we're going to go for 5 hatchery, it's possibly goes for a Lurker Contain. He does have the upgrades already done for the Hydralisk, so if this lair pops, we instantly get Lurker aspect on the way. It might be what he's going for. Getting Overlord speed, not seeing Lurker aspect yet. Zealots are moving out. Quick response from Izu, though, not going to take any free damage here. Does get a good surround on one of the Hydras. Might pick up. Nope, just barely sneaks out. Never mind. Good micro here from Furtos.
I guess the Hydras do more of a cha-cha slide than they do a run, but...
Yeah, it's really hard to do, but he was doing moving shots with these Zealots and actually getting some extra free damage on some of those Hydras. Doesn't kill any, but any extra damage is good damage. And now the now the new rally is coming out of Hydra, so he does have to pull back, but he does have 2 Stormy Boys out, and they both have energy for Storm. He does get 1 Storm off a decent Storm. Good pull back. Takes about half damage on all those Hydras. 2nd Storm comes down. That is going to finish off those Hydras. Only loses 4 out of those 2, though.
Force an Archon, which is nice.
Well, they had used all their energy. Most likely would have become an Archon anyways, but yeah, forcing that, especially in a location like this where now he's going to be able to run forward and snipe this, that's big.
Yeah.
Now you can pull back, loses 1 Hydra for one Hydra for an Archon, but now there's enough Zealots here that they can just push these Hydras back. So, and we just had a big.
This is where we're gonna need Lurkers for sure, though.
Yeah, we just had a big round of drones as well. We do have a lot of larvae built up here. Izu supply blocked himself temporarily there. I'm assuming the Overlords are going to pop any second now. But we do have more Hydras on the way, plus these. And the SimCity here is going to help these Hydras. He's probably got just enough, especially because these Zealots are coming in disjointed. He's got to use the SimCity really well. He doesn't have enough Hydras here to fight these head-on. More Hydras are popping, though. That's going to be just enough. He will be able to push this back. But Furtos getting some really good damage. Yeah, this is good trading. He's trading out a lot of Zealots for a lot of Hydras. Yeah, okay, I like that. He's running past, getting the Scout. We do have our 6th hatchery coming down now as well. He does see the double Evo. And we have a 2nd lair. I'm assuming it's a misclick because he was doing a macro cycle. Hopefully he'll notice before that finishes, because that's a lot of gas.
That's how you get your upgrades, your double upgrades. Come on. Didn't you watch ASL?
We still haven't seen Lurker aspect, so he's doing that same 6 hatch double upgrade style that I've been enjoying a lot recently. We probably won't see Lurker aspect until a little bit later on, as he's going to take his 4th, or considering taking his 4th. But he will be keeping up with
What do you need a layer for at this point, then? Just Overlord speed?
I mean, you always want Overlord speed. You always want the potential to go into Spire. I like to get the Spire anyways, just as a threat. Even if I don't intend on going the Mutas, it forces the good Storm there on that first clump of Hydras, but decent dodge there.
Good reaction.
Yeah, it forces the Protoss to constantly be wary of the fact that the Hydras or the Mutas could be coming, even if you never use it.
Sense.
And even the Scourge are decent and useful when you do end up switching into Lurkers. We are going to get this base cancel here. There's not enough.
Totally toast.
Yeah, and that's going to be GG. Furtos is going to GG out. Yeah, he loses that 3rd. There's nothing he can do to hold his natural anymore. He lost his alarm. He trying to defend that. So.
Yeah, that was
Izu's going to take game number 1.
Come on, the boys. Love to see it.
The boys.
These are my boys. Izu's one of my boys, you know? Yeah, Storm does a lot more damage in Brood War than it does StarCraft 2. In
Doubly
StarCraft
so, because
2, it does 80. Oh, yeah.
But does it actually do more damage?
Yeah, it does 84 damage, I think, in StarCraft 2 and 112 in Brood War.
I did not know it did more damage, but yeah, it also doesn't help that the units are a lot more clunky in Brood War, so it takes longer to move them out, even if you react instantly.
Yeah.
All right, in the left-hand side, we have our Red Terran currently down 0-1. It is Nam Furtos playing for Team Just Desserts, and here on the right side.
What race is he?
Protoss? Did I not say
You
Protoss?
said Terran.
Wow, I'm just all over the place today.
Yeah.
And here on the right side of Heartbreak Ridge, it is our Magenta Zerg CWT Izu representing Team Hydralick Deez Nuts, currently up 1-2-0 in this series.
Let's go, Deez Nuts. Come on, my boys.
All right, 2-player maps. We probably will see that overpull once again out of Izu here. It is definitely a very viable build. 11 hatch is only slightly more economic.
Yeah, and
Pylon going down in the...
on a 2-player map, there's too much chance for shenanigans, in my opinion. Having just gotten cannon rushed twice out of 3 games in a series, I mean, maybe I'm a little biased, but overpull, I think, is the way to go.
The cannon rush is the only worry. If they're going to 2-gate you, I'd much rather have an 11 hatch over an overpull. It's a much easier defense. There is the overpull coming down for our Zerg player. Let's see, it's probably going to be Gateway since he hasn't sent out his probe. But we'll have to double see. You know, it is a forge. He's just being extra economic.
This wall is very hard to handle.
Yes. This is an older map, so even though it's been updated, the walls are still really awkward. The old school way of walling is essentially what he's doing now, and that's to use the gas as part of your wall off. And then you'll have your choke there in this instance on the top side there for your zealot hole. The gas to forge, I'm assuming, is tight, although I don't know in these positions. It's tight on the other side. I don't know if it's tight on the left side.
I don't think it will once he builds the assimilator. If it is tight now, I don't think it will be once the assimilator builds.
Once he builds the assimilator, it's not tight anymore, for sure. It's the same with the top. If you build against the one at the top, it's not link tight. And the one at the top, you can't run links past the top of the gas, but if you build the geyser, then you can run them past the top. Hatchery going down for our Zerg player. Cannon is going down for toss here, and it's going to be a forward cannon.
All right, well, I mean, that's all looking pretty standard. Lings here just going to be enough to generate some threat. Shouldn't get anything done.
Yeah, he went cannon before the Nexus just to be extra safe, so yeah, these Zerglings aren't going to get anything done. We do have 4 of them being out on the map. A 6th pair actually is popping now. That 6th pair is actually pretty deadly. If he doesn't notice that and doesn't pay attention, that 6 links is enough that he could run past this cannon and get 3 or 4 into the main, especially because this wall in is going to be a 3 zealot wall most likely. You might be able to find a cheeky angle where you can get it with 2, but it's going to take a lot of probes to block that properly. And the wings are almost here. We got probes being pulled. It's going to block it just in time, I think.
Boys coming.
Okay, yeah.
So there's scouting for the drone. I thought it was going to jump, but it didn't.
Okay, yeah, there is an angle you can block this with 2, so... And then looks like the Forge 2 Vespene Geyser is not link tight on this side. I'm pretty sure it is on the right side, but it doesn't look like it is on this left side, so...
Right.
Zergling's getting a little bit of damage here. They're not actually killing anything, but they are forcing a lot of extra probes off the line, losing some
bottom of the map.
Yeah, we do have a ninja pylon here. I wonder what this is going to be used for. It could be Robotech, it could be hiding DT tech, it could be any number of things. Could it be a Stargate? Could he go Stargate into Scout?
Scout, come on.
It is going to be a gateway. Okay, he's just going to do proxy gates. That's boring.
Yeah, come on. If you're going to cheese, be interesting.
Yeah, he's going to go for the 3-gate, so we're going to see some 3-gate pressure out of him. He might even get a 4th because he's got the expansion, so this is into 1 base push.
Yeah, with this 4 gates, you just build Zealot, win game, LOL.
Yeah, I don't think this is, I mean, this is kind of cheesy. You could argue this is an all-in, but I think this is just a, he knows that his natural is being scattered entirely, so he's going to build up a couple of rounds of Zealots down here, and then attack one of the Zerg's bases, and the Zerg's going to be like, wait, what the heck? Where did those come from? Catch them entirely off guard.
Izu smells something in the water, but he's not quite getting it. He's got a Ling going all across the top. Overlord coming back around the bottom. He smells something in the water.
I don't know if he necessarily smells it. I think he's just a good player and is being pretty proactive, especially on a map like Heartbreak Wood. Oh my gosh, Heartbreak Ridge, which was notorious when it was new for being a cheesy map. This Overlord might scout it. The current path it's going, if it keeps moving straight, it will see just the tops of these gateways. It's almost there. Zerglings are being chased by the Zealots, yep. Getting engaged. He sees Zealots popping up, and now he sees the gateways. Now he knows exactly what's going on.
Instant reaction.
But this is going to catch him a little bit off guard. He's only got Zerglings to fight this with, and he had just done a round of drones because he only saw 3 zealots coming out, so he's only working with a larva that, as it popped right now. He doesn't have any additional larva. We've got 5 zerglings on the way. We got 2 already finished. We got a creep colony coming down, but it is not going to be a sunken in time. He's pulling the drones. He's got to do it. He's got to.
the boys.
Yeah, he's got to delay this for as long as possible. This is enough zealots to even kill all these drones with these zergling support. More zerglings are going to rally out. The sunken is going to finish up.
Oh, we got a drill here. Protect the sunk. Come on.
That is a pretty good drill. Sunken's going to finish.
And that's going to be a hold.
Yeah, through all of that, I don't think we lost a single drone there. And all these blood piles that I can see are zergling blood piles, not drone blood piles. They are different. So, yeah.
It looks like he didn't lose a single drone there. Incredible.
Ooh, rallies right into the sunken. He's going to lose 1 zealot for free. Going back in because those are already engaged, but he just does not have enough zealots here to fight this anymore, especially because 2 of those are already almost dead.
Apart by the sunk.
Oh, this might just be GG. This might be over.
Yeah, I think at this point you've lost too much.
Spire's almost done. We're holding the 3 zealot trickle with just zerglings. We're even throwing out a second creep colony. Ferdos is going to GG out. Izu's going to take it 2-0.
It's a game, boys. G, let's go. All right, and that puts us up 2 points. Let's go. Lick these nuts. Lick these nuts. Lick these. Wait, no.
If I'm doing the scoring right, I think you guys are tied up now because you got 2-1, 2-1, 2-0, 2-0. Or is it 8-6? I think you're 8-6 now. So I think you guys are up this series so far.
I don't know. Cookie, what's the score? Show us the score, my man, please. All right. Let's see. That'll be 6-7.
6-7? Okay.
Yep, with that score. So close.
No, 8-7. That doesn't have the new series, so it'll be 8-7. So it's very close.
He just added the new series.
4, 5, 6. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, so it is 6-7. Okay, still either way, still really close.
Yeah, it's gonna be close, and we still got Memnom, solid player, Flipendo, solid player, and then Machine versus Dragon. Now that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, Machine versus Dragon. I'm looking forward to that. I feel like that's going to be slightly Dragon favorite, I'm being honest, but definitely don't count Machine out. Both of these players are very old pro players. So
these guys know their way around the game. That's for
sure. They know what they're doing.
Actually, I've been talking with Machine a lot because he knows a lot about event hosting because he actually works in a company that does like esports events.
So old,
he's
they're
been helping
ancient.
me quite a bit.
They're fossils. They're in the ground. They're about to turn into oil. America's gonna mine them soon.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's not what I meant to do.
All right, it looks like we're gonna go to a quick break here, my friends, and we'll be back with more StarCraft. So don't go anywhere.
See you guys soon.
Strap right in, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna have fireworks here.
My gosh, how does that live?
He's coming in from the side. There's only one SCV on the ramp. He can get up here. There's not enough surface area to block these links. All these Marines are going to fall to these links.
He might think that he can bust in here, not realize that lurkers are about to pop out, and now be forced to back out. So
it's absolute badness because Honey Badger should lose this game. There's just one Marine on the ramp and he floated the barracks.
For slowling, so let's see how this goes.
yeah, well, one thing, if Killer Ace was more on top of his production, he would be able to produce out enough things to defend this. But as it stands, the link speed upgrade of the control group coming in behind, so very big ling advantage for either homie, but not enough surface area. This evolution chamber is in a beautiful position, splitting their shots a little bit too much to mop this up cleanly. But the forces in the main base have started to become unloaded. We'll be going to insult. There's nothing here to defend. These Sunkens can't move. So right now he's going to be losing this pool, this gas in the main base, and there's nothing really.
You can delay the cannons from being jumped jumped on, and no, the first cannon's gonna get jumped on instantly and go down. This is probably the writing on the wall. Probes still aren't even being pulled. The other cannon's honest things you can have against a push like this, but the engage is coming down now. Zealots are getting tough with these hydras. It looks like there might just barely be enough here for Zoom.
Cannons here, and Jumda's actually going to pull right up before Storm is done. There's no Storm, it's just barely starting. He's going to kill this easily.
Yeah, these drones in the natural either, so he's not really got any income because these drones are all on the gas right now. He's using all of his overlords. He can't even replace these overlords. Laka in absolute disarray as the mutas come back.
Barely killed that hatchery, like barely killed that hatchery.
There's a lot of vultures actually. This is gonna do surprisingly well against the large number of hydras that have been brought up here just from sure massive numbers. Power getting shoved back. 2 wraiths a little bit too much for that. Without any Scourge to punish, he's not gonna be able to save the rest of these Guardians. That's another huge blow here for Noctes. Kind of running out of time.
At the moment, Shuttle is coming in. EMP is not ready. There is no energy on that vessel, man. But Morphos doesn't know that, but doesn't matter. He goes into the stasis. Oh, they drop in the back. Pretty good work.
But I think Dragon's starting to skirmish with him and leading up a little bit of his army. If he goes in a bit too haphazardly here, it could be bad.
Well, look, if Dragon can shut down the top right, he still has a chance here. As long as he holds his main and the bottom right and is still mining a bit, I think he can still do this. From the left, it's a 9 o'clock.
So many SCVs going down for Wolfix.
Engage. Oh, it's a nice
Dragoons. It's quite a lot of Dragoons. 18 Dragoons and only 6 tanks. The map is not good here for Wolfix. He's going to lose all of these siege tanks. Oh no. Dragon in absolute command of this game right now, raining down like fight for his family. Do you think he goes home and like herds animals? Look at this huge
across the map.
What's going on right now? I don't understand. He's just going to try and attack into this. There's a huge swell. There's plenty of stasis now. He's got at least 1 stasis available, and it's going to go down his back row of tanks. 4 siege tanks currently stasis. There is a nice little choke point that he has to attack into, which is kind of helping Wolfix trade somewhat effectively right now. But with those 4 siege tanks in lockdown, and it doesn't matter if Wolfix is target firing, it's still going to be hard for him to trade too cost efficiently. But he is coming out ahead in supplies. There's 4 arbiters, and the huge stasis goes up on Nikolaev's, even getting his own observer. But it does up in his man. Here's a lot of arbiters, Nebline. And it's getting to a point where he could start stasising all of the tanks of Wolfix with one round of stasis.
His main, wouldn't worry about it.
Don't notice the freezing time, right? Just suddenly you're in the next game state.
Oh, look at this huge force. Wolfix is unsieged. All this army's going to get on top of
huge stasis from Dragon getting the backline tanks. The EMP does come down, but it might be too late. There's just still slightly too much Protoss. He's going to at least trade off most of these now, though. Zakram going to be pushing in.
Oh, I don't know about this.
Position can be busted. I don't know about this at all. One of the shuttles goes down before unloading. Another couple of Zealots are going to be able to get out. And the Reavers coming out on the eastern flank to try and support. But I don't think this attack is going to work at all. Completely denied just to attack upgrade. So Zekrom hasn't started.
I certainly haven't started mine, man. I'm sitting here.
This is not a vulture. This is not a tight wall. This is not a tight wall, Nebline. Look at these vultures.
No.
Desecrating the sacred ground of this Nexus expansion, completely dominating these probes and forcing them into retreat. Only 3 of the probes managing to get out.
Oh my god, that one survivor, man. He's like, I've seen some shit. Oh,
I've seen some shit, man. I've seen some shit. I've done some stuff. And they're like, man, you lying.
Yeah, they have not given him, like, you know, his discharge is going back to 3 o'clock.
Yeah, get back up there, we don't believe you.
Oh, and that's the probe. The same probe is the one who drops the pile on there, by the way.
He's the one that knows. He's the wise one.
His friends are looking at him like, what do you mean? We don't need a pile on there. He's like,
It's like, trust me, you do.
Oh, that was brutal. Easy thing, Glaive.
Bad situation. Zakrom has some speed shells, high temperatures, and these beautiful storms to clear up this army, but there's so many siege tanks for Glaive. It's going to be a really
there it is.
Here comes a D-Matrix to negate that true damage. 5 HP left on that tank, and the D-Matrix going to be saving it, soaking up so many of those side disruptor shots from the remaining Dragoons. Another side storm coming on the back, remaining 3 of those tanks going down in the back line.
I don't know how you're going to do this after opening Rax FE, man. This is crazy.
This is like balls of steel.
Only 1 Marine here. Oh, we need to pull more than that. Okay, here it comes. Okay, there we go. Now he's getting into position here. I mean, honestly, you can sort of just let that bunker finish if you can hold the ramp. But where are they going? They're going the wrong way. Oh my god.
They're trying to drill the Marines, but they went a little bit too far to the right, so the Marines started.
One Reaver in there.
Yeah. Oh, huge scarab shot.
No. I didn't think that was going to go on.
Slowing down.
No, sometimes that cannon is just like a target for the Reaver.
Scarab something.
Well, that Reaver's getting too close already. Taking good damage. Good hit, though. Where are the two Reavers in the shuttle? That's what he needs to defend here. Doing what he can with the forces he has. Not the best Scarabs, though. Here comes the Reavers from behind, though. If he can take out Icicle's Reavers, maybe there's a chance here. And he drops one. Nice pickup from Icicle again. But it looks like Masigo actually going to be able to defend this, if barely. Oh my god. These players went for such amazing Reaver micro, man. This is crazy.
Yeah, they're both really trying their hardest here, and I kind of respect it. They're both doing absolute stellar micro, trying to get the most out of units. All the Jakku.
Amazing shot, but he's going to get taken out. No, they flipped it up with last stroke. Oh, that was such a great pickup by Icicle.
It's a beautiful Reaver micro there, saving.
Oh my god.
Ooh, nice little micro.
Oh my
trying to keep this Reaver alive. Doing a good job of fighting with a little. Another Reaver can be slugging it down from the road. Some rally Dragoons also to be coming to help out. Most of Masigo's Dragoons are going
Reaver's
down.
alive. That Reaver.
So 8 Goliaths with the standing army, and that's it. So right now, if this infantry engages well enough, we could also kill these. Ooh, nice little EMP going to be going off on all of those carriers, though. So only hull HP for these carriers.
Now, while you guys are sorting that out, we have the push coming in top left. We still don't have range even started for the Goliath, so this is very easy micro for the carriers picking.
This big, beautiful carrier fleet showing us the absolute might of the Protoss player, and he has got a lot of gateways online already, pumping out 6 gateway production. There's so much of his army kind of for free. There is still a lot of Terran in the back line though, so maybe there's enough here, I don't know. The Dragoons are just shuffling forward in. Now he's playing with more APM than the House. It's almost like he hit some kind of spell on him to like steal his APM. Like it's like you know, wait 5 minutes and steal my opponent's APM kind of way of playing. And with these 2 sunken colonies online, he will have a decent buffer against these zealots, but there's still quite a few of these zealots. There's no +1 upgraded, so they will be pick off the Hydras, taking so much damage, and he still hasn't built an observer. The observer just finished. He needs to queue up an observer right now. The zealot is now taken down to 40 HP, does target down one of the probes, and the zealot's going to fall in short order. Could now target down this other pylon before anything else comes out of these gateways. Before anything else comes out of these gateways.
I guess we are live. Hello, hello. I was in the middle of typing a response, but it seems that we are now live, so I'm not even going to type it. Soma is the best Zerg in Brood War. That's the most important one. Love me some Soma.
I mean, Queen was super influential. I think Larva was one of my favorite Zergs of all time. Kind of sad that he retired. I mean, he still streams, but
Larva's the most entertaining Zerg of all time, by far and away.
All right, in the top of the map, we have our tealish, bluish. What is that? Blue-gray? Blue-gray Zerg, going by the name Eagleburger. It is Red Machine playing for Team Hydralick these nuts. And
let's go, my Eagleburger.
Bottom right, we have our Teal Protoss playing for Team Just Desserts. It is Dragon. 2 really old, really influential names in the foreign Brood War scene for sure. Both these players have been playing at a professional level for a very long time, so it should be a really good match. Both these players should know the game very well, and hopefully know the maps decently at this point as well, and bring out some really interesting strategies.
For sure, these guys have seen it all and then some.
Seen it all and then some. That is. Oh, we have an extractor cancel here from Red Machine.
Cheeky little extractor trick to start us off. All right.
Now, looks like we're gonna see a 10 hatchery.
First scout though.
Yeah, he is gonna get first scout. That's actually massive. He could block the 10 hatch, and if he blocks the 10 hatch, that's really bad for Machine. Yeah, he's going to. There's no way he doesn't block this.
No.
This is almost just a GG moment. Oh, he doesn't block it. He doesn't realize.
What?
He doesn't realize. He thinks that's a scouting drone, I think.
Now he's gonna know, and he's gonna feel real bad.
Dragon, you had one job, and honestly, I'm happy that the hatch got down, obviously. But you had one job, and you absolutely didn't do it.
Yeah, that's depressing. He's actually going to go for the Overlord before the... I wonder if because it got first scouted, he's trying to back out a little bit because he's going for the Overlord before the pool. Usually you'd go for the pool here, and you'd lingo in. I don't think you can necessarily do a 10-hatch macro. It's not the worst, but like, why would you do that over Overpool? I think Overpool is a more macro build than a 10-hatch, so I think he's backing out.
We're going to get a 12 next on the bottom of this. Dragon reads this, and he goes, all right. Fine.
Yeah, well, he's getting full scouting information. He knows that the spawning pool's only just going down now. Like, that spawning pool's so delayed. But yeah, he's going to get over the 12 Nexus. He's going to be so far ahead. This is looking really good for Dragon. This is going to be a rough fight for Machine.
Yeah.
Mice says Cookie Master. Cookie Master loves himself a 12 Nexus. I'll never forget, Cookie Master, that season where you did nothing but 12 Nexus into DT, man. Every game. I remember.
Classic Cookie thing. Oh, moving shot. Nice kill on the probe there. Good work.
Probe does go down. Forge is on the way. Now, this is a little bit risky. The cannon will not finish before the Zerglings get there if he makes Zerglings immediately and sends them straight across the map. The cannon's only going to just now start. Cannons take forever to build, but I don't think that Machine's going to go for that. Yeah, he's just going for a third hatch. I think he's trying to recover and go into a full-on macro game. Yeah, he's only making 2 pairs of Zerglings. He's definitely not trying to go for Zergling pressure here anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely, he's kind of on that back foot because he went for a build that...
Oh, he catches the probe immediately.
Oh.
Is he going to send these Zerglings across the map? Dragon is not amused by his own play there.
There's nothing like doing something stupid and immediately just putting LOL in chat. You're like, yep, that was on me, guys.
Yep.
I'm smart.
Alright, these Zerglings aren't going to make it there in time anymore because they were delayed slightly, and they stopped the probe as well, but he's going to get here, see the wall in. Now, the problem is he doesn't know that this was a 12 Nexus. He never scouted until just now. This is his first sign of scouting. The Nexus could have just barely finished as far as he knows. He didn't go in far enough to actually see the Nexus and whether it was completed or not, so... In a lot of ways, Machine is playing entirely blind. He doesn't realize what his current situation in this game is, which he's got to know is dire, but he may not realize just how dire it is. Now, on the back of this is kind of what I expected. A lot of Zergs, especially at the higher level, yeah, if you go for a build and it gets a little bit messed up, you immediately go for the 973. This could also have been his plan the entire time. I don't know if there's a 10 hatch into 973 build. I'm not super familiar with 973. I'm an aggressive player, but I don't like plays that are... a bit more all-in, I would say. You definitely can do a 973 that isn't all-in, but it's not my style of play, so maybe there is an actual 10 hatch into 973. Maybe this was his plan from the start. I'm not certain.
None that I know of, but there's a lot of variations of it, so I guess it's possible.
Oh, for sure. 973 is a very flexible build. I feel like it's, even if this was his plan from the start, it's very unoptimized, and it might be intentionally to throw Dragon off a bit, because I still feel like Overpool is a faster 973. I don't know the normal timing of the 973, but I feel like you should be making Hydras around now, but I could be entirely wrong on that. Alright, he's still making drones, so he's actually going above the 973, and then making Hydras. So this might be a 973-4.
We're getting +1 for the Corsairs.
Yeah, well, the Scouts got entirely shut down. Dragon has no idea what's going on. For all he knows, this is a super fast layer or some sort of Zergling all in. He's got to get that Corsair for scouting information, even if the Corsairs are always good. Unless you know for a fact you don't need them, they're good for scouting. They're good because you might have to deal with mutas eventually. There's never a reason not to get a Corsair unless you just absolutely know for sure you don't need them immediately and can skip them.
Just get a Dark Archon. That's all you need.
I mean, that does work to an extent, but the problem with Dark Archons is it can be played around, and it's very expensive. It's just cheaper to get the Corsair anyways.
Yes, but style points.
Corsair is out. It's just now going to see the Hydras, but it only sees 3. Let's see if he overreacts or if he waits to see more. He does immediately throw down 2 more cannons, 3 more cannons. So he's already got 2. One's about to finish and threw down 3 more cannons. Once he comes up here and sees there's only 1 more Hydra and drones popping out, he might cancel 2 of those, if not all 3. So he's looking around. He sees the drone count at the 3rd. He's going to see these eggs pop. Let's see if he does cancel these.
Oh,
he sees a total of 4 Hydras. He sees drones popping. I would like to see him cancel those, at least a couple. He sees more drones in the main. Yeah, he does cancel 1.
Canceled. Alright, he's gonna let the other 2 finish, it looks like. He's gonna have to kill at least one of those, if not both of those, to get out any decent way of his base.
Yeah, I think I would have canceled 2 and canceled the one on the left, but Dragon's a definitely superior player than me, so I'm going to bow to his knowledge of what he's doing. You also, keep in mind, don't get the full money back, so canceling 1 doesn't even give you a full gateway, but canceling 2 doesn't give you 2 full gateways. It's kind of a weird way to think about it, so maybe it's just a safety versus economy type thing, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we are getting our 5th and 6th hatchery going down here for Machine. So Machine is looking like he wants to go to that 6 hatch Hydra. He's getting the Spire down, which is...
Yeah, he did it right in front of the Corsair, too.
No,
so
I like
Dragon
this.
knows about it.
You want to have that Spire at some point. Even if you don't ever use it, just having it is good. We're not seeing a second Evo chamber go down, so I'm thinking we're going to see a 6 hatch Hydra with the intent of expanding and moving out of that, instead of doing a kind of more aggressive 6 hatch Hydra where you're trying to kill the enemy with the Hydras.
Yeah.
But we are going to get really fast 6 hatch Hydra, and honestly, Machine's done a really good job of recovering. He's at 33 drones at the moment. He needs about another 10 drones to properly afford the 6 hatch Hydra, but he does have the 2 gas going. He's got good saturation. He's got the drones on the way. He's starting to pump Hydras now. He's sitting on 34 drones, which... But here's the risk. This is the scary moment. Yep.
Which means it's Zealot time +1. They've got legs.
Zealots are moving on the map. He does have enough Hydras and a good SimCity. He should be able to hold this just fine. But can these Zealots get on here and snipe some of these drones and then get out safely? And it's looking like the answer is going to be no. He is actually committing to this, though. There wasn't that many Hydras in the 3rd base, so he's hoping that he can snipe down a bunch of this and do as much damage as he can. This isn't enough Zealots, though, to fight all of these Hydras, especially with the drone support and the good drilling there. More Hydras are popping out. He does do a decent trade.
Look at this. That's a very overall solid hold from our Zerg player here. Really didn't lose much. Like, drones did a great drill into a good fight.
And we are seeing that 3rd gas go down. Once again, like I said last time, that is only a 2,000 Vestbane Geyser. Most Vestbane Geysers start with 5,000. This one only has 2,000 to the 3rd, so that will mine out relatively quickly. But the fact that we're getting that 3rd gas makes me think we are going to see some Lurkers in this game. He is going to go 6 hatch Hydra into Lurkers later.
Invisible Man in the middle of the map. Off to do invisible things.
I mean, generally speaking, as a Protoss player, you should always get the Invisible Man. Even if you can't get damage at the main 3rd or natural, you probably can deny a 3rd at least once with it. And that's pretty big. He's going to run in here and try to get it. That Sunken was picked off. He sees the mutas. That is massive. He gets 1 drone, 2 drones before his opponent reacts, and now he's going to run away. And he might be able to get that drone for the 3rd base, because he's probably going to run to the next location that the Zerg's going to want to expand just to block it. And and Machine immediately responds and goes, you know, I'm going to move this drone somewhere else now, because I know that DT's coming. So we have 5 mutas out.
5,000 IQ. Look,
yes, 5,000
grab
IQ.
that drone and move it.
Yeah, 5 mutas are out. That isn't enough to one-shot a probe, but we do have decent protection. We do have the Dark Archon on the way.
No.
We don't have Maelstrom yet, though. Unless that was research without me looking.
Come on, let's get mind control, obviously.
Mind control? I mean, maybe. He's got to have Maelstrom already, because his Templar Archives isn't researching anything. He must have got it without me noticing. Alright, looks like the drone is looking to take his expansion at the 2nd main. He sees the Dark Archon. That's massive. Now he knows the Dark Archon is there.
You gotta be so careful now that you know it exists.
Yeah. Now these Dragoons are out, and they can technically fight the mutas, but Dragoons are not great at fighting. Massive Storm drops all those mutas to almost 20% HP. And that's going to chase those mutas out. Those mutas cannot stay here anymore, so that was a great hold against those 5 mutas.
Yeah,
those 5 mutas got...
Oop. Hydra's coming up to protect them.
Yeah, those mutas didn't really get much.
Templar and a Goon. That's about it, though.
Yeah, 1 High Templar and 1 Goon, and that High Templar already got a Storm off and pushed these away. They did its job, so... But on the back of this, Machine's economy is looking really good. He's sitting at that 42 drones that you want for 6 hatch, and he's starting to pump out a metric ton of Hydras, and he's got the Lurker aspect on the way as well. Wow, I'm surprised he didn't commit to that. I thought he was going to try and sneak past that and camp them out there.
Would have committed to that. I mean,
4th base is on the way with it.
S rank, but
yeah, 4th base is on the way. 5th base being taken as well now for Machine. That DT must have gotten cleaned up earlier, so I'm not seeing it on the map anywhere, which has allowed Machine to know that he can get away with taking those 2 extra bases. And Dragoon's looking like he wants to gear up to take his 3rd, but I don't know about this 3rd. I don't know if this is necessarily easier to defend than the one to the left, although it is closer to the rally points. But it's such a wide open area, it worries me about being able to hold this base. He's got to actually have a strong enough army just to fight on its own. Okay, throwing down the pylon, so we're definitely going to get that base up here in a second. Probably will throw down the Nexus before some cannons. Now, he does have the Dark Archon. Maelstrom is on the way, so yeah, he hadn't started the Maelstrom yet. He's getting it now. Just because the mutas have been dealt with doesn't mean that Maelstrom doesn't have efficiency. If you don't believe me, there was a
great spell.
There was a recent ASL game that you should watch. I will not spoil it, but yeah, Maelstrom can be used against more than just mutas. Yeah, the whole series was amazing. Actually, legitimately, probably one of the best PVCs I've seen in a long time, if not ever.
I also think that one of the best PVTs ever happened in ASL as well.
A little bit of a Zealot run by here. They might actually get down here and cancel this this fourth base. That's enough Zealots with +2.
That's a kill. It just finished.
Yeah. Oh, I mean kill, not cancel, yeah. They're going to definitely kill this. There's no reaction. This hatchery is dead, but we still do have a fourth base up that is going to finish and get mining. In fact, he's even pulling some Hydras over there just to be extra defensive. Is going to get the snipe on the Observer. That's massive. That hatchery is dead. These Zealots are not going home, but maybe they can trade out and get some decent trades here. It is 1-0 to 1-1 with +2 round attack and +2 ranged attack on the way for Urzurg and Protoss respectively.
Oh.
These Zealots are going to trade out as best they can, but 2 Hydras is actually honestly better than I thought they would do. So, in the meantime, Dragon is pushing to the center of the map. He catches some of these Lurkers out of position, gets one of the kill or 2 kills on Lurkers, and the other 2 managed to unburrow and run away. But Dragon has now gotten regained control of the middle of the map. There's 2 more Lurkers on one of those ramps there. But that was the big thing. Trying to break up those ramps with Lurkers on the high ground would have been really difficult. That Zealot run by did 2 amazing things. 1, canceling that 5th base, and 2, pulling the army away, allowing Dragon to get the heck out of his 3rd base location and onto the map.
But now Dragon's going to push up that left side and aim for that current 4th base.
He is, but that's a risky play. It's against he has to go over a really small bridge.
Yeah, it's a small bridge.
Yeah, really small bridge into Sunkens, into Lurkers, and the army is going to be able to sandwich him from behind. I think this might be a bit of an Yeah, I think this might be a bit of an overstate. I don't know if this is the right decision. Not getting any storms off with these these Templars. Okay, 1 storm does go off. Big Maelstrom on almost all the Lurkers that are here. Big storm goes down on them. In the meantime, that base is held. He has killed all the units that were across that bridge, but in the meantime, Dragon is going to mop up this army that was coming in to flank him. Overall, a decent trade for Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon really got it with some good storms there and the Maelstrom.
Yeah, he's on 3 bases to 4 base. He's doing okay without killing that base. He got a decent trade here. He's going to poke down here just to make sure there's not another 5th base coming down that he's not aware of. He's going to get the Overlord as well. 1 Overlord pill isn't going to do too much, but it's pretty decent. And at the moment, we are sitting on 49 drones, 250 probes, so a pretty even game economically. Our probe count's actually a little bit lower than I would have thought it would be. And I'm assuming the machine's going to want to start heading up towards that 60 drone count as he goes into his hive tech. Queen's Nest is on the way. Oh, he managed to find a Templar.
Ooh, free Templar. I'll take that.
Yep, Dragon is taking a 4th base down to that bottom left. I think that was the better base to take to begin with. Obviously, Dragon's a much better player than I am, though. So. Yeah. All right. Oh, he might get up this ramp. There's no one here to. Yeah, there's no reinforcements here to defend these Lurkers, though. If he can get on top of these and wipe them all out, that's massive. A little bit of a Ling counterattack. He's responding with his whole army to it. Alright, he does get a storm off on 2 of those Lurkers, but he's going to back off and not really be able to do too much with it. He does have to be careful, though, because these Lurkers...
The other Lurkers, too.
Oh, no, is there not an Observer with this army? Oh, there is.
No, not the Dark Archon.
Okay, he does manage to get 1 storm off before that Templar dies. And just look how many shots. Even when the Observer was here, they got so many shots off. In the meantime, a counterattack is coming down to that 3rd, but there's enough cannons here. Oh, but the Lurkers...
There's so many cannons here.
I don't know if that's actually enough Lurkers to bust these cannons. Oh, with the Ling reinforcements, it certainly is.
Oh, yeah. Once the Lings start eating those shots, 100%.
And the counterattack coming in from Dragoon, it looks like, or Dragon, it's not looking like he's going to respond. Looks like it's just barely going to hold. Oh my gosh, I thought for sure those Lings were going to eat enough shots.
100%, I am...
Okay, now Dragon does need to bring his army down there to reinforce his position, because these Lings alone can definitely kill these cannons at this point. Oh, actually, I thought there was more than there actually was. That's actually going to be entirely held by those cannons. Cannons are a pretty good unit.
Cannons, good unit, confirmed.
Now this is looking, I mean, I said this a lot this game, but it's looking really dire for Machine. He did a really good job of clawing his way back in. But he's kind of stuck on the defense now, and he doesn't have the ability to get a 5th base up while his opponent's about to go up to 4 bases to his 4 bases. And we do have Hive Tech on the way. If you can turtle for long enough, Hive Tech will make a massive difference on his ability to move out into the map and to make plays on the map. But he does have to survive until Hive Tech. He does have lurker contains on the high ground. He's setting up more lurkers on the right side, so I think he's going to be okay. It's looking like he even wants to expand to that 3 o'clock location, especially with this army movement right now.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's a really good base to take at this point. Helps you be really aggressive. It puts your army in the right spot.
Yeah, and it's just a lot easier for him to defend.
Off the high ground. Really pulling Dragon kind of out of position here to contest this.
Yeah, Dragon's kind of running around like a chicken with his head cut off a little bit here for no reason. It's what, 3 mutas? Like, the cannon alone will kill those 3 mutas, so this isn't a threat, so... Although, I suppose they might have been stacked when he saw them, so he wasn't sure how many were there, but now that he sees that, I'm pretty sure he's going to just ignore them and look to make plays somewhere else on the map. He does actually have a single High Templar coming over to that 4th base location, too.
The observer saw the base, the 3 o'clock position for our Zerg. So, if he's going to do something about it, it's about that time.
He does have an avenue to get in there and cancel that, where he doesn't even have to fight over the lurkers or hydras. I don't know if he's recognized that yet or not, but yeah, he can just walk up to the low ground. He could send like 4 or 5 zealots up there and probably cancel that, and not even have to risk his army.
We got some real good army spread here, though, from our Zerg. It's just he's covering all angles of the high ground that lead to him.
Yeah, no, Machine's playing this out really well. He's playing really defensive, really passive. Our Hive is now done. We'll probably see the Defiler Mountain come down any second now. Massive storms. Those storms are huge. Oh my gosh. Half of the army just evaporated to just pure storms. Oh my
goodness. It's good to know that it doesn't happen to just me.
Even pro players are still human. Hive is done, but will Machine live long enough to... he might, actually. The reinforcing army and all of Dragon's army isn't fighting at once.
Leagues are doing super... Oh, Maelstrom, no. Not the greatest spell in the game.
Only 1 lurker left over. In the meantime, we have a counterattack to that fresh 5th base. Is going to get a couple of drone kills there. Might even cancel this, but the reinforcing... Oh my gosh, the storm on the bridge. The storm on the bridge. He's not reacting. He's not pulling the High Templar up. Okay, now he's pulling that High Templar up. Oh, the storm could be huge.
Oh, there it is.
The preemptive split, but still a decent storm coming out of our Protoss player there. And Dragon's probably got enough to actually push in with what he's got here. Does he have a Maelstrom? He does have energy for 1 Maelstrom. Does he have any more storms? He does. You have 2 storms. Okay, well now lurkers are burrowing there. Maybe it's not the right decision anymore. He is taking a 5th base behind this. He doesn't need to be overly aggressive. The Zerg can have that base for all he cares. Zerg is mined out of his 3rd base because, as I said, that 3rd base does have less gas and less minerals than normal bases. His natural's about to mine out, and his main won't be too far behind that for the Zerg as well. So Zerg's about to be on 2 mining bases, and Protoss is about to be on 2 mining bases as well because his 3rd isn't too far from dying as well. Big Maelstrom on the army. Where's the storm?
It goes down on the spore.
It is worth noting, Maelstrom units are not automatically attacked by the AI. The AI no longer sees them as threats and will target other things over the Maelstrom units, so...
Yeah.
No, another massive storm goes down. There's just not enough units here for Machine. I don't know that he's going to be able to hold this base. This base is definitely going to die if he just A-clicks it down, so...
High Templar are coming up here.
Oh, the storms are huge. All over these lurkers. Another storm's going to go down. He's going to kill 3 lurkers with those storms. Kills another one with his zealots, and the GG is called. Dragon is going to take game number 1.
Damn, what a game. From a really weird build to one hell of a macro fight.
Yeah, the storms in the middle, man, those are so massive. He hadn't lost almost all of his Hydras to 3 storms.
Oh.
I mean, there were a lot of other little compounding things, of course, that led to that loss, but that one moment there was like... Gotta be a clean kitty.
Sorry, cat cam. So
cat cam, don't worry. I'm sure everyone understands.
I'm pretty sure everyone's feeling the same thing.
How useful are spores and ZDP? For a defensive player, amazingly good. If you've got lurkers turtle up on a base, the observers cannot get into that base. The spore will kill them way too fast, so... If you're turtling up, they are great for killing observers and not allowing detection to kill them.
If you can't handle the Corsairs, if you're really bad at dealing with Corsairs, dropping 1 and putting all your Overlords on top of it is fine enough until they have too many Corsairs, at which point you have to learn to deal with it anyway.
All right, on the left-hand side of Heartbreak Ridge, we've got our bluish-gray Zerg, currently down 0-1, representing Team Hydralick These Nuts. It is Machine. And on the right-hand side, we have our pink Protoss, currently up 1-0 with a dominating endgame fight there in the center. It is none other than Dragon representing Team Just Desserts.
Come on, these nuts.
All right. Heartbreak Ridge is, of course, a 2-player map, so I don't think we're going to see any cheeky attempts at 10 hatcheries this time. We'll probably just see a standard overpull, unless he's got some sort of cheeky cheese built going on here for him. Now, it is worth noting, both Dragon and Machine are pro players that are old enough that they actually probably played a ton of games on this map back when it was popular. So they both probably have some really interesting builds. Even if they didn't prep for the NSL maps, they definitely know this map because this map was extremely popular in like the 2006-ish era.
Yeah. Give or take.
Yeah, so they have definitely both played on this map and probably played on it quite a few times. So they may have some interesting builds from ye olden times that they might want to bring out here.
Grandpa's bringing out his old build here. It's an old map, you know?
All right, Overpull does in fact go down for our Zerg player. Fun fact for you Zergs, on maps with mineral patches like this, that respawning pull actually boosts that top patch for you. You place that one, or basically in line with the mineral and one away from it, and it will boost the drone's mining for you, just automatically. Nice little trick to know for maps like this. And it's looking like Dragon is wanting to set up for a Nexus first. Now that he scouts that Overpull, probably will set down that Forge first. Yeah, there's the Forge.
Yeah. We'll probably get one cannon into Nexus, if I had to assume.
I mean, he's probably going to watch the larva count and make his decision based on that. If he sees the larva count build up, he'll make the cannon just to be safe. And if he doesn't see all the larva pop at once, then he'll throw it on the Nexus first.
Yeah, these guys are just too good.
Yeah.
All right.
And he stayed just long enough to see only... Yeah, he stayed just long enough to see only one larva pop and not both of them. So now he knows he can get away with the Nexus, and he's going to go Nexus before the cannon.
Beautiful. Absolutely greedy. Absolutely beautiful.
Fun fact for all of my Zerg and Protoss players, if the Zerg drone attacks your probe first and then you A-click, and after getting hit first, you still win. Probes are dumb.
Broken. Absolutely broken.
These 4 lings are going to chase this probe around, try and deny scouting. Machine did do a really good job of denying scouting last time. Oh, almost gets it there. This probe is 1 hit from being killed. It's going to recover just enough shields. It's now 2 hits away, and it's going to get the heck out of there.
Run, probe, run!
Now we are going to see a quick 3rd hatchery go down for Machine here on our Zerg side with the gas as well. So far looking like he wants to go into a standard game from here, but we'll have to see if that's what actually happens. The same probe is actually going back. This probe is a madman. He's got 3 HP, and he's like, nope, I'm not done scouting yet.
He didn't go to the 3rd at least, so he's not going to scout that. It's generally implied that it's there, but...
Oh, yeah, there's no way he's going to get past these. Oh my gosh, he's going to get past these. Okay, no, yeah, no, there's no way. No way!
No.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe he got that in.
Hello, 911. I'd like to report a crime.
All right, first 100's gas is done. We are going to see layers, so yeah, still looking like just a normal game for Machine this time. Nothing overly cheeky. There's no way this probe gets up to its life, though, does it? I don't even care what Protoss is doing. I just want to see if this probe lives. This is all I care about right now.
Honestly. Oh no.
Okay, yeah, it's going to get picked off. Yeah, there's no way. All right. What is our Protoss doing? Cybernetics Core is on the way, so yeah, it's just a standard game from a Protoss as well. Both players playing just a really normal, the kind of game you would expect from a ZDP. These are like the most stock standard meta builds at the moment.
Yeah, and that's what's kept these guys relevant. Not only do they know all of the old builds, you know, from back in our day, but they know all the new builds. These guys keep up with what needs to be done today to have a good game, and they are showing it here. For sure.
Killa Ace in chat. GG's today, Killa Ace. We did cast your games. You did a really good job, bud. It was well played.
Yeah.
Stargate is on the way from Protoss. Our lair issues up. We finished up. This lair's actually a little bit late. The Spire's not going to quite be on time. I don't think he'll get an. If he gets an Overlord, it'll only be 1, but it's going to be tight. The Scourge may not pop quite in time.
It's not about the physical victory, it's about the mental victory sometimes. So you just assert dominance by getting that probe back in there.
But do I have the timing wrong?
Health, he dives right back in.
No, I have the timing wrong. Machine's better than I am. Never mind. That'll finish in time.
I think it's fair to assume that these guys are a bit better than us.
Just a little bit. Okay, so we do have a pylon to help kind of shore up this wall with the natural here. Like I said, this is an older map. It was really popular in like the 2006, maybe 2007 era. So some of the map designs, yeah, he can just run right past
he's
this.
in.
Oh, good block with the
God,
Zealots. Oh my gosh, that block was insane. Yeah, don't fight the cannon. That cannon does take some hull damage though, so that's pretty big. And 2 Zerglings are going to get into the main. They are Speedlings. Good control on these Speedlings. They could actually do a lot of damage. Gets 1 probe. That's pretty good. Only 1 Speedling left over though. No longer as threatening. Anytime that runs from the mineral line, you just turn and click, and yeah, now it's dead. But still, got a probe for the cost of like 4 Zerglings. Isn't horrible.
Yeah, and it gets all the scouting info you could want.
Yep, and the scouting information is going out now, and no, like I said, I was wrong. Timing is just right. There's no way he can get an Overlord, so the Scourge will pop before an Overlord does go down, so... Machine's a better player than my judgment of what his build is, obviously, so...
So you're saying that the Scourge will pop before the Overlord pops?
Yes, the Scourge will pop before the Overlord pops. Going 5 hatch behind this, so we are going to see just the Scourge into... No, never mind, I spoke too soon. We are seeing some Mutas on the way. I was going to say we're going to see Scourge into Hydralick Den, but that's an Evo chamber, not a Hydra Den, and Mutas are on the way. Zealots are moving out into the map now, though, but these Mutas will probably be enough to push them back. Only making 3 Mutas, I think, though? So it's an eggs at the moment. I am getting better at looking at the top left screen. I'm not used to using it, because it didn't used to exist, but...
Yeah.
Cannon will finish up at the Stargate before these Scourge can get the Corsairs, so...
I tend to look at it and then go, oh, there's a thing happening, and then I go and find the building and click on it and go, oh, the thing.
The thing. We've got 1 drone across the map, battle drone from a Miss Rally. Happens to everyone, even the pro players.
Wait, you guys play sober?
Happened to be, the 1 Mute is over there, and the other 2 are, like, scouting around his third base.
Oh, this drone, he's not gonna make it. No!
Yeah, I think these Mutas are just to scare Dragon into overmaking Corsairs. Don't think he's committing to these at all. He only made 3, and I think he's gonna go straight into Hydras from here.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's the 5 Corsairs, plus 1's just about to finish. That's a lot of gas that Dragon sunk into something he doesn't need to sink him into. Oh! Scourge might connect. If the other ones turn around, they'll definitely get this one. Yeah. Okay, gets 1 Corsair. In the meantime, Zealots are coming into the third base, but they are going to get chased back by these Mutalisks. There's actually... Okay, so I just don't know what's going on ever, because now we're recommitting to Mutas even harder. Hydralick Den is coming down, but...
Too.
Well, eventually you need to switch into Hydra unless you're going full, what is it, Ogre Zerg Gamer?
Zerg Gamer. Let's go.
But yeah, he kind of forced the Corsair response and then played into the Corsair response, so an interesting decision. He's even making more and more Mutas. Does he have the +1? Yeah, he has +1 carapace, almost done here for the Mutas. Only 2 Scourge out on the map at the moment, no 4 Scourge out on the map at the moment, with no more Scourge in production. He's just going pure Mutas from here. We got 2 cannons in the main, 1 cannon in the natural. We do have an Archon morphing, but realistically, Archons are pretty useless. You can just infinitely fly around them, fly circles around them. You don't have to engage them. Technically, Mutas outrange Archons, but that requires
if you try that, you are crazy.
I mean, it's not insanely difficult, but it takes so much concentration, it's probably not worth it. Alright, we got 10 Mutas here. Scourge are no longer relevant, they all popped. This is enough Corsairs that these Mutas cannot engage.
Yeah, you gotta run.
And the Zella Archon push is coming across the map. This is where the Archon is really deadly, because now the Mutas are your primary defense, and they have to somehow deal with this Archon. Now, there is enough Sunkens here that as long as they can pick off the Zealots, the Sunkens can deal with the Archon. There's only 1 Sunken in the third, though. And there's quite a large bit of larva being built up here for Machine. I don't know if he was supply blocked there. Oh, no, massive Archon hits on the Mutas. These Mutas are all so weak now. But he is going to push back Dragon for now. Dragon's going to take this free Overlord. Here comes some Scourge, but that's enough Corsairs that they're not going to connect with anything.
Yeah.
Does get 1 single connection. For 7 Scourge or 8 Scourge, you got 1 connection. We've got 8 Corsairs here. Now the Hydras are going to push these away. We do have Hydra transition finally. This Corsair is going to pop so quickly. We are definitely supply bucket. There is nothing in this natural. Oh my gosh, 4 Hydras.
No, that's it.
I'm surprised he didn't commit to that. I think he could have got a Muta, or excuse me, an Overlord or 2. But I guess he didn't want to risk it. There are other chances that he will get that might be even more safe.
Yeah, keep him alive is just a little bit more important than getting
Protoss
him, you know?
is mining out those minerals in the back to get into that third base, but there is a Zergling there that is going to scout this instantly and maybe even shut down this probe. In the meantime, the attack is coming into the natural once again for our Zerg player, and our Zerg player probably doesn't think he's going to end the game with this, but he's definitely going to get all the mutas and probably start dealing with these overlords. And yeah, overlords are just going to start popping.
Yeah, this is...
That's
GG.
Yeah, that's GG. Dragon's going to take the series 2-0.
Damn. My boy. My poor boy.
Machine played a hell of a game, but yeah, no, Dragon just kind of...
Dragon just looks super good.
Machine looked really good in the first game. With how far behind he felt in that early game, to bring it back to that long macro game, that was really impressive. But yeah, game 2, I don't understand why he went for only like 2 or 3 mutas, which just seems like an attempt to... I mean, I guess he was trying to maybe overplay his hand, like out metagame his opponent, like, haha, I only have 3 mutas, I bet he's going to scout that and know that I'm not actually committing to mutas. But wait, I am committing to mutas.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I really wish that I could ask him. I want to know what his logic was behind that decision, or if there was just a mistake there that was made or something that I didn't notice. But either way, that's all we're going to cast for tonight, you guys. We really appreciate you tuning in to NSL Season 6, Week 3, Just Desserts versus Hydralick These Nuts. Total score currently for this series is, I believe, 9-6 for Just Desserts.
6-9. Nice.
Yeah, 6-9. Nice. The last 3 games will most likely be casted by Breeze, but we're going to call the games here for the rest of the stream tonight. So thank you all for tuning in.
There will be more. There's going to be more casting tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm doing all of the what were they? The show matches on the best of 9s that Escalade set up. So that is going to quite literally be all day of casting tomorrow.
It's a lot of casting.
If you want a lot of StarCraft, you can watch me hate my life and talk StarCraft for 10-12 hours. It'll be fun.
I hope you all tune into that, and I hope you all tune into the next NSL casts as well.
And I hope you all have a great night. See you all at the LAN, those of you showing up.
Yeah, definitely. Those who are going to show up at the LAN, have a great time, and those who don't know about it, go look it up.
Can't wait for Naka to be there.
I'll definitely try.
Oh man, the more people, the merrier, you know. But I think no matter what, it's gonna be a good time.
For sure.
All right, I think with that, I hope you all have a great night.
Yep, have a great night.
Welcome to NSL